baby.
Not
Can I
it,
get with
not it belongs to you, baby. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's cool and all. I'ma just say I've seen like how usually things like that turn out. Like I would say, like, look, if we've been together for like, okay, perfect. If I've been together with you for like 10 years or something plus. Definitely. I mean, I ain't tripping. I know we locked in, we solid, oh nine, blah, blah, blah. At least it's a little bit more security there. We're locked in. We've been together for quite some time. And by that time I should know what's going on within my relationship. That ain't nothing. But if you're talking about like say we've been dating for like a year or two in, I'm more reserved than how I am with you in public. And I'm just on some like, look, just let's hurry up and get back home. That's more so what it is with me. Like, I mean, I don't see what the issue is with that. I'm just more so on some like, yeah, like when we get home, that's what's up. Like everything you thinking about and some, I'm thinking about shit you ain't thinking about. You know what I mean? So it's like it's that's what I'm on. Plus, it builds up that.
Pineapple, pineapple. Does any who is debate these nuts? Can
Hold
y'all
on.
hear this person?
Hold on. Backstage now, you gotta cover. Put a cover up first before you let them.
Um,
Because I'm streaming too, especially. Yeah, put a cover up.
do you know who that is? That's who can I hear them? I can't. Am I? How does that work?
No, no, just ask them. Look if they can hear this, which I'm sure they can't. Yeah.
Can you hear me? Debate these nuts.
No, ask them cam up. Ask them cam up.
That's what
At
I'm
least,
saying. Can they hear me? The mic is not muted.
nah. Ask them cam up behind stage. Cam up behind stage. Show your face to the hostess real quick, and then you can cam back down, and nobody will see you. But just at least show your face, wave or something to the hostess. Like I mean, on some real, like we are.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I know who it is. I see who it is. Sorry. I got it. No, I got it. Yep. Thank you. Thank you for
oh
doing
you
that.
know him.
Hey. Yeah, I do know him. That's why I was like, wait a minute. So
There you go.
don't do that. Hey there, Mr. Debate These Nuts. I'm not gonna call you that.
You
Debate
gonna call
these
me
nuts.
take these nuts, yo.
I'm not gonna say this every time, y'all. His
You
name is
gotta call
Lance.
me. That's the name that I got up here, nigga. It's Mr.
Okay,
Debate these
okay.
nuts.
His name on Lord, y'all. That's the I'm
Let me
not
just
gonna
call you
say that
debate.
ever. Okay, debate. What's a DBDN? What's up? I'm not saying all that's crazy
Oh
work.
my god.
That's crazy work.
It really is.
So
So what do you
as
what do you feel, Mr. Debate these nuts?
we talking about PDA right now. We were just saying, um, yeah, we were just talking about PDA and how like, and
Yeah.
save it for the bedroom or Smitty is
I
on the
mean,
side of, save it for the bedroom. Me and Hustler is like, I can grab your booty. You grab my booty right now if you want to, you know.
now pineapple. Let me say this real quick. To Smitty's point, I kind of feel where he's coming from because he doesn't want the whole world to see, how much that ass can jiggle. I
That's
understand
what's
that as well.
crazy.
About the same token, if you're with a man, do you want the whole world to see how big a man got down there? You want to see it poked out or
Well, the
whatever the
whole
fuck?
world sees it anyway every time you wear gray sweatpants. That's the whole concept behind the gray sweatpants. It's kind of like the
And
same
what's
thing
your
with the
point?
scissor hands.
What's your
That
You
don't.
point?
just, no, don't do that over here. I'm answering your question.
None of
You
these
said, do
make
y'all
sense.
want the whole world? Hold on. You got to say pineapple if you want to talk now. Now,
Sorry.
what we did, you just asked me, do I want, as I'm the only woman up
SpongeBob.
here, so I can tell you, but do I want the whole world to see my man's print? Well, every time he wears gray sweatpants. So how to get around that is him not wearing anything that's going to be snug around his area, or he wears gray sweatpants. So
Not if
it's
I'm
kind
your
of like,
man.
what do you,
Mm.
good Lord, this is not
Grapefruit.
working. Grapefruit is funny. Mango, Smitty, grapefruit, pineapple.
I'm just saying, man. I mean, just shit. I don't know. You gotta.
I feel like you don't want to be going around. I mean, at a younger age, but when you get older and you understand telling your girl how good your man's sex is and telling your man, yeah, I got this girl, she got a fatty. Like it's like you outgrow that shit and you want to keep things personable. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to be gripping and groping your woman in public to make it seem like she ain't nothing. Because that's what it is. It's like she's a stripper or hooker. She's paid entertainment for the evening. You know what I'm saying? That's how you treat that. But at home, you treat your lady like she's paid entertainment for the evening. You know what I'm saying? But it ain't for nobody else to be seeing that.
That's basically
Treat
what
your woman like a queen, like a respectable individual, like she don't take nothing, like she don't take no mess, like she supposed to be spoken with a certain authority. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't just treat her like anything in public. Now, choke the shit out of her ass, slap her around at home, if that's what she like.
You know what? No. No.
Nah, Mango.
Talking about in the bed, Lance.
Yes.
Nah. I get what he's saying. All right. So what I'm saying is that that's exactly where I've been this entire time. Like, I'm not saying don't show your woman affection. Like, again, like if it's not enough for us to be walking side by side, hand in hand, I don't mind kissing you. I don't mind, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you know, I give you a little pat on the butt or something real quick. Go on, girl, get that for me real quick. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is. Like all of that's cute. That's fine. But I'm talking about people that do like full-fledged, like public display. Like, nah, man. Again, just like how the brother said, and I've been saying, that's for when we get home. Wherever we are, we shouldn't be that far away from where it is that we reside, even if we got a room. We shouldn't be that far away. We at the beach, the room should be right around the corner. Let's just go on back into the, you know what I'm saying, and blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? Like, that's more so what type time I'm on, more so than like trying to be all out in the open, then you wondering why you go downstairs or something, you just go grab a drink, probably somebody who been peeping that shit. You see what I'm saying? Hey, you know, because they seeing how you get down. And with today and how over sexualized everything is, I ain't gonna lie. Like I'm like relationship wise, I'm not with that. But you and Hustler talking about just dating and you just meeting the person. So then even from there, I would have to ask to land it, I would have to ask this. All right, so what's the context in which I'm with this person? Am I with this person because I'm looking to be with them long term? Or am I with this person because I'm looking just to smash? Because if I'm looking just to smash, I don't give a shit what we do in public. I don't give a goddamn. I'm just only trying to smash. But if I'm actually trying to be with you, you see what I'm saying? And I'm looking to see what type of wifey type qualities you have. Yeah, I'm looking at everything from Jump Street. So the mic is muted.
Pineapple.
Okay.
That's a good point.
Go ahead, Hustler.
Yeah, I mean, I do kind of agree with the gentleman because that's all that PDA stuff was all well and good when you were in your 20s, but I guess when you reach your, I don't know, mid 30s or whatever, you start doing that a little bit less. I mean, seriously, I go to the gym and I see couples, you know, doing some PDA while they exercise at the gym. Brother could be on the dumbbells and she holding her hand and all that kind of shit, but these be some young cats. I'm like, been there, done that. Y'all do y'all thing, so I don't judge. But now that I'm older, it's like, yeah, we got to keep that kind of on the minimal. I'm not going to say get rid of it altogether, but keep it on a minimal. Not in college no more. So y'all ain't got nothing. Y'all ladies ain't got nothing we ain't seen her hair before. And I'm pretty sure we ain't got nothing you ain't already seen her hair
right.
before. So,
exactly.
Yeah.
If you can be a grandma or a granddaddy, then your ass shouldn't be out here doing that.
Bro,
grandma and granddaddy is us right now. Lance, stop.
That's what I'm talking about. With us.
We grandma and granddaddy ages. It ain't like you walking in on Medea getting hit from the back. You walking in on me getting hit from the back. I'm the grandma age.
You still a grandma.
I'm not, but
still grandma age. Yeah, I mean, just saying. I mean,
so you saying grandma shouldn't be getting it broke down in the public?
Nah, I mean, if a grandma shaped like your ass, then you know. But
you bust her down in public, it's okay.
Nah, not busting her down in public. I'm just saying I understand. You know,
I got you.
It's still a responsibility as an adult to uphold a certain social look. Like you have to. It's you just supposed to grow into a certain character as you get older, and being sexual out in public, not just affectionate kissing, which should be shown, and holding hands and hugging, which should be shown, a playful nudge should be shown, right? But a sexual encounter should not be witnessed by the public at a certain age. You know what I'm saying? It should just not. It don't look good. It don't look good. Two motherfucking 48, 46-year-olds being caught fucking in the mall. That's cute to y'all, but to the public, that's fucking obscene. You know, like that's not no good look.
You don't want to see Miss Parker get it? Hey, Miss Parker. How you doing, Miss Parker?
I wouldn't even stop. Take y'all nasty asshole.
I mean, again,
so what y'all saying is how old are you? Is there an age limit on PDA?
What's PDA stand for?
Public display of affection.
Nah, it ain't no age limit on public display of affection, but sexual.
So how old are you to not be making out in public? Like how old is too old?
No, but see, again, just like how the brother's saying though, and what I've been saying this entire time, beloved, like it's not about the affection. The affection, like I said, holding hands, kissing, even all of that. But the whole like we on each other, like we about to take each other's clothes off type move. Nah, not around people. That's it. Like it really just kind of stops there. It's real simple with it. It's just really about the fact of when you get to a certain point in life, a lot of that stuff, like, nah, man, like I want me and my woman to be preserved. Especially nowadays, like you don't understand how many different factors fall into a man's mind, especially like even down to I don't want to be groping on you too much because that might get somebody enticed to want to try to do something to harm me to get to you. All of that.
Yeah.
There are so many different factors. Like once you get to a certain point of awareness out in life and everything, like my whole thing is that us not doing that is really about your protection more than anything. It ain't got nothing to do with
that's a different span.
You. Yeah, I mean, but like again, once you get older, so just like how the brother was saying, and even Hustler, when you like, younger, like in the 20s and stuff like that. Me personally, I've always been one of those older souls. So to land it, I recognize how it's something about guarding what it is that you got in a relationship. Now you just dating, messing around, man. I ain't got nothing to say about that. Whatever you do is what you do. Y'all just dating, messing around. That ain't got nothing to do with anything. However y'all get it in, so how y'all get it in. Where you do is where you do. But if you really talking about like settling in and being with that person, nah, at that point I'm going to safeguard what it is I got. I don't want nobody to see what it is I got going on. That's just how it goes. I digress. My mic is muted.
That's how you move. You don't even want nobody to see what's in your house. You stop having company like you used to and everything.
Or company's not allowed in the bedroom. That's also a thing. We're like, you can go anywhere in the house. Don't go in the bedroom.
No, you can't. No, you can't. That's not
like when you start to get to that point of like, that's what I'm talking about. So just like how you safeguard that bedroom, you can sit in the living room, you can sit in the dining room. Don't go in my bedroom.
Every room stay closed, but the bedroom in the house.
Come on now.
Every room stay open, but the bedroom in the house.
Come on now. You see what I'm saying? So, and same thing with how you're supposed to safeguard the image and the optics of when you out with your significant other, yo. I'm a firm believer in that. I come from a household of a very loving mother and father, so I know what it looks like, and I know how that shit operates. Like you gotta safeguard that, and it ain't nothing wrong with it. Plus, when you finally do, I believe that's what makes it all the more spicier and juicy, and everything else is a simple fact you waited.
Juicy.
Yeah, that's what made it even more like, you know what I'm saying? Like that shit really flipped it to like, yeah, girl, come here. Like Nah, I saw when you was picking up that fishing rod at the park. Stop playing with me. Like that's when we get to talking to you like that. So it's like, I mean, it don't have to change just because you're not out in the public doing it. But I digress. My mic is muted.
All right. Okay. I feel that.
Don't
I
be
feel that.
discouraged,
Oh, let me.
Genesis. Don't be discouraged.
I'm not discouraged. I was gonna say, hey, what's up to a bunch of people in the chat. And say what's up to whoever else is in the chat. There's a bunch of people that's out here watching, and the people that's gonna be watching it later, since I have high what is it called? What did we say it was, Smitty? The rewatch value.
Yeah, rewatch. No, replay.
Replay crew over here. So what's up,
Yeah,
A-Dub? What's up? Hey, is that third world Colombian? Oh yeah. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? Let's see who else is here.
Shout out to
Hustle
Third
is
Ward.
here. Third War, IB Wody. Hey, what's up, IB
Shout out to
Wody?
Woden.
Yeah. Hey, Kojak. Hi, Kojak. Hi, sweetheart. How are you? Since I have all y'all men here, go ahead and just do y'all know y'all, I love y'all. So, hey, Cynical One. Hello. She said, hey, what's up, H&M? All right. So y'all go ahead and give me a quick and mental check-in with my men. Y'all, everybody okay? Everybody doing okay? How y'all feeling today? You know, how's your body feeling? How's your head feeling? How's your heart feeling?
It's all good in the hood in these neck of the woods.
Of course you're gonna make a rhyme. How you feeling, these nuggies?
exactly.
Really?
Nuggies? Mr. Nuggie. Look, I see you. Why you smoking? Look, Mr. Nuggie. That looks cool though.
You see I'm in the smoke room?
I see it. That's what's up.
Well,
I'm the only
I'm
woman
52
here. Hey,
I'm
it's Cynical, me and you, sugar. It's me and you. She said, hey, Smitty.
I'm
Hey,
52
Smitty.
years old.
Uh,
I'm 3 years with no sex, and I'm thinking about time to start tricking.
Wow.
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 I mean, what am I supposed to do?
Okay.
Because
Well,
I'm
you
50, I
asked
don't
me,
supposed to fuck nothing fine no more?
No, I feel that was the same way too. Because I'm 50, I don't get to get no fine D
Damn.
either. I got to take the big bald, can't get it
I
up.
work 12
Gotta
hours a
wait
day,
45
4
minutes.
days a week. Can't meet nobody.
See?
What I'm supposed to not fuck ever again? Fuck
Ever
that.
again is
Starting to trick.
funny. He said, I'm starting
I'm
to
about to
trick.
start
Kojak
tricking.
said,
I'm real
Kojak
with
said
like
he taking it one day at a time, y'all, turning things over to God, and God will handle it. So
Hey,
Kojak
Judah
understand.
tricked. He thought his daughter-in-law was a regular old trick. So I'm putting in God's hands too.
hey look, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I absolutely respect the honesty.
Smitty, you
Okay, you
Borgin, or
brother.
to me? You Borgin, Smitty.
You said I'm Borgin. Can
Yes,
you hear
sir.
me?
Yes, sir. Yes, you're Borgin.
Damn it, can you hear me?
You're better now.
Okay, nah, I was gonna say, that was absolutely like I respect that to the fullest. Yeah. Like my thing is when you just own this shit and just say, look, you know what, I think I'm gonna just start yeah, I can get with that. So I mean, I love that shit. What you got on these videos?
Oh, motherfucker's 50.
A cuddle coupon is hilarious. Oh, let's see, y'all. He said working out, Smitty. Yep, you're working out.
Hold
Yeah, you're
on.
still working out. Yeah. Okay, so listen, y'all. I was going through my videos and stuff, right? So, we was talking about the youth the other day. So I'll just be trying to look at different things that interest me, also to build my channel content. Hold on a second. Who was that? Let me see. Who's that? Oh, that's you still? Okay.
I
All
check.
right.
I check.
Okay. Yep, you better.
That's better, right?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, no, I was just simply saying I absolutely respect that what he's talking about. Like if you reach that point and you're like, look, this is just I'm gonna get it and I live, right? That I can respect anything person who's saying they gonna where I'm at.
How you working again, Biddy? You
You
just
probably just gotta
might
wait
just
for
hit
your internet to catch up.
yeah, and hit the little circle in the corner. I think sometime that might help you instead of like dropping down. Just let it kind of I've done that, and it just brings you right back to the panel. Hey, Drip.
What's up?
Hey, what's up? Drip came back, you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me, you guys. Thanks for hanging out with me, guys. So eventually, I think I had. I mean, I'm about to change my title back, but I think I had the Anton Daniels situation in my title, of course, because I wanted to make sure I get respects. But I just want to know because this interview came back up, right? This debate that he had with Yada came back up. So eventually, I want to get to that conversation because I just be wanting to know what y'all think about what these people are saying out here and just in general. I thought it was very interesting because it's totally in contrast to what he says anyway. Taz did a good review on it, and it was pretty interesting, guys. But I didn't want to get so serious right away, y'all. But it's so many crazy things happening. I wanted to do the body cam stuff and maybe talk about a little joke. So here is this lady talking about. Would y'all think? Because I think this might be a good investment if there were apartment structures that are catered just to a certain demographic of people, right? So her take is, why can't it just be like apartment buildings just for single people? So if you don't have any kids and you don't got no pets or whatever, you should just be able to live in certain apartments. Like there's, I know there's housing for people with kids, right? But what if there was housing for people with no kids? That's not what they're trying to be in life, and they don't want to live next to you. So I'm gonna play this little video and then we can talk after that. I don't know how to do that other part yet, but here, check this out.
They really need to make apartments specifically, when I say specifically, for us single folks and single folks only. No couples with kids, no single mothers or single dads with kids. They need to cater to us single folks, specifically us single folks, because us single folks living with people who have pets, kids, and couples, it's so much shit that we got to go through. First of all, with the couples, y'all argue all goddamn time. Y'all arguing all the goddamn time. It don't make no sense. And we need soundproof apartments. I can hear y'all arguing, cussing each other out. Then you're making up. Then you're fucking each other. It's a lot. And then you got people who smoke cigarettes. Then you got people who have kids. Some people don't discipline their kids, and they let their kids do what the hell they want to run and jump and skip.
Not
and
they
hop.
fucking each other. Lord.
Jealous as fuck, bro.
Yeah, right.
She ain't getting no
like,
dick.
Added that on. That wasn't even. You know what I'm saying? You want to sneak that in, but she said that was one of the first things she wanted to say. She was like, "And they fucking each other."
Yep.
So they
that sounds
arguing,
good.
they fighting and throwing each other around the room, and then the next minute they throwing each other back around the room. You be like,
Yeah, the
damn.
headboard beating that wall up. Fuck you talking about?
Man, this bitch don't like people. She need to be by herself. And she don't need to be in no
Don't say
apartment.
that.
She need to be in a house.
Let's finish the video.
Who have cats, and them motherfuckers always running, jumping, falling.
And cats stink when they piss in the house. You can smell the shit through the wall.
All some shit, meow, meow. Then you got people who have dogs. And some dog owners, they don't even pick up their dog shit. They leave the shit on the ground. You stepping in shit. You walking in shit. You smell shit. You see shit. It's just a shitty shit mess. They really need to make apartments that are pertain and specifically for us single folks. I'm serious.
Wow.
It needs to happen. It needs to exist.
Look right here.
They need to bring assigned parking back. No
Look.
one should be able to just park freely now. If you live there, if I live here, I should have assigned parking. I'm paying for rent every month. I need my own assigned parking. You feel
He's
me?
a police
feel that
officer.
though. I
Soundproof
feel that though.
apartments.
Shit.
Well, just get your own house. Shit.
What else?
Oh, you
Get your
right.
own fucking
The
house.
mailboxes.
Exactly.
The mailboxes needs to stay inside.
Yeah.
Having an
Bedroom
outside
house.
mailbox is horrible. That bitch be getting frozen. You gotta put some WD-40 on that shit. You gotta jangle your keys and that shit just to get your mail out. It was
Not
one time I
jangling
didn't even get
keys.
out.
God damn, bitch, just die.
Now she
don't
gonna
even
go
wanna
in
be
there.
alive.
Pineapple. Pineapple.
She got
No,
I mean,
now she going into that. She going
Yeah.
into that. But how y'all? What y'all think about? I like the first part of what she said about how like having the building like structured around, because they absolutely have communities that are designed around families and kids. So why not just design it the other way as well?
Because ideally, nobody expect to be by themselves the rest of their life. And how many motherfuckers?
But we
you
got
do?
that now. We got 51%.
Yeah, but how
of
many
women never
motherfuckers
gonna
is
get
expected?
married?
So we move
If
in. You move in your spot. You single. I move in downstairs. You taking your groceries in. I say, hey, fat ass. You's like, damn.
What?
What's up? We fucking
Yeah.
now. We a couple living in a fucking single apartment. That ain't fucking stupid. Nobody
We gonna
plans
move
to be
out a
single the
single
rest of their fucking
apartment
life
and let
unless they
someone
got a
else
fucking
single move
disease
in.
that they don't want to give to somebody.
You know what? I'm gonna slap him.
I mean, pineapple.
Pineapple, go ahead, y'all.
I mean,
Now, to be fair, as someone that lives in a condominium, I can kind of understand what she may say, because I live in a condo and my neighbors be having dogs and cats, and when I go out the hallway, I can literally smell the mildew from their pets. So, and plus
wow.
these motherfuckers be smoking cigarettes. One neighbor I know was smoking, that good shit, and I literally smelled it on my patio. So I can understand some of the complaints, but
Nigga, you outside. What you mean?
You should have got fucking contact high. What's up, Genesis? How you doing,
saying,
bro?
What's up, Happy Well?
Nigga,
But-
your ass was
but-
outside. I'm
just saying, I
blow that
Take your
motherfucker.
ass inside. You ain't trying to smell that shit, nigga.
Yeah.
that's what I do.
Right,
Line
but
that hoe
what
up
about,
for
what
shit.
about the fighting and then the making up through the walls and then?
Oh no, I ain't got to experience that shit.
Bro,
I don't
you can
experience
be
that here.
single or a couple, and
Shit. Only way you hear it if you listening.
I ain't gonna hold you. I think
I'm on the second floor, so shit.
Nah, but see, bro, I think you develop a relationship with your neighbors enough to where it's got to be some type of boundary line, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, after 12 in the night, bro, like, I don't need to hear DJ Screw playing or loud.
No, that's
ass
a respect
bass.
thing right there, though, Drip. That's a respect
what
thing
I'm
after like 10 o'clock. Yeah, you don't turn that shit up like that.
Who that free?
No,
What's up,
Wody,
free?
the girl that was next to
Hey,
me
Wody,
was selling
oh, shit,
booty.
You
what's
ain't
up,
say no
Wody?
free
My bad,
nigga.
my
What's
bad.
up,
She was
nigga?
selling booty.
Bro, I
The
just-
girl next to me was
Man,
selling
I ain't
booty.
never heard you on the panel. What's up, baby?
That's my house.
Man,
Don't
chilling,
come
man,
for
chilling,
him.
man.
That my Wody. Don't come for him. That my Wody.
Nah, that's my dog. Go ahead.
But
He
now,
said,
like I
look,
was
you
saying, though, that's respect, though, bro. You don't play your shit loud when you got neighbors like that in the
Yeah.
neighborhood. You hear me?
Yeah.
Like for me, like when I'm out here
The
washing my car
Mexicans
and
don't
shit,
believe
I'll
that.
play some music. You hear me? Nah, it's cool though. It's cool because we all cool. We all know each other.
Right.
Cause
That's
you
what
know
I'm
I
saying.
play my
Yeah.
shit, and when I notice the kids coming out, I turn my shit down. I turn my shit off because there's some shit the kids don't need to hear. You hear me?
On God. Yeah.
And I'm like, I'm always outside with the kids, so I can't really,
Yeah, we can't play
Yeah.
that old soldier.
It's the
We
same.
can't play that old
It's the
soldier.
same exact rules in my place. After 10 o'clock, we
And that's what I was playing though. Drip, I was playing that soldier, and I had to turn it off because the kids came outside. Cause I paid
Yeah.
for it. You hear me? I'm like, yeah.
No, for real. Yeah.
I understand.
The
Of
kids
course,
come
you got.
outside, you got to turn
Of course,
it
you
down.
got.
Yeah,
Of course, you got some mofo that just don't give a damn. I got one neighbor. He plays.
Nah. Let me tell you like this. If it was my kids, you wouldn't give a damn. It was my kids already heard it.
Yep.
He
I don't
said,
So you-
But these other kids be younger.
around the kids.
So what about the smoking, Woden? Would you mind if the neighbor was outside smoking and the kids was outside? Cause I ain't gonna lie, I don't even smoke around my niece and nephews, bro. So I definitely don't smoke.
Yeah,
Me
I don't
personally,
like
bro.
to do that either. Right? I don't like to be smoking and he right there.
I don't
No.
smoke around the kids.
Yeah, like for me, I don't do it. I
Oh,
I ain't gonna lie. I'm sitting outside right now and I just blew a piece. I ain't gonna lie to you. Fuck.
They
We
bad
supposed to be
ass.
in the
They
house
know
at
we
this time.
going back here in the
You know,
backyard.
fuck.
We keep telling them to go in the front. But
I mean, it don't bother me because nigga, it ain't it's none of my business. It ain't right in their face. That's what I'm saying. They ain't get no contact.
Right.
You know.
Right. But you know,
Like my kids ask questions. You know, I give them the real. I
Yeah,
shoot it
that's what I
straight.
was
I
just
shoot
gonna
it straight
say.
to them. You hear me? I
Yeah,
don't hide nothing
yeah.
from them. You hear me? Especially
Right.
like with anything they ask me, bro. I don't give a fuck what it is. I tell them the real.
Yeah.
He said,
'Cause,
somebody
You
please
can't.
make her happy. Y'all said they said the woman is mad because she ain't getting none because she see hearing them screwing through the wall. And they
I
somebody
mean,
talking
shit
about
depends
somebody
on how much
please
she
make her
got. I send
happy.
somebody her way.
yeah, she better go get
She
one of them
sound a little miserable.
attachments. Goddamn. Yeah, she
She gonna
should.
have to pay for it. Fuck that.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Oh
She gonna
She
do
damn!
gonna have to
Not that
pay
something.
she
for it.
sound
You hear me?
miserable. He
She a
wasn't
She gonna have
police
to
sound.
pay
officer,
for it.
man.
Man, she gonna take it.
He was just trying
She
to
a
let
police
you know,
officer.
like maybe they need to change up some things.
Oh, she tell them they
Maybe she
under
mad.
arrest.
Hey,
Damn it.
maybe she mad she can't watch.
Yeah, that too.
Oh no!
But
She need
what's
to go over there
crazy
with
is
the handcuffs.
she
Do
talking
you
about
hear me?
fight and shit, and she a whole police officer. Like she
That's what
can
I'm saying.
control some of the
You sure she a police officer and not top flight security?
Oh,
She
Lord.
she could have been top flight. I don't know. What does she look
She
like?
got a
But wait,
camera
bro
on her
said,
chest.
she can go control it. The fuck? She can't come in my
Unless
She
space.
can't come
top
over and
flight.
control a motherfucking thing. She could
Straight
get
up.
behind it, what she
Can't get
can
no,
do.
no, she ain't
She
coming
could,
there.
Drip, she could assume the fucking position. That's what
Oh
she can do.
God! Like matter of fact, give me
She
the
come up
handcuffs.
over there with anything. She
Give me
gonna
the
handcuff
fucking
They
handcuffs.
over
herself.
there
Say, give me
said
the
the
She gonna
neighbors and
handcuff a
handcuffs.
fight,
motherfucker
arguing.
self. Matter of fact, say, bitch,
Yeah.
handcuff this bitch, you hear me? Handcuff this bitch real quick.
She ain't finna come
Oh,
nowhere
Woody.
fucking with me. She better
Root.
stay over there.
She a security guard.
Oh,
He
Lord.
said
Hell
she's not a
no.
cop.
Top
She's a
flight.
security guard.
Top flight of motherfucking word, Craig.
Yeah, she ain't getting
Oh.
there.
She complaining
Yep.
from the
They
right
see
right
Cynical
seat
said
then.
she
I
angry.
mean, and the thing is, though, she ain't ugly, but she on the cute side.
Yeah.
Man, she got
She on
It sound
the
like
cute thick side, though.
I ain't gonna lie, it's making it look worse by what she talking about on God.
Yeah, and you know what I always say though, Drip? A
Yeah.
bitch will look good until she open her mouth.
Come on,
Oh.
bro. That right there can. Oh Lord,
Bro.
Well, you cooking?
I
Wally.
swear to God, bro.
You cooking? Wally.
They look good until they open their motherfucking mouth. Then it be like, ugh.
This nigga cooking. Goddamn.
He said,
I'm telling
I
you,
let you,
Genesis.
mama. I ain't trying to
Genesis,
fuck
come
with you
on,
like
man.
that,
Come
though.
on, man.
I know,
Genesis,
boy.
you
What he
know.
be over here cooking? He be over here talking his man.
Oh, yeah, that my dog. I'm telling you, he
Yeah,
ain't
my
found out
Wody.
one lot because you can. Like a nigga
Yeah,
can be
well, he cammed up so we had
trying
a
to have
hairline
good
check
convo.
because folks was
Come
talking
on,
shit.
bro.
I know that's
Come
right,
I'm out
Wody.
here, man. I'm out here, man. I'm out here.
That parts too.
You act like I tell y'all, nigga, I live in the garage, nigga. I'm in the garage, nigga. I live in the garage,
They
nigga.
said
TV and
Woody. They
everything,
said Woody ain't
PlayStation,
got no
phone, everything, nigga.
hairline. They was talking about Woody ain't had no hairline. Woody said, "Let me just show you."
My
this."
shit look rough right now. I ain't got no haircut since I came from New Orleans the last time. I only get my haircut when I go home. I don't let these niggas out here to cut my hair.
There
I
you
feel
go, y'all.
Hey,
Debut I Be Woody on my channel, y'all.
I seen him over there on the other side before. You know what I'm saying? But yeah,
I'm be moving
now.
around a lot lately, now, man. I got some shit. I'm be everywhere. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm
Just
out here.
grab that boy, hop on.
Look.
I ain't gonna hold you. Go ahead.
Let's just from it. Look, Wally, let's go ahead and pull the juke
Who's that?
out on my nigga.
Huh?
Get that juke. The juke. Get
That
the
juke?
juke on.
That nigga said,
Yeah, that juke.
The hell you talking about?
Smitty ain't shit.
The juke. God damn it, Jim. All right, so obviously we don't remember.
Now your shit going in and out, Smitty. So it's like you saying something.
Yeah, we can't. We hearing the first part of the word and the next starting of the next word, and we don't hear shit after that.
Hold on.
The word.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, hold up. Let me run off in here real quick. Let me make sure everybody's straight. Hold on.
Nah, but that's. I mean, Genesis, how you feel about what she's saying? You think she miserable too?
So y'all can't hear me?
Yeah, hell
Now
yeah.
we can you clear now.
All right, that's what I was saying. I said get the juke. That's all I was saying. But yeah, y'all go ahead, rock out. I think it was the location.
What's the juke? What's that?
The cologne.
Yeah,
Oh,
we had
juke. Oh, G-O-P. I thought you said G.
Yeah, the cologne.
Okay.
Smell good.
Got
You heard my song. I hope you bathe in that good smell. That smell good.
Man, you know, Pimp C said it's Miyake, man. You know what I'm saying? I still got a
It's
little cone.
Miyake. Yes.
cone
That'll
girl.
get you licked. Okay. Stop with the
Okay.
Miyake.
Third,
Yeah.
third
That'll
throat.
get you licked. Okay, your whole face. Third throat. Why you gotta bring it back to the
Third throat.
third throat?
It's got to be
Is
back.
it how much after dark is it to start talking about third throat? Lord Jesus, it's
I'm just
9:30.
saying, them was the days. You know what I'm saying?
Them was the days of the third throat. You don't remember third throat conversations? I be what are you in the chat?
Yeah, Wody was over there.
What the
Wody was over there too.
What he say?
No,
What
come
the
on, Wody. It was
hell?
Sundays, dripping Genesis after dark on
Yeah,
Sundays.
after
I know
dark.
you
And
remember
we
that
talk
shit.
about I had to explain to the women about the third throat and the second throat and
Yeah,
Huxley.
crazy. It was wild.
I missed
Say
that
what?
third throat, but I ain't gonna lie to you though.
I
He
just
said,
need one.
I
I
had
don't got
to go make sure I can get
one throat.
I need to go on the
what you say,
man.
Lance? You just need one throat.
I don't
These
got three penises.
Oh, period. Yeah, I'm shit. Talking
Man,
shit.
hey, look at here. Swallow me, baby. Grab on me, baby. I'm letting you know.
He said, I don't
Oh,
got
Oh,
three
dude.
feet.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, that's
Oh,
crazy.
yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
Coach
feel
J say it's after dark. It's time to get nandy. Okay, I'm just saying.
Jack know
I
what
was
time it is.
explaining
He
the
was over there
third
too.
throat. Coach
Jack
Jack
was
was
over
there
there.
too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was lit. That motherfucker was upset. But you
Trying
know
to
what really is
explain to
crazy though?
y'all.
You know what's crazy, Genesis? What just really had me like mind boggled because you will swear how many niggas in this space be trying to, link up, holler and shit. But when it came to our Sunday night, niggas was running from that type of conversation.
Yeah, they
Cause
don't
they didn't
Niggas
want to get
was
caught saying some
running,
shit.
bro.
They scared somebody gonna hear them say. That's what that is.
Bro, they was like, this nigga Drip, he don't give a damn. I don't and didn't, nigga. I was saying what the fuck I want to say because, I mean, that's just what it's
You're not supposed to as a man, bro. Fuck.
Dennis's ass had them niggas running, Wody. I ain't bullshit. Niggas was, man, quiet, bro. I'm like, I know you niggas ain't quiet.
But y'all,
Them
then
is
you're trying to
nasty.
find out
She
you don't
nasty
know
as
what you're
hell.
doing.
Yeah, that too.
But we telling you, we telling you though, and you don't know what you're doing. We telling you, you know, and then when you really think about it, at the end of the day, all you're doing is creating a whole environment where now you have to compete with objects in the drawer. That's your
I'll be
competition.
damned. I'll be damned.
saying shit. You
Yeah,
be saying
you get that
shit.
motherfucker. You get that motherfucker you
No, we
want to,
can get into
man.
it. We can get into it, pineapple. You know, your
Get that
competition is
motherfucker you
not.
want to. I bet that
Listen, your
motherfucker ain't gonna have you
no,
spaghetti legs like
sugar, no.
what the
Your
shit.
competition is not the
That motherfucker to hold
next
your
you.
ass in the morning.
Okay,
Man,
your
Genesis be
competition
saying
is
shit like
Exactly.
don't finish.
you got a tongue kiss the clitoris. You got a tongue kiss. I be
I'm
like,
just
man, I
letting you
don't
know.
tongue kiss the
Yeah,
clitoris.
you gotta make love in that motherfucker, boy.
You gotta listen to what she's saying though, because that shit'll get you some points where like you ain't never been before. You feel me?
Hey, what that old lady told Theonis? You ain't did nothing till you stand up and
Shit. I'm
you
telling
hear
you.
me?
Slurp the
Like,
juice.
You hear
You
me?
can't just let that shit drip down, fuck up the cover. You gotta slurp the juice.
Okay. It's
You
all
gotta do
that,
what's
but
best
the
for you
thing is,
in that motherfucking
you
room
gotta
with that
right.
Too
woman.
wet, it's too
You
slippery.
Fellas, I got one
No,
for y'all,
I'm
fellas.
finna mute you because I'm finna tell you because you ain't listening and I'm the only woman up here. Now I'm finna tell you. I keep trying to tell y'all. Y'all don't listen to the women when she say shit ain't no plastic gonna outdo my tongue. Exactly. Your competition is what's in the drawer. Your competition is the rose. Your competition is the rabbit. Your competition is the thing that they got the two little extendos, one in the back door, one in the front door, and something still sucking on the clit at the same time. You got to compete with that. So if
That's
you
some
only gonna
bullshit.
come
I
down
seen a girl hold still and get off.
Wait, first off, let me tell you something.
No,
You ain't never heard of triple threat?
Nigga,
You ain't never heard of triple threat?
I ain't gotta compete with none of that shit.
I'm finna tell y'all, because y'all not gonna overtalk me. That's not cool, right? Okay, y'all. And I'm telling you as a woman, women are telling you what you're doing and what you're not doing. And we're not competing with the next dude. We're not worried about the next dude packing, because at the end of the day, y'all all sexually molds of clay. Y'all all gonna end up doing it different with that person anyway. So none of that matters. What matters is the fact that y'all be misguided on what y'all think works. That's the part I'm talking about. Y'all be thinking, yeah, okay, you're gonna go down there and then you wonder why she still needs to pull her drawer open when you roll over and go to sleep after she made you a sandwich. I'm just saying.
So
Y'all
No,
don't know what
so-
I'm
Wow.
talking about. Go ahead.
Nah. I know exactly what you're talking about, but at the same time, I've never experienced no woman having to grab a goddamn
Yeah, never
goddamn
that.
Chevy Caprice motor to goddamn play with her
Okay,
pussy.
one at a
I ain't
time,
got
Woody.
time.
Never
Got it.
that. Never
I'm
that.
just saying, I'm not competing with no woman who got toys because I know in real time and that motherfucking toy is enhanced to do some things that a real man can't do in life. Nigga, I'm not finna be pumping it like
you
that.
go,
that
Drip.
shit. Nah, I'm not
Hey,
doing
you know what's crazy though?
So get what? If you
Nigga.
gotta deal with that motherfucker, you and
Hold
that,
on,
and
Woody.
get what?
You go next
When your
after
pussy
him.
fall off,
Yeah,
you didn't
yeah.
goddamn work that motherfucker too much. Yeah, you gonna talk.
Talk that shit.
Nah,
Talk
it
that shit,
don't
Drip.
work no more because you
Hey,
use
check
the
it out.
fucking vibrator too much.
I'm telling you.
Exactly. It fucks
go-
up. They
wait,
fuck
wait,
their
wait,
nerves
wait,
up. You hear me?
Um,
It fuck their
Wait,
nerves
wait,
up.
it do,
This shit don't work no more.
but it don't, okay? Because the other, it's
You
so
lying
much
to
other
me.
shit going on. But go ahead, Woody. Go ahead. What you say, Woody? And then Lance, go after him, please.
Nah, it fuck their nerves up. But on the cool though, I mean, nigga, I bought them the toys. And guess what them bitches at?
Come on,
Collecting
Wally.
dust. Collecting fucking dust.
on.
Shit. I'm like, fuck, you ain't tried it? No. What I need that for and I ain't got you. Oh goddamn.
Yeah,
You
come
know.
on.
Hey, nah,
Come
who
on,
competing with what? I ain't
Yo.
competing with a motherfucking thing, baby. I'm sorry.
Hell no.
Okay, Lance, go ahead. What you say, Lance? What say you?
Yeah, I feel like it's 2026 and the nigga that got a job don't gotta compete with nothing.
Hmm.
You feel what I'm saying? And when it
Mm.
comes down to it, any woman out here knowing that a nigga can get pussy from anywhere, he can spin a fucking bag real quick and grab some ass and don't have no feelings behind it. Mission accomplished. Go home like nothing ever happened. Really, women need to be trying to make us figure out what the fucking nigga like and what it is. You actually being too fucking freaky all the time. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes niggas getting older, all that friskiness and shit. Sit your ass down, motherfucker. Cook some shit,
I
something.
don't know about that with G.
I'm being free.
Okay. All right.
Hold on, it's my
Lance,
turn. This is my turn.
Okay, go ahead. You got it.
My
You
turn.
got it. My bad. Go ahead.
It's
Go
my
ahead.
turn, Jen.
Go ahead. My bad.
Jen, it's my turn.
I need the airplane sound. Land it in. Bring it in.
Nah, you can be as a couple, adjust, adapt, and learn one another and please one another. But a nigga got to go out his way to make sure a woman happy time is out of the fucking window. You know what I'm saying? We need to make sure we got jobs and able to fucking sustain the household and take care of kids in these days. Fucking is something that's free, always gonna be there. You know, I just say I can just go buy some ass, but making sure the family is sustained is more important.
Okay.
And then
on
I'm
that
happy. I
note,
fuck you like you want
Okay,
to. All
fool.
that in place. If money good, he is good.
Thank you.
I'm happy. I'll
Who did the
fuck you
sound
anytime
effect?
you want to.
Hey,
right.
fuck paying for it. If you can't,
Hustler. Hold on, Bodie. Hustler, muscle.
go ahead, do you think?
Hustler, muscler. Smitty, you mic, you muted. What say you, Smitty?
Man, these niggas ain't fucking.
I
Smitty
stepped
right
away.
there.
What did I miss?
Oh, P.S.
Oh, you
I'm
missed
fit.
it. So you missed it, Hustler.
The last
Smitty,
thing I
you
heard-
say? What's that?
It don't even matter.
The last thing I heard was Drip talking about he ain't trying to compete with no, I don't know, sex toys or some shit like that. That's the
A
last thing I heard.
motherfucking Chevy motor, nigga. That's what they using.
A Chevy
Niggas in the
motor.
Chevy motor.
Last thing I heard when I stepped
It
That's what
away.
they using nowadays. Shit.
Motor.
Nigga, Chevy motor.
I'm not competing with a Ford engine. Think Ford first. Smitty, what you say? You over there in the cut? That's crazy.
I mean, she
Thank
can do
you,
what she
Cynical.
wants.
Put the roses in the chat. Put the roses in the chat, ladies. These niggas when they start talking crazy.
Shout out to Cynical One, my top tier supporter. Always showing
Shout out
up.
And the rabbit.
Yeah.
She put the rabbits in the chat too. Right. That's how you shut the man up. When he talking crazy,
Shit.
just be like, brrr, and then he gonna be like, okay.
No, Jen, I'm
Exactly.
talking crazy. I need to be shut up. So what you gonna do?
We need
Exactly.
one EMP and
Help
then
your
it's
beard
Mm.
grow in by giving you some
Shit.
marinated juices.
Shit, nuh-uh. I
Only
can't.
rabbit you need to bring in is a rabbit tail.
The rabbit said, "Hey, not coming with the plug, y'all, and the raccoon
one
and the fox."
electromagnetic pulse and it's back to the dick.
What
I like
we
the
supposed to
fox.
buy you
Fox
something like
preferably.
Genesis? What we supposed to buy something? I think
prefer the
Stan was supposed to buy
foxes,
some
though.
niggas some shit like that. It was wild.
Okay, these folks be saying all kind of stuff. He said,
Yeah, that
"Killing
was
it." That's what I'm talking about, Cynical. Shout out for the ladies. Stand up for us. Y'all
So
play
that's
too
tough.
much.
Man, they got the
With the
dildo
roses.
strapped to the Black and Decker now.
Mm.
Bro, you seen
Goddamn.
that shit?
You want to
seen
plug
it.
up a drill battery like a
Yeah.
5?
Yeah,
Yeah,
bro.
Oh,
yeah. I don't even
Lord
think I can show
Jesus.
that shit on YouTube, but it's on YouTube on how to
Lord
make your sex
Jesus.
toy with a drill head. It is.
That is sanity, boy. You
That
gonna tear
shit
something
was
up.
crazy.
That shit gonna tear something
Yeah,
up,
and
bro.
how to put it
I ain't
on
gonna
there.
lie.
Yep.
If you gotta use something like that, I'm good. I don't
Yeah,
need
I don't
But
want
that's
that
the
I
shit.
don't need
that's the
problems. No.
that's a little more into that BDSM, a little more into that, a
Yeah,
little more
I
into that.
don't want to be
You
tied
leaning into
down. Like I'm too
that
tired for that shit. I
avenue,
ain't got time for
Yeah,
that
but
I
bullshit.
that
Say
know.
what? That's
free.
what it's
That's what I'm
about.
talking about. Exactly.
I watch
Listen,
like
I
a
ain't gonna
bitch.
tell
Don't
you.
touch
I
me
ain't gonna
down
tell
like
you how many people. I
What?
mean,
I swear I was.
I ain't gonna tell you how many people use bed straps, right? Bed straps on their bed. I ain't gonna tell you
like
how
in
many
their arm and
people.
their feet.
Let
Their
me tell
arms
you,
and feet,
first of
right?
all, I know I had some, but now that I am a person that cleans big old mansions for a living, I have to clean and vacuum around your bed, ma'am and sir. And I just be noticing, I'd be like, what's this? And then I'd be like, okay, well, it connects to this. Yes, ma'am
Oh
and sir.
shit.
The yes on all four corners, which
You
means
know.
these folks be
She
getting
be in
it.
there. She be in there demonstrating this shit.
Yeah, she been and locked
Yo,
herself in that bitch.
I
Come
just,
here.
it just took me back to my
God
moment
don't
when
say
I
fuck
had
in
Motherfucker,
that
some
she,
on my
she
motherfucker.
locked to
bed.
the motherfucking bed. Then come on. What the hell?
She
Hell
tied
no,
up in
don't
that
even
bitch
put me
like,
out there.
what
That's
the
how real
fuck
it
is
gets
going
started.
on?
I'm a move.
Lord
I'm a move.
Jesus. You and that
Don't even
motherfucker
go there.
spinning in the
But it
bed.
did take me back to when I had
They
some
coming
on
and
my
get her,
bed,
babe.
and I just remember that. It took me back to that moment, like, dang, that was just an adventurous moment when I had the 4 straps. Can't tie me down. Tie me down.
Sound like a
Wait a
lot
minute.
of fucking work.
4 straps couldn't tie you down. Yeah, that is a lot of unlocking. That'll kill the
The
move for
4
me.
It just take too
fun
long.
I gotta
though, but it
unlock
takes
your
a
motherfucking
different
ass.
person. You can't do 4 straps with everybody, so you got to. Some people you can only do two limbs tied down, one leg, one arm. You can't tie. Everybody don't get all 4 tied down. I got to really. If I give you all 4, we going there. There's something else happening.
So wait.
You can tie one down.
Why we not going there from the jump? Fuck is you talking about?
No. You got to earn all 4. You can tie my arm down, or you can tie one leg down. We
Oh,
can go
I'm
there.
thinking you
Start with
tie
that.
my black ass down. Oh, okay.
Oh hell no! Ain't nobody telling me no.
That's why I'm like, wait a
No.
minute.
Man,
Don't
Jen is
nah. Do
lying.
not let no woman tie you down, nigga. Hell nah, nigga. Don't do it. Don't do
You
it.
coming
Nah,
Don't
home
do
with
it.
Jen's
down,
ankles
too.
already strapped in for you, nigga.
I'm too tired of a nigga to be tied down on somebody's bed. Nah, bro, you can't.
Yeah, bro. No.
That's why I said somebody might let you tie both legs. You could just do one leg to start. And
You
then
hear
go
me?
from
That's
there.
what I just said, Jen.
That's why I was like, wait a minute, what you? Nah, you talking about you being tied
Yeah,
down?
the straps be on the bed. You know they gotta go.
So you
on
gotta
the bed
earn
on the
4.
bottom.
What you mean you gotta
Earn 4, all 4.
Man,
You
I'm gonna be
gotta
earning
earn
all
again.
4 during the
You
day.
ain't taking out.
I'm gonna be earning all 4 during the day while I'm at work. I'm gonna be talking
You
to you
earn one
nasty.
leg. That's what you get. You earn one leg. You can tie one leg down.
Man, you got to be
What
fucking.
the fuck is that gonna do?
It's
You
gonna hold me
started with
down.
all
It's
4.
gonna hold me in one spot, and then we can work up to 2 legs, and then now you just got
Oh,
both
okay.
legs.
I see what you're saying.
But you gotta start with, or you can tie one hand
You
down.
trying to
Right?
get
Means
edged and shit.
I can't run around the
trying to
room
get-
like I like to do. So
Yeah,
I
you trying
can't
to
go
get
nowhere.
edged.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
just
you-
telling
you-
y'all.
you-
Sometimes women
You like black
be
lace
acting
leather.
like they don't want to say
Patent leather.
nothing.
Motherfucking American Horror
Thigh
Story
highs,
shit.
crotchless
Goddamn
bodysuits.
candle
These
wax and
women act
shit.
like they don't want to tell y'all these stuff, but they know what I'm talking about.
Nah,
I
I
think-
hear everything you're
Dripping
saying.
candle
Like,
wax on ass cracks and shit like that.
I'm just saying, like, I think the
Back
time
right.
down is like, it could be a mood killer to me. You know what I'm saying? Because I don't mean I have to untie your black
Gotta do
ass.
that,
Like,
right?
I ain't got time.
That's because you don't know what you're doing, or you get.
Man, I'm about to go to the gas
See,
station. I'll be back.
the
I ain't gonna hold you.
untying,
I might not know what I'm doing on the
is
touch.
all entwined into it though. You just don't leave them tied up the whole time. It's like while you in the mix, you let one go, then you get back in the mix, you let another one go, and then next thing you know, all 4 points is loose and untied, and then y'all just bam going at it.
Nah, I'm leaving her
I'ma
ass
be-
tied the whole
Yeah,
time.
you
And I'm
feel
going to the
me?
gas
Oh,
station.
what? Come on, bro.
Hey,
Like,
say
I'm having my way. You tied up. Fuck shit.
What?
Nah, it's a joke going around. Nigga said his wife said, "Baby, you can do anything you want to me." And nigga went tied it to the bed and went fishing.
Oh
Damn.
wow. Oh wow.
Nigga went to the
Wow.
goddamn Kona Stove Casino.
Nigga,
Not
Yeah, he
fishing.
said you could do
That's
anything
crazy.
you want
that
to.
nigga went fishing.
He tied her to the bed and went fishing.
Went fishing.
Long ass.
That's crazy.
Gotta do it. Gotta do it.
That's
That's
crazy. That's
crazy.
funny as hell. That's funny
Yeah,
as
that's funny
hell.
as shit.
Tie your
Oh,
girl up
Lord.
and blindfold her and pretend like you let other niggas in.
So wait, hold on, wait, Janice, hold on. Have y'all seen the new and I don't know if y'all watch these movies. It's Tyler Perry, but it's Joe. Road Trip. Joe's
No,
College
I ain't
Road
watched it
Trip.
yet. I ain't watched it
No,
yet.
what
It's
is
a
it?
point.
I heard it
Look,
was
y'all.
funny.
It's a point. No, it's hilarious, right? Like, you know, Tyler Perry being Joe is a whole different person, bro. Like he a nigga. Pimp. Bro, it's
Mhm.
wild. So watch this. They go to a truck stop, right? And this blew my mind. So the little boy who he driving to college says, "Grandpa, you gotta try the penis dryer." And
What?
so he like, "What? The penis dryer?" So the dude so green, like he ain't had nothing in his life. Like, no, that's bad. That's the devil. Bro, it was a thing called a glory hole in the truck stop, bro, with a hole.
Oh yeah.
And it said penis dryer.
Yeah.
Bro said, "Grandpa, you gotta try it." So guess what? Tyler Perry walked over to S. Joe, of course, and he looked at it. He said, "Oh, you got a mustache and lipstick." And the nigga stood there. On my mama, bro. I was
Oh,
like,
hell nah.
bro,
Damn.
bro, it was. I had to watch it 2-3 times to really kind of catch. I'm like, wait a minute. What did he just say? Bruh, yes, sir. Like, bro, it was like, oh, you got lipsticks in the
No.
mustache. And the nigga stood up on it and like held his head back. On my mama,
Oh,
bro.
he used the damn thing.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Knowing it was
Like,
a
bro,
man in there.
bro, it was wild.
Hell no.
It was wild, bro. I'm like, yeah.
So
I
the
don't want to watch
kid
it.
and his ass.
Yes.
Yep, both of them.
Wow.
The
He
both
was
of them.
like, "Grandpa, you should try the penis jar." I'm like, wow. Look at him.
Wow, man. He be crossing some lines for real.
Oh,
man.
bro. I was like, see, it was going great until you did this whole ass
He,
shit.
be
Right?
cro- he always got to put some gay shit in his shows and
Mhm.
shit, man. Like, be crossing the line.
Yep.
Good ass scene, nigga. And then two niggas start kissing. Like, what the fuck? Mama, what is you watching?
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, like you'll miss it. You'll miss it if you don't like, cause bro, it's wild, bro. He said, "Oh, you got lipsticks in the mustache," and went back because like the little kid had walked out, so he was like, "Penis dry." He started looking at it, and it's a hole. He said, "Oh, I see what this is." The nigga had put his face up there. He said, "Oh, you got a mustache and lipstick," and he went in that hole. I'm like, wow.
Wow.
I say, yeah, this ain't. Yeah, this some bullshit right here. This some bullshit to me. But nah, that shit was crazy.
And Biden administration is over. I will say, since Trump been in and get a lot of that shit, we're here, we're queer, we're coming for you. All that shit is gone. That shit out the window. Motherfuckers ain't doing that.
Oh, okay,
blatant
look,
shit no
I
more.
found it.
What?
Ooh, okay. Somebody reviewing it. Okay, so let me see. How you do it? How you do this? Okay. I want to see. Oh, okay. So
Review
shout
of
out
what?
to Fair Use. You know how people be watching it, and so you can see at the bottom. That's why I put the little Fair Use up real quick, so because they watching it too. But I want to see. Let me turn the music down because I want to hear what he's talking about. Wait.
Oh, sorry. I was just finishing up my 6-step skincare routine. I'm a stickler for exfoliation.
Get your ass in the car before I exfoliate your ass.
Oh, actually, Grandpa, you know when you try it? The penis dryer.
Penis dry.
Oh, yeah.
Get your ass in the car.
I mean,
Get in the damn car. Hey, you talking about?
Look.
What the shit?
what?
This motherfucker's stupid.
Oh my god.
Honey, we gonna do it.
Come here, penis
He
dry.
locked the door.
Oh my god.
You got a mustache.
He locked it down.
Look, you heard him? You heard him? He said you got a mustache and lipstick. Come on, bro.
And then
Bring
look,
that back. I heard
Come on.
that.
Yes, sir. Bring it back just a tad. He said like not even 2 seconds.
he asking them. Look, it's a
Yeah.
question. Look, it's a question mark at the end.
Motherfucker, you done lost your damn mind. Come here, penis dry. Come here.
Oh my God.
You got a mustache and lipstick. Motherfucker, you done lost your damn mind. Get your ass on away from that.
Watch you go back over there.
That's some
Look.
music there, man.
Look. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Come on, bro.
Bruh.
What?
Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Telling you. I couldn't make this shit
What?
up. Real talk.
Bruh.
Come on. He say, nah, let me go ahead.
It looked like they cut it
Hell
where he
nah.
said, get your ass away from here, and it was supposed to be ending in that scene, and they went back and added that.
Come on, bro. He say, nah, let me go ahead. Come on, bro. Come on. That's not the right thing. That's crazy work.
That was even a voiceover when he said that, like, let me go ahead.
Nah, that's in the movie.
Yeah, so I'm saying that was like added later. Like that was a conscious decision. That wasn't even no whole scene.
Okay, well, however you want to take it.
That's
I don't
fucked
know.
up.
I just
crazy.
watched the movie. I was like, wait a minute, what? Oh, shit now. That was crazy, right? But Genesis, I'm finna get up out of here, man. Y'all have a good show, man. Appreciate you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, big dog.
Oh
that's
my
right.
goodness. Okay, look, I think this is a better clip without them watching it. You can actually see it. Okay. You said it was a voiceover. Let's see. I want to hear and see. Oh my goodness, what the hell? What, y'all?
You know when you need to try it out? The penis dryer.
Penis dry.
Oh yeah.
Look at the hair dryer behind you. Put your hands. Get your ass in the car.
Yeah, I mean it's good
Get in
stuff.
the damn car. Here you talking about damn penis
That's
dry.
good stuff.
He used it. That's fucking crazy. Then he used it.
Motherfucker, stupid. Nah. Come here,
Yo, though, he went and locked the door.
penis dry. Come here. You got a mustache and lipstick? Motherfucker, you done lost your damn mind. Get your ass on away from that.
All right, that was the end scene. Now watch this. That's new. That's crazy.
We're not gonna watch their take on it. Sorry, Jamal. Yo, that's crazy work though.
That's wild. That's wild.
That's a different kind of scene. You gotta watch that movie
I would have
then.
definitely not put that in my movie. Like what the fuck?
Hell nah. What the hell?
See, and that, I had a debate, and I actually won a debate.
Joe's College Road
saying
Trip.
is-
That's what we need to go see.
saying is more black representation good for the black community, and my position was no, because we don't own the writers. Like it's a false representation because white people is writing in shit that don't happen in our world, but people on the outside will view that like it's actually how we get down. So more black representation has been actually not good for the black community. Now, if black people own the radio companies, the movie companies and the writer guilds and this, that, and the other, and we can write our own story, that would be different. But we don't own that shit. So somebody else writing our shit, and and the crazy shit is Tyler Perry is black, and he wrote that shit in there. Make it a common thing. Like some people ain't never even heard of no glory hole before, bro. That's an inside adult joke. That wasn't no family movie shit.
Yeah, that junk was crazy. That was really crazy. That was no. No, man.
And
no,
then
sorry.
if he wanted to leave, like he could have even wrote it to where we don't know if he did it or not. He could have just walked up to the door and locked it. You know what I'm saying? And then it went to another scene. You know what I'm saying? Left it up to our own imagination. You know, something along those lines. But he actually put it in there. He used the motherfucking glory hole with a nigga with a mustache and lipstick on the other side. that they showed.
Talking about somewhere. Talking about somewhere. Blew a kiss. No. Ooh, that was weird. That's like a weird. Who child? All right, so look, here go another video. Did y'all see this? Did y'all see this right here? Hold on. This man be messing with his wife. His wife gonna beat the hell out of him one day. But did y'all see this right here? Oh wait.
Get in your car. Get in your car, sir. I glad I have a car, sir. I glad I'm Get in your fucking car, sir. Get in your car. Mm-hmm. 46. Start me a medic. Whitehead Court and Security Boulevard. I got a suspect down. Head injury. 1018 for medics. I'll help you out.
Who are he talking to? He's trying to help who out?
Huh?
Did y'all see what happened?
Yeah, I think that was circumstantial. Unfortunate. It don't seem like the cop was literally trying to be aggressive with him, and it was kind of like old boy fault. He was hitting his hand. He probably hit his hand a good 2 times hard as fuck, and that pissed the cop off, and he threw his punch, which he was probably in right to do. He didn't have to.
Do they have the right to throw a punch at you? What are you saying?
He got a right to use force
What are you
within
saying?
a reasonable.
But he don't have the right to punch you though. He could at that point. He don't have to punch you. He can step back. He can use his taser. He can step back. He can use
My
pepper
man
spray. He
was
got a
hitting
couple
him.
things hanging
He
on
was
his
trying
body.
to tell him to get in the car. He didn't touch him. He ain't walk up to him. The dude. I'm a black guy, and I'm just being honest. Like, you gotta have a certain decorum when dealing with the police, not that you gotta like just obey because we know our rights and we know our rights now. But my man was a little aggressive, and the guy did tell him. So he threw a punch. He ain't, go wild on him or nothing like that. He was just trying to tell him to get the fuck back, like get in your car. As a black man, I don't think that the officer should be like under no manslaughter shit. That was an unfortunate thing that occurred. He hit his head on the ground, not necessarily the punch that did it.
That's what. So they're saying what from the deadly police encounter in Baltimore is now public made. Okay, so there's according to the officer held, Heddle came across Brown
Get in your car.
behind the wheel. He was asleep behind the wheel of a car at a stoplight at 3:30 a.m. So he might have been intoxicated or under the influence of something.
Yeah, that's what happened to me. Remember?
Or just sleepy. So then he began to get out of his car and speak with the officer. The video then shows Heddle pushing Brown back twice, and Brown reportedly pushing the officer's hand down, and the officer throws 2 punches. Wait, 2 punches?
I only seen one.
Yeah.
But they did blur it, so who knows?
Hold on.
Get in your car, sir. I glad I have a car, sir. I glad I'm Get in your fucking car, sir.
Oh, it was 2. You see that?
I thought the first one was a push back.
No, it was a right left.
Get in your car.
I can't rewind it.
So probably fucked his,
It was 2. It was 2. So he probably with that like. Well, maybe you have to see the autopsy because maybe.
What do you feel about it? Do you think that it was a malicious act?
Maybe he snapped his neck by punching him, like it's twisting his head so fast, or maybe because his head, he just fell and hit his head on the ground and then he's done, right?
Yeah, that's how you die. That's an easy death.
A delete, right? Expire.
Yeah. They're hitting you in the back of your head. right there on the back of that pavement like that, especially if he went full force down.
Wait, so he could have been
It's
gone.
people
Like,
who are loved ones who have fights like that and end up getting fighting. Person get pushed against the wall and hit their head on the back of the wall, same way, and die. But they do get charged, but I don't think it's like the highest degree of murder.
Probably.
so
not.
right now, a lot of people are thinking what I guess on the same wave of what you're thinking because look here what it says in the title. The family demands justice as the officer faces no public accountability. So they're thinking this. They're on the same wave you're on. Like, well, I mean, he punched him twice. Told him get back. It's 3:30 in the morning. He was asleep at a stoplight, which people who sleep at stoplights usually have something else going on. I mean, they're tired.
Yeah, we can be
sleepy, they're
tired
working,
or drunk
or
or
drunk.
sick, like
Did he sound
diabetic
drunk?
weakness. Weakness.
Could he have been drunk? Did he sound drunk?
But he got out the car
He
and
told
he
him
approached
get
the
out, didn't
officer.
he? Oh.
Huh?
Did he tell him get out, or he just said he got out?
I don't know. It just looked like the door was open and he ended up getting out or whatever. But how he walked up to the officer led me to believe, like, you know how you could be drunk and the same reaction you get from when you in between woke and sleep, because he wasn't looking at what he was doing. Like, he was slapping the officer's hand. The officer's telling him to get back. He's walking to the officer.
Mm-hmm.
Usually the officer's aggressive, walking up to the person, and then, you know, that's when we stand up like, yo, you violated. But my man literally walked up to him twice and slapped his hand when he was just trying to tell him to get back. Yeah, I can't hold him accountable for that one.
Hold him accountable.
Yeah, as a black man, I can't. To be,
That's why
you gotta run it both ways. And if you're trying to get justice is a balance. You know what I'm saying? And I couldn't hold him accountable for that. It's unfortunate.
Pineapple.
Yes, sir.
Pineapple. Okay.
Yeah, it's true.
Right.
You can't be getting all, rough and tough with the police. I was always told growing up, no matter what, cooperate with the police. If they say both hands on the wheel, you do it. They say hands in the ear, you better fucking do it. Do whatever the fuck they tell you. The second some shit go down, now they gonna say, oh, it was your fault. You should have cooperated or whatever the fuck. But that didn't have to happen.
Right. What you think, Smitty? Smitty, you over there? Smitty might have walked away.
You say what?
I said, what you think about the video? Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw it. I'm along the lines of what the brother before Hustler said. It's the factor of, justice actually is not blind. Justice actually sees very clearly, and true justice is sought out through what the balance is and what took place in the factor. Anything that's been done outside of that is considered to be unjust. So, yeah.
All righty. Ivy Bodie, you down there?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, self-defense. He was advancing towards the guy. The guy, defended himself. You gotta look at it as self-defense. Somebody coming at you, charging at you, you throw two punches, and unfortunately, he fall and hit his head.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna see how it turns out. We'll definitely hear about it in the
I actually know the story, right? Briefly.
Mm-hmm.
So this is a real life story. I don't know how clear this is coming through. I hope it is. So I was incarcerated during my 7-year bid, right? And I was in there with somebody who I wound up, being in the same cell. So they was in there for a manslaughter. And then I'm thinking that the manslaughter happened outside on the streets. No. While incarcerated, what happened was his bunk buddy, his cellmate, who was on the top bunk, he had yanked his arm and pulled him off the top bunk because he said he thought he went in this commissary and stole it from him. He pulled him off the top bunk and he hit his head on the desk. He wound up going into a coma. He was in a coma for close to a year, wound up passing away before a year was over. He wound up catching a manslaughter. It was an M, but he got it brought down to a manslaughter, right? And he played out to that. My point is, and what I'm saying, he took something that was a 3-month charge. He was in there for trespassing. That's it. He was only supposed to be locked up for only about 90 days, is what trespassing usually carries most places. And he turned a 90-day sentence into a 15-year sentence because exactly what y'all just spoke about, the dude hit his head. And when he hit his head, that put him in a coma. And if they pass away before a year is over, you get an M. And that's when life is needed to start.
Mm-hmm.
Dang. Dang, yo. That's
Yep.
kind of deep. That is kind of deep, yo.
So what else you got? I can't hold that accountable for that.
Oh, I'm good. This is my chill, relax, and chill. What did y'all think about? Did y'all hear about that 8th grade? That was on the Zoom 8th grade teacher, the white lady that had a racist rant on. She was on a Zoom class with her class.
Hell no.
Yo, what she said was crazy, and what she said. So look at this.
Friday. He delivers lessons and helps us fit those skills into our lessons.
Schools that like they're
too
dumb to know they're in a bad school.
So I think her mic is not muted.
He delivers lessons and helps us fit those skills into our lessons.
Schools that like they're
They're
too dumb to know they're in a bad school.
independent in our class.
I mean, apparently Martin Luther King said it. Like, if you train a Black person well enough, they'll know to use the back. You don't have to tell them anymore. They just
Allison Friedman, what you're saying is absolutely hearable here. You gotta stop.
She said what?
On Friday. He delivers lessons and helps.
Now this this classmate is giving a speech or having they're answering a question or something. So yeah, listen.
Let's fit those skills into our lessons.
schools that like they're
They're
too dumb to know they're in a bad school.
independent in our class.
I mean, apparently Martin Luther King said it. Like, if you train a Black person well enough, they'll know to use the back. You don't have to tell them anymore. They just
Allison Friedman, what you're saying is absolutely hearable here. You gotta stop.
If you train a Black person right, they'll know to use the back door and stop trying to come through the front.
Right.
the
So
fuck?
discussing Hunter College professor caught going on a racist rant during an 8th grade girl's speech recording regarding her school being closed. Okay, this is what they're supposed to be talking about. This is what the lady said. They're too dumb to realize they're in a bad school. If you train a Black person well enough, they'll know to use the back, and you don't have to tell them anymore. Remember, this is an 8th grade Zoom class, and she's a college professor. What college professor?
They'll give degrees to anyone these days.
Let's just go down the line. Hustler, Musler. We'll start with you, and then we'll go to Lance, and then we'll go to Midian. Let's just, y'all. They don't care. Go ahead. What you say?
Yeah. I said, man, they'll give degrees to anyone these days. But then again, I guess she did something to earn it. Degrees don't mean you have great character.
My bad. Genesis, you know what I'm referring to. Like, my family just came back real quick, so I kind of missed the last little whatever what was spoke about real quick. I had to step off for a second. You know why?
Right. Did So you didn't hear what the teachers, that the college professor
No,
said?
no, I didn't. I didn't. Right as you was doing that, I had to step off, and I apologize.
It's
Forgive
Oh
me.
okay.
no, you're
Play it
fine.
again. We don't mind.
You're fine.
Yeah,
I
Go
don't
ahead.
mind anyway.
All right, so here she go again.
All right, I'm right here. I'm right here.
Oh wait, he got silent.
Yeah, turn the volume up,
I'm
bro.
sorry,
Unmute
sweetie.
it.
Go ahead, baby. I'm sorry. Me and many other students face our classes and we're back today. Students on Fridays. He delivers lessons and helps us fit those skills into our
Black
lessons.
schools that like they're
This helps
they're
us
just
become
they're
productive,
too dumb to know they're in a bad school.
independent in our class.
I mean, apparently Martin Luther King said it. Like if you train a black person well enough, they'll know to use the back. You don't have to tell them anymore. They just
Allison Friedman, what you're saying is absolutely hearable here. You got to stop.
I got a question. Did Martin Luther King really say
Wait,
that
hold
shit?
on.
I'm sorry, sweetie. Go ahead, baby. I'm sorry. Me and many other
Nah,
I
you
wanted you
good.
to catch that pause. I wanted you to catch how long that pause was, because you could see people were sitting there looking and just. I mean,
Right.
that was a pause that happened before the lady told her to go ahead and continue what she was saying. But yeah, this lady did not mute her mic, and yeah. But go ahead. What? Mm-hmm. So
So
we trained enough, y'all. We gonna use the back. We'll just know to be a good nigga, you know. Be a
Well,
good
hot
house
damn.
nigga.
you know
We'll learn
my
eventually.
main focus. If you can hear me, can you hear me clear enough? Okay, I just
You're good.
sure. All right, bet. Making sure. My main focus at this point in my life, after seeing and hearing more than enough of it, again, you know, I did a live speaking about being desensitized and how you just kind of become numb to the shit. So I went on ahead and I shift my focus. Am I going to keep on just simply being offended at what they call me? Or am I going to do everything I can to get the trophy and prove them wrong? I am much more focused on proving them bastards wrong as opposed to, you know what I'm saying, continuously having some feelings about what somebody felt about me. The fact is that you're not everybody's cup of tea. That is something that is going to be inhumanity. Racism, classism, okay, colorism, that's going to be a part of it. The one thing that I've recognized is this. I do not get upset because I see a bird flying. I don't say to myself, why are they still flapping their wings? Listen, mofo, it's a bird. That's what it does. And we need to have the same mentality when it comes to people in this life. I'm not about getting upset about that. Oh, she said that they need to train us and everything. Look, I just did a video on how back in the cowboy days and back in them castle days, they were the most filthiest. They had no plumbing system. They knew nothing. They did not know the difference between running water and water that's stagnated and become sewerage. So we can go back and forth all day in the pain if we really wanted to. But that's not where I'm at. I'm more so on the focus of, nah, bruh, like we need to really that's more of why I say we need to land it. So I know I've been talking long enough. We need to go ahead and get our shit together and make sure that we have, you know, all our ducks in a row, like other facets of religions and or races and cultures do. We need to really be airtight how they be airtight. And once we do that, we can shut a lot of this shit up. And when they do say it, they don't have a leg to stand on when they do. I digress. My mic is muted. Respectfully.
What say you, Hustler?
Yeah, I agree. Oh no, I'm here. Yeah, I
There
agree.
you go.
Because I remember Smitty said this in a previous live. I mean, it's just like germs. You can't get rid of all the germs in the world, but you can kind of, I don't know, minimize the effects so you don't get sick from it. So you have to kind of deal with the fact that racism is just going to be a part of our lives, and don't let it bother you. And
Let me find out somebody was listening. Let me find out you actually be listening. Okay, now. Okay.
Sir, I've been listening for the longest. Come on, man. Damn it, Genesis.
He said, "Let me find out. Let me find out, yo."
I've been listening
Y'all
for the
crazy.
longest. Yeah. Just
Okay,
a part of my
y'all
life.
crazy.
Try to avoid it.
Y'all know I. What you say, Adi Wody? You over here chilling with us?
Man, did she say that Martin Luther King said that shit?
Yeah, she did try to say that.
Did I hear that? Did I hear that correctly? So did he say that shit?
I don't know what he said. I didn't even look it up to see if that was a direct quote. However, she did try to say like, "Yo, you know, Martin pretty much," and it's probably super paraphrased where he didn't mean to say it, say it like that, or that wasn't the context. However, yeah, she did try to play it off like, one of the black leaders. Like, yeah.
And what group she's from?
The Caucasoids.
Oh, she's wild. She's wild. So,
From
man,
the
you know what?
Caucasoids.
You talking about Melanie?
You can't fix people ignorance. So
The lack of melanation.
Hold on.
Yeah,
Are
I
you
got-
talking about Melanie King?
No. She's a white lady.
Oh, I was about to
Her
say.
name was. They called her name. They said her name outright. Yep. They was like, "Girl, you need to stop."
Oh,
he talked to her like that was his daughter.
He was like, "Hey, we can see you, bitch."
I don't know.
Yeah.
My bad. That was my bad. I don't. I thought that.
Like they said, like y'all already said, poor character.
Yeah, man. On the 8th grade, and you a shit college professor, and that's the 8th grade class that she was talking to, or that heard her.
Yeah, but you know what?
that's
Really, it was her intention, because what she said is true. If you train anybody well enough, they'll achieve the task that is set forth. You know what I'm saying? Anybody. So, but what she said is true. It really, the insult holds no weight. But her intention was to be malicious. The insult holds no weight.
And I think that's the key, the intention. That was the key, the intention. So, yeah.
Right.
Everything
Her whole-
learned. That's how we learn.
think like
All
that.
babies learn from
Right,
teaching
but
them.
she think like that, feel like that, and live like that. So that's why she wouldn't. She didn't even. She was like, "Oh shit!" That's why it was an awkward, quiet silence. She didn't. She should have just went off, turned her camera off, and left. But she sat there
Well, the
looking
fact
dumb.
that she just mentioned a black person amongst, like, if she would have just said if you train anybody that way, you know what I'm saying? But she mentioned a black person.
And then
like,
they say we so dumb that we don't even know that you're in a school that's failing you. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah,
and
they
she-
say that.
Thanks. She put them
So,
up on that.
Lance, did you hear about the bus driver, the bus that pulled over that was turned into a freak fest? Yeah, Detroit Beach. Every time you want to be proud of my city, then something happens.
Work hours multiple times causing long delays. Noel Friel spoke with city leaders tonight in Noel. This report claims management failed to investigate this properly.
Yeah, that's right, Kimberly. The Office of Inspector General found that supervisor and employee were having what it called romantic interactions both on the city bus and during working hours. But the even bigger problem, according to this report, is what happened after that relationship was discovered.
It started with an anonymous complaint back in June alleging that a senior transportation service inspector, Andre Reese, and bus driver Dana Ruff engaged in indecent activity on a city bus.
Okay.
An investigation by the Office of Inspector General uncovered video footage from May 6th showing the two fondling each other on a bus. It found Reese then reported an unsubstantiated mechanical issue with the bus, took the bus out of commission, and took Ruff to a fast food restaurant, disrupting service for 115 minutes. On May 20th, it says Reese and Ruff again met up multiple times during Ruff's route and at one point abandoned the bus while it was still running. That day, DDOT received a complaint via a customer assistance form about the abandoned bus, but Inspector General Kamal Marable says leadership didn't investigate it properly.
We found out that the supervisors who were responsible for dealing with this type of issue were very lenient in their response to it.
DDOT Superintendent Howard Bragg classified their actions as a Class 4 offense, which would normally be punishable by a 30-day suspension followed by termination. Instead, he gave them both 5-day suspensions. Marable says he never reviewed the video footage of the two inside the bus.
Romantic during work hours multiple times.
Yo, so you pull the bus over and got to get your cheeks clapped. It just left the bus sitting there running, child, and just we are some
Good
wrong
take.
folks, y'all.
That's what I'm talking about.
Then
We were
the
talking about earlier.
supervisor is the person.
Who got the tape?
I have a,
Where the tape at?
I actually have a real story, right? So
Oh, that's funny.
I remember when what was that? I remember when I was in what's that? High school. Our bus driver, I'll never forget it. His name was Danny.
Oh shit.
He was a white dude. I swear on everything. He was a white dude with a real quick handlebar mustache, and he had a mullet. He had a blonde mullet, and he would smoke cigarettes on the bus. He would smoke cigarettes on the bus. I think once or twice he lit up a joint. If you did smoke back in high school, he would allow you to smoke on the bus just so long as you didn't snitch on him. Actually, remember that.
Thank God, bro. I thought you had another story.
No.
Thank God, bro.
I like
the white dude with the mustache. That shit was wild. I already seen the picture. I said, "Oh shit."
Hold on, I'm not done though. I'm not done. And there was once or twice where he did stop because I don't know. I guess that was his wife, or I guess it was his wife. He stopped the bus at the gas station, and we actually believe him. He said, "I have to fill up." I'm thinking to myself, so they didn't fill you up at the, okay, all right. So, okay, he has to get gas. We're at the gas station. He even would ask us what we think. Coming to find out, he's coming out the daggone porta potty that's on the side of the daggone gas station, and there's a woman coming out wiping her mouth like this. And we'll never forget.
Damn.
So
There you
I
go.
remember, and listen, this was between the years of 9th and 10th grade. I will never forget. And then all of a sudden, Danny just disappeared. Apparently, I guess his ass got caught or whatever. But when I tell you, he really was about that life in real life. And this is back, let me see, I graduated in 2000. So this was like between, this between the years of 96 and 97. I digress. My mic is muted. Respect.
Oh my goodness, that's crazy.
That was a
Where
good
am I
story.
at? I know that was crazy work though. Oh, let me push y'all, move y'all. Ooh, I like this.
Yeah, but that's what I was talking about earlier. Genesis talking about after you get a certain age, you shouldn't just be doing certain things. Man, you like I could fuck at work.
So you too old for all that?
Yeah, I could fuck at work. They do. Not at this particular job, but I've been in the positions to where, as a nurse, man, in facilities at the nighttime, that's what they fucking do. And you realize that you can fuck at home. This is where you make money. Like, if you ever been broke before, and I know how long it take you to find a job. you know not to fuck up the money.
Hey, I got a question, Mike, man. I got a question for you because you said that made me think of something. And I mean, really, it's for you. I want you to answer first, but everybody else, of course, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully the lovely host was after. Does anybody believe, do you believe that working with your significant other can work? I mean, working with your significant other can work as far as relationship.
Yes.
Is that possible to actually be partners on the job site, and that's the same person you go home to every day?
If both y'all winning, hell yeah. If both y'all attractive, both y'all got y'all shit together, nobody's an alcoholic, nobody's drugs, especially if there's kids involved. You know what I'm saying? Hell yeah, y'all can make it. I seen it, especially in the nursing field, seeing two nurses work as husband and wife side by side. You know what I'm saying? It works.
Okay.
Or like a doctor.
I said it can work, but if somebody insecure,
wait, real quick. What you saw, see, this is my thing. What you saw, is that an anomaly? Is that a one-off, do you think? Or what I'm specifically asking is that really something that generally 9 times out of 10 can work out? Do you believe that most people can work together and be together simultaneously?
now you changing the caveat. Before it was just that can it happen, but now you add is it for most people?
I didn't specify it. My bad. I'm gonna shut up. I didn't specify it, and that's why when you responded the way you did, I said, "Nah, I gotta go ahead and tell them exactly how I meant it." So I just had to correct it. That's all it was.
Yeah, for most people, it probably can't work. You have to be secure, and both of y'all got to have it going on. You know what I'm saying? Both of y'all got to be confident. Both of y'all got to have a higher understanding about business and relationship or marriage, depending on what it is. It's some things that have to be in place for it to work, but it definitely can work. I've seen it work.
Okay.
I've seen it work.
Respect to that. Nah, respect to that.
Especially when, like, think about couples who own a business that get out, that own their little food trucks, and they get out every day and they drive and they come home and they making business, and then they get a building and they work together till they hire somebody. Like, it's couples that went through the road to make success happen as a family. You know what I'm saying? And they the ones, a lot of instances is living in the suburbs, in them nice houses and shit. You know what I'm saying? So
see, when we have this part of the conversation, that completely is not even a factor when we hear these old conversations, how the man's supposed to pay 100%, or the woman or the men are saying, like, or the woman or the man is saying, I can't do unless I do 50-50. So that could, when you have that side of the conversation, that doesn't even include like the people who are in business together, or the people who are grinding together, or, you know, working for the same company or whatever, or like you said, 2 nurses together. No, because that, you know, both you guys are going to be getting it together. You know what I mean? So there's nobody making more money than the other necessarily. There's no reason to be, I don't know. Sometimes it baffles me when I hear the other side of the conversation, because they don't never say anything about this. They'll never add that in to say, oh yeah, well, we can't include the people who are in business together. So obviously the man's not going to be paying 100%, or there's the woman that's paying 50-50. If you guys both are nurses and or one's a doctor and one's a nurse, and you both are working or you both are running the same business, who's paying 50-50 of what? How does that work? You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of stupid. They forget about this side. Go ahead.
It's briefly, that's the catalyst that absolutely destroys the entire fabric of unity in which we all used to know what to be. I've told this story many times before. I'm sure Hustlers heard me talk about it.
I think you covering your mic up, bro. You going in and out. It's like your mic is muffled.
Am I going in and out?
Nah, you good now.
Okay. All right, bet. So this is the catalyst, I believe, that's destroying the fabric of it all. Is that I've told this story before, and Hustler even heard me say it. My mother always made well over what my father made. My father was a chef. My mother worked in corporate America stuff, downtown Washington, D.C. And you would never know that she made more. The point in which what I'm talking about is when we talking about the 50-50, the reason why you would never know that my mom made more than my dad, and it seems so balanced and equaled out, is because of what they both had to offer in the totality of the commitment in the relationship. It didn't just have everything to do with the money. My mother realized it's so much more than my father has to offer outside of just his paycheck.
Yeah. Sometimes
that's
be better with kids.
My bad. But to land it, I see you got the video pulled up. To land it and let the brother get in real quick.
I was gonna say,
I
since we
was
was going
just
right into the
interjecting on what
segue,
you
that
were
was a great segue in. So that was like, oh, okay, well, let me go ahead and pull up the conversation since we're going right to it, since you're saying
So story
what you're
short,
saying.
yeah. So to land what I'm saying, that was the first moment that I realized that it's not about necessarily the financial, although that's important. It's a very important tool to have to sustain a certain form of lifestyle. But overall, when you really know the true dynamics of what a relationship is supposed to consist of, I promise you, the money is like somewhere in the middle. There are going to be a few other things that is going to be atop at that list, but the money's going to be somewhere in the middle. I digress. My mic is muted.
All right, so that was a great segue into the fact that I wanted to talk about what these reactions were, these answers to the questions that they were asked in these on this show, right? So shout out to Harlot Initiated. Obviously, this is like a year ago, so I'm behind. Okay, I'm behind. But the couple people are picking this back up. Taz, again, shout out to Taz, the GOAT. That was a good review, and we always appreciate his insight too, you guys. So, but y'all, now that we got this whole and tonight scandal and all this extra stuff going on, but even just knowing who these two men are, right? They are supposed to be two completely different people that represent a certain kind of Black man in our community and the whole nine. Everybody's not okay with what their reactions and what their responses are, especially when we know Anton to say that he has a fleet of hoes, right? So we're like, hold on. So yeah, we're gonna watch a little bit, y'all. We're gonna do some little reaction reviews. And yeah, I know somebody said he did it a year ago. I'm just now building my little channel. Thank y'all for riding out with me, okay? So but thank God that karma's a bitch and shit comes back around. So now I have something to talk about. All right, let's check this out, y'all.
I believe if men are claiming to be,
So I just want y'all to get the question so y'all can hear the question.
All praises due to God.
When you leave.
Off the chain.
Now, what's the question, brother? What's the question?
So the question is, should men be expected to cover 100% of the bills?
I believe if men are claiming to be providers, and we know that means to take care of whoever's under you, that he should provide 100%. While we're doing this, this gives the woman time and space, not just to be great for the man, but also great for the children. And I want to use myself for example. I provide 100% for my woman. My son, he's only 5 years old, and he was tested 2 days ago, if I'm not mistaken. 2 days ago, he's only in kindergarten, but he tested at a 4th grade level. Why is that? Because I handle my responsibility, providing, and providing isn't just financial. Any man off the street can walk to a woman and give her money. Providing is elevating a woman mentally, elevating a woman spiritually, emotionally. This is what it means to provide for a woman. Not just here's some money, run off with it. No. Let me elevate you. Let me bring you closer to your God. Let me set standards in your life. If your father gave you to me, you are my responsibility from the bottom of your feet to the top of your head. I'm going to love everything about you 100%. And if I
Are we agreeing so far?
can't do that, I'm not a man. I'm a male. And that's a difference.
That's your.
All right, so y'all heard what Yada had to say. Let's listen to what Anton's rebuttal is.
One
Man,
track.
talk to me, brother.
No.
Talk to me, brother.
Nope.
Talk to me,
that's
brother.
not what we're gonna do today.
Talk to me, brother.
So this is what we're gonna do.
Talk to me, brother.
Because he's like Kamala Harris right now.
Talk to me, brother.
And I've heard all of these talking points.
Talk to
and
me.
I don't even study him because he says the same thing over and over again.
Talk to me.
You got to control yourself because
me,
that's
brother.
not manly.
Talk to me, brother.
You got to control yourself.
Okay, so now they're fighting about talking. Y'all get on our see.
Talk to me, brother.
So you see how I was quiet
Talk
when
to
you
me.
were speaking?
No, you cut me off, but go ahead, brother.
I didn't say anything.
You got it, brother. There you go.
I was quiet when you were speaking.
Go ahead, brother.
And so now we're going to add nuance. Now we're going to add context. So first thing we have to do is we have to ask ourselves the question, what does it mean to be a man? Because being man.
So, what does it mean to be a man? I've heard that question posed in this space, and I just heard it, period. Like, versus the fact that you're just male. You know, my dog is male. You know, y'all shout out to my dog. Go check out his channel. I'm gonna post it. I posted it in the chat. And shout out to the fact that we're gonna be doing videos over there too. So, but yeah, my dog is male. So all of y'all are male that aren't female. You know, that's kind of like the basics of it, right? So if you're not a female, then you are a male. And then as far as us humans, if you're not a girl, then you are a boy. So now what does it mean to be a man? Hustler. And then I'm going to go to Lance and then Smitty. IB Wody dropped off. See you, IB Wody. Hey, willing to win. He asked the question, what does it mean to be a man? He said you first got to understand what that means. So what is that supposed to mean?
Oh, you talking to me? Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just so many, excuse me, it's just so many terms to being a man. Some people say being a man is handling your own responsibilities, knowing when to take charge, putting away whatever childish shit you did as a child, give it up and change your outlook on life. So it's just so many layers to being a man. It's just layers to it. Stand up for what you believe in. It's just layers to it. We all have our definition of what it means to be a man because it's just layers to it.
All right, Anton said that's the first thing you have to figure out before you can go into how you're going to be treating a woman. What you think, Smitty? What does it mean to be a man? I wouldn't know.
What would it mean to be a complete?
You're Borgen.
Okay, am I coming through clear?
Yes.
What does it mean to be a man? The best that I can give you is the example that I gave earlier today. This is just how I was raised. A man is based upon three main factors: the one who learns from the one who has no future, the one who protects, the one who carries man, and the one who guides the one who has no past. AKA, learn from your elders, protect the women, and guide the children. In a nutshell, what that symbolizes to me is a man is one who recognizes that it is now priority over pleasure. I'm not necessarily about what it is that's a priority. I'm not necessarily what's about pleasure. I'm sorry, forgive me. Pleasure. I'm more so about priority over pleasure. And so thus I recognize I have a duty to those around me. Once you reach a certain age of becoming, of manhood, like it's just innate, or at least it should be. You just have this sense of duty that you are to protect and provide and love and all of that. You know what I'm saying, and comprehend what's going on around you. So man, but I digress. My mic is muted.
What you think, Lance?
I think that being a man or becoming a man is something that's ongoing. It's a progression that is that is throughout a lifespan of an individual. But it's an aspiration to being something better than you was every year. It's a taking accountability and is having self-control, and it's being able to plot your own path in life, like see a goal. And at this point you should be able to know that if you set a goal, you can reach it by continuation, by ongoing. Like you should know things as a man, you should be able to navigate. But it's the 12th grade or it's college and you're you've been there, you've done it, you've grad student, you've been through it. It should show in your actions. You know what I'm saying? Like when I say self-control and people are arguing, you should be able to control your temper or leave the premises if you can't control your temper, if it's going to be a detriment to the environment. You feel what I'm saying? Like you should know things that's what being a man is. It's going to work. That's everybody got to work. We all have to pay taxes. We all, after a certain age, have to have a social accountability. So that going to work isn't just being a man. That's standard of being a fucking citizen. Being a man is, being responsible, like it was mentioned earlier. If you put lettuce, tomatoes, hamburger, onions, and bread on your plate, you eat it all, bro. It don't matter if it's a sandwich. You eat it all. That's the plate you made for yourself. You eat it. And that's your responsibility. If you got kids, that's your responsibility. If you take on a lady in this world, that's your responsibility. You know what I'm saying? It ain't about halves or nothing like that. You should pick a chick that has her shit together, or you should, if you got your shit together and having her shit together ain't a necessary thing, then you pick a chick from that standard. It's a whole bunch of routes you could take, but being a man is more than just what people see in you, is what you see in you, and knowing your achievement from a child to a grown being, a status in life. That's what being a man is to me, among so much more, because it's a continuation. You continue to grow.
It's forever growing. It's not, it doesn't just end. Okay. All right. I like that so far. Let's go ahead and continue and hear what Anton said, because you just touched on something that's going to come up in a few minutes in this conversation too.
Manly has nothing to do with a woman. It has nothing to do with pandering. It has nothing to do with just providing. Being a man means being purposeful. That's what being a man is. That means that whatever it is that I seek from God, because my purpose is not a woman. A woman is a helpmeet. So when he panders to you guys, and ladies, remember, I don't know what he's selling. I don't know what product that he has, but my goal is to get you married. My goal is to have you married based off of what God says is safe.
So listen to that little comment right there, y'all. That's a little shade for your shade right there, because so you want us women to be married, but that's not what you talk about, nor is it how you live your life. But I digress.
Sanctified.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
I don't want you divorced. I don't want you unequally yoked.
And that doesn't even apply right now at this day and at this conversation. So the fact that this was a year ago and that today we all know the talk of the town.
It don't age well.
Okay, no, that's a foot and mouth eating all toe jam and lint off your pinky toe.
I don't want you to be a single baby mama.
Ooh.
I don't want you shooting your shot in the dark, thinking that this guy is giving you insight when he's just giving you talking points with no real substance behind it. And here's the context. At what age do you want to be married? Do you put yourself in a position to find the person that's best for you? Has your father given you away? Does your parents actually see value in the person
Okay, so hold on, let him finish real quick.
that is looking to marry you? And when you start to ask yourself these questions,
So none of that happens right now, does it?
Yeah.
Who, when you made your children and you became a baby daddy, was you asking for the parents, to the father? You know, all that is not happening in our community right now.
I did.
So nobody got gaved away.
I walked
So
up to
nobody
her
got
daddy
gaved away. I
and I
sound
said,
crazy.
you know, me and your daughter gonna get married, man. That's what I did. I walked up to her and said, me and your daughter gonna get married, man. Just like that. That was me saying it. But he know what it was.
That is not what people are saying these days with this. That's a delusion. I
It's
can't.
not. It's real. That was just
No.
questions, and I
Hold
don't
on.
speak to just Rick. As your parent, you want to be married.
Okay.
Do you put yourself in a position to find the person that's best for you?
Okay.
Has your father
So are women putting themselves in position to find the person that's best for them? No, because we wouldn't have single mothers, right? So what is he talking
No.
about? How does that? We don't do that. Okay, go ahead.
giving you away?
Who father? We all sit here and go over and over and over and over about these statistics about how these single fathers and single mothers and where the daddy's at, where the daddy's at. So who's giving who away? Who?
Well, I think those are old statistics. Recent
Okay, that's what I'm
statistics.
saying. How is he even saying any of this? Is this whatever he's saying is this is the pandering point, right? Because it's not relevant. None of that. Anton, what are you talking about? We don't do that right now. We don't do that. Even a year ago, we didn't do that. So it's not even like this was 1940
He's
something.
definitely trying to get the audience in.
Mm-hmm.
He's using the tactic to get the audience on his side. And he's trying to use Christian standard talking
Right,
points.
and we don't even do none of that right now. We don't in 2026. No, we're doing
It
some
is a
form
lot
of
of-
that,
it's-
but not that.
It's a
Where?
lot of, well, we just not in that world because it's still some odd billion Christians out here in the world, and a lot of them are still black contributed from the black community, or from Africa to the Caribbean to Russia to Germany to the Americas, all over the world. So it's just in our paradigm because I am not in the Christian world any longer. I still see it and know it exists. It's around me. So I know that people still believe and have these Christian values. They just like when I was in the Christian world, motherfuckers still had sex out of wedlock. They just got married because they had sex.
Fair use.
Does your parents actually see value in the person that is looking to marry you?
Do we have that when we have such a huge demographic of children who are ghosting their parents? Because that's a thing now too, right? So I just be wondering, y'all.
And when you start to ask yourself these questions, and I don't speak to just rich people because we both have money, we both have resources. So let's remove that from the table. I speak to the majority, not the minority. And when you are 20, 21, 22 years old, especially if you are a person that's looking to become a man, you are supposed to fail in controlled environments, meaning that your father is not even supposed to give you everything. He's supposed to give you what you need in order to be successful.
Do you think that's true too? Because I mean, we heard people say that, and I think was it like French Montana said he wasn't gonna set his son up to be, he was gonna have to just get it out the mud too. We heard JP say that in this space where he's like, my kid's just gonna have to just get it out the mud too. So, or do you think that's valid?
I mean,
I don't have
as long
kids,
as it's
so-
set up that when he leave this world, that they are have a continuity of prosperity set up, But them working and going to school and failing and making it and failing and making it, I don't see nothing the matter with it as long as he don't let them drown. I
Right.
don't
That's why
see-
he said they're supposed to fail in controlled environments.
Yeah, exactly. I believe that. That's how you learn. Because I never learned how to pay my bills until I get evicted. a few times. Like, fuck it. Like,
A
I
few
guess this
times.
is how I gotta be.
Crazy.
This is how I gotta
Smitty, a
be.
few
I'm fucking in
times. You
this
got
shit now. I
evicted a
gotta
few
fucking
times,
pay
and then
these
you learn how to pay the
motherfuckers.
bills. You got evicted a few times, Smitty, and then you learn how to pay the bills. The lights went off one too many
Nah,
times. It's like, oh
everybody don't
shit.
gotta do that. Like, I'm just hard headed. You know
Wait,
what
No,
I'm
I
saying?
know.
Like,
I
I just
mean, my lights went out, and I was like, I think I need to make sure I pay them on time.
wait. You talking about when I was talking about how I had to go ahead and figure out how to like maintain my finances. No, I'm gonna be real with you. I never dealt with like investing in the right products or anything.
You're muffled again.
Damn, man. Am I muffled? Am I still muffled?
Yeah, it's like your mic fell down your shirt type of thing.
Blow in your phone. Pause. Like blowing a thing. It sounds like it's muffled, like some cotton in there or something.
Okay, I guess he'll come back. Rooster said, shaking his head, he never been evicted. We're just saying, not just evicted, but having to go through something where
Yeah.
you're like, having to go through something where like, okay, so my lights got turned off, and that's when, you know, you realize, okay, no, I don't want to ever sit in the dark, you know, or in the cold. And here it get cold in Michigan, so you know your lights go off at a certain time of year. It's too hot, you can't breathe. It's too cold. You know what I'm saying? Folks be, you know, expiring in the cold with no power. So it kind of makes you wake up on that. But some, you know, he was just
Like
saying he
it.
got
Like, let me
evicted, and
explain
that
right
woke
quick.
him up.
In Detroit, motherfuckers will risk the lights going out for a fucking Caribbean cruise and shit, like a price, like a deal. Like, oh my God,
Yeah,
we'll
you come
never
back and you
go.
ain't got no
We'll
power.
never be able to.
You come back off the cruise and you ain't got no power for like a month. Like you got candles, but then folks, you want to make it nice and shit. You got
You
candles and
gotta be
stuff.
at
You
your
got all this.
sister and brother house and shit until
They
motherfucking
be
you get your
grilling on the
bread back up.
outside because everybody's chilling out. This was a perfect time to set the tent up outside in the backyard. We see that. We be like, oh, Wyatt, what? What he say? He said, I've never been through that. I usually pay my bills. Like, okay, but we're talking
Oh, yeah,
about
I learned to do that now.
you learn to do that.
Yeah, I
Rooster,
learned to
stop.
do that now. Yeah. Well, I'm 59, bro. It's different now, but I'm saying, I'm talking about when I had paying bill issues, like fuck, like these is
You got
like
to
I'm
get it
about to,
together.
yeah, I had to get it together.
Right, you had to learn it. All right, let's continue.
My father was able to buy me a car, but he told me that I had to earn it and work for it because I valued it more, which then extended to every single thing that I touch, including the woman. See, my wife is here. My wife travels with me. She knows me. She understands me, right? And so,
Okay, this is the same wife, right? That knows and understands. So let's add this little detail that we I don't really hear anybody adding or bringing into the fold of all this, that Anton says that when he got his wife, she even confirmed that when nobody checking for her, that she was here, right? So add that to the conversation that he's having with us through the TV, through the YouTube every day. Remember, he got his wife, and he said that she was pure, meaning that nobody had been with her. Not saying that he hadn't been with anyone at that same time. It's just saying that she hasn't been with anyone, right? Let's keep that in mind when we listen to him, because when he talks about their relationship, part of it is because he is her first, everything, right? She was pure when they met, right? So they met in the 9th grade, but then remember Coach Jack, he said they hooked back up, and he said no, but she said nobody was checking for her. So she even confirmed, like, I was kind of on the little girly side, because I hadn't really been, my hips ain't really spread yet. I ain't been with nobody. And then he confirms that by always reminding us that his wife was a virgin when they got married. So now that makes things, I look at you sideways when you start talking, sir.
at 20, 21, 22 years old, you supposed to be broke. Unless you're doing something that you ain't supposed to do in order to get it, you supposed to be building. You supposed to be understanding each other. It's a storming, a norming, a forming situation. And in no circumstance do you ever come into it fully understanding.
Not a storming, what did he say? A norming and a forming? Y'all, I need to learn how to make with these songs. A storming, a norming, and a forming.
You go through
So
the
you go
storm
through the
together.
storm,
Mhm.
create the norm, and then you form a better you. I like that, Anton. Not come
you
with the
go.
lyrics, just
I can see
bars.
that.
The bars. I need that. That's a bar, right? I like that. Let me go back real quick.
And who the person is, you're supposed to be understanding each other. It's a storming, a norming, a forming situation. And in no circumstance do you ever come into it fully understanding who the person is, regardless of whether you're a man or a woman.
Right, because okay, see y'all, all the comments I'm making while we watching this is all the stuff I was saying to my phone while it was going on. So I was fussing into the phone because you don't even know, according to this whole life process, we don't even know ourselves that much to even know somebody else that like so like Miss Me was saying that. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What y'all say?
Hold on. You said what are you responding to?
This.
And so when we start to look at what God has forming situation, and in no circumstance do you ever come into it fully understanding who the person is, regardless of whether you're a man or a woman.
So in no circumstance do you ever fully understand, do you ever come to the situation fully understanding who the person you're dealing with is?
Okay,
Yes,
so
because
I
we're
thought that.
figuring ourselves out too.
Yes, that's what I thought I heard. I thought I heard him say, through the storming, the norming, and the forming is how you become better, get a better understanding of who you're with and who you are. Which I agree
Right,
with.
because at no circumstance do you come into it with the understanding of who they are already. There's no way you're going to know that.
Oh yeah, without going through those particular standards
Exactly.
that he's aforementioned. I got you. I agree with that.
Right, that's why I said
agree
miss me with when they say that, because then they say, okay, you don't even know yourself. You're still figuring yourself out. Of course. So of course, like that's not like, I don't know. Sometimes it's not even like, is that advice? That's exactly what's happening. That has to happen.
Well,
So I don't know.
a lot of people don't know
rhetoric at
that
that
if
point.
you in a relationship and you go through the storms together, if you make it through one stage, it's gonna add a couple of more years to the relationship. And then if you go through another
Hopefully.
stage, it's gonna add a couple of more years to the relationship. I'm talking about a normal relationship. I'm not talking about any toxic ass. I didn't have a daddy, you didn't have a mom, and we don't know how each other supposed to be at certain ages and know how to respond to shit like that. I'm talking about regular relationship. There are regular people out here.
Regulars.
Yeah, they're regular people. People that haven't had heartbreak yet. That it's people who haven't had a toxic relationship. There's some people that ain't never even been cheated on or cheat on people.
That is a small community. You know that, right? That is like a micro community.
And so when we start to look at what God has ordained to be great.
So you guys know that, through this whole interview, this whole debate, that how he kept referring back to the strategic move was to refer back to the Bible whenever he possible. So it just kind of deflates things after a while listening to him. Because the people that are on the fence, this doesn't help them, decide or pick a side, or even help encourage their faith. Because then they see this and it doesn't match up, with their real life. It doesn't identify with anything. This guy's he's in a whole different tax bracket. So some of what you say, some of what these guys say, it goes over people's heads because they don't even have these life options that they have. You know what I mean?
The
I think
purpose
it's
of a
more
man.
like you mentioned earlier,
Right.
strategic pandering to the Christian community. And I don't think he's trying to get anybody on the fence. I think he knows that the numbers out here are in towards the Christian paradigm. So
Community.
he's pandering towards them, just period, outright. That's what he's talking like. He's talking like Christian values and shit that Christians and
Trigger words, right?
Abrahamic faith people believe in and stand on. So he just going with the numbers. He know who's watching.
That's crazy work. That's crazy work.
Because that's not how he is on his panel when he does his shows.
That's what I'm saying. or just in general,
He
right?
just
According to
he
him,
just know how to debate. He's strategically debating. He's like you said earlier. He's pandering.
supposedly, but he wasn't winning it. But yeah, y'all listen. He wasn't. He lost. Yeah,
Just to give spirituality and
because sometimes I think what they think is that this internet persona that they hold is who. It's okay when it's okay, and it works. Probably it works flawlessly or close to a flawless victory when the person is always going to be on the other side of the computer screen. However, when the person is in the same room with you and you have these, you try to go into that internet mode, that persona, you try to step to that character is, you can't, it's going to have physical flaws in it. You're not going to be able to be as stoic. You're not going to be able to, maintain whatever this energy that you have behind the screen, because there's a possibility that I can have a debate with you, Lance, and at the end of the day never ever meet you in life. So the fact that they're in the same room, sometimes I feel like when these people are confronted, actually physically interacting with each other, that whole image can't stay. You know what I'm saying? They can't sustain it because it's actually meant to be online and it doesn't work in real life. So sometimes listening to him and the fact that they're in the same proximity to each other, they're looking at each other, they're across the table. Like, you can't keep that image up. You can't do that internet shit when the person's looking at you right in your face. You know what I mean?
Well,
and feeling your
may-
energy and reading your vibe and all the non-verbal cues and the energy and the shift of the body and the hand gestures, all that means something now. Online, it don't mean shit because I'm on a computer screen. But when I smack my hands and snap my fingers or move my finger, all that means something when you right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you got to also remember that Yada has women from Anton's world as well, because he has women. See, Anton, he's going towards Christians, but most Christians today in the Black community are women, and the women are listening to Yada as well, whether they Christians or not.
What say you over there?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, so I've always said to myself, you don't chase the bag, you chase yourself. If he's really truly about family, I've always said this from the jump street, I just never spoke about it. If you're really about family, if you're really about God, then you know to chase one's inner self and to be in tune and touch with that. Develop what it is your purpose is, and everything else that you want will come behind that without a flaw. Why? Because it's promised to you if you truly have faith. So when he speaks the way he speaks, continuously like money, 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 like Scrooge, more like a Mr. Krabs, that totally dilutes and it totally just washes out any form of authenticity that I find to be in when you're really searching for faith. Now, to land it, do not think that I'm preaching broke gospel, because people think that you're not supposed to have anything in order to be faithful. No, what I'm saying is that the dynamic in which how he presents it is very much so in a televangelist type of mode, more so than in actual mode of, I would say, authenticity when it comes to true faith. Because the thing is, with people like that, I would love to see, like, if he woke up tomorrow and his account was absolutely dead and it was nothing, pull out nothing, would he respond? Would he throw the Bible out the window? Would he throw all of that out the window? Now, I'm not saying he would. I'm just saying, would he? You see what I'm saying? So, when it comes to how these people operate, I don't really see too much value in you keep on talking to me about money, 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 money. The fact is that that's something that's going to be right around in your face every day. It's going to come, it's going to go. What are you really giving me that's of sustaining, long-lasting longevity? But I digress. My mic is muted.
Okay. All right.
And leadership, and it's to understand. The first thing that the word says, in everything that you do, you get understanding. And everything you do, you get understanding. I don't even know her. I don't even know you. Everybody is out here dating, everybody running around, everybody doing everything. They're giving themselves to each other. We think that money or resources or what you can do or what you can offer a person is supposed to make up for all of the insecurities and the problems and the issues that you have in your childhood. What have you solved for? Right? Do you have problems in your childhood? Do you even have a father? Do you know what it means to be a man? It's a lot of women that's raising men to be feminine because they're in single parent households, right? How does that look? What does it look?
There's a lot of women that are raising men to be feminine because they're in single parent households.
He's reaching for straws. That nigga.
There's a lot of women.
What's the name of the debate?
This one is the say it again.
I'm gonna tell you what it is briefly. If you notice, he knows how and when to. Now, this is the genius part about what he does. I will give it to him. It's genius. He knows when to flip into, I'm going to talk manosphere talking points. I'm going to go Christian. I'm going to go family, man. I'm going to go street if I need to. Fade life.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Christian fear.
All of that.
Manosphere.
Support. Yeah, so when he says that, that's what I'm saying. He knows how to right then and there. Depending on what's being said, I'll give it to him. He's quick on his feet on that. He's good at it. You got to give it to him. He knows how to mold and shift like, okay, no. Now I'm going to go ahead and now I'm in family mode. Okay, this is where we are. Okay, now I'm in fade life, street. Nigga, we can go a step out back. Oh, this is where we are. Okay, I'm a Christian. I'm Christian before I'm black. And that's how, he's good at it. I mean, you got to give him that part. But is it authentic? That's a whole nother discussion. I digress. My mic is muted.
No, it does definitely like a YouTube's panel surfer master and shit.
Yeah, that's where they said the grifting comes into play. He can just, no matter where panel he goes to, he can go to a panel of white supremacy. He says that. I think he said that about himself. Like, he's prided himself in the fact that he can go to a panel of white supremacists and still have a conversation, where he's not as triggered as some of us blacks are,
Yeah, for sure.
I digress.
Like when you get into a situation with a woman that has a child out of wedlock already, and then she still has to deal with the father. How do you deal with that? See, these are the questions that he can't answer for you, because the only thing he talks about is pandering. I'm talking about context. I'm talking about substance. I'm talking about spirituality. I'm talking about praying together. I'm talking about building. You're supposed to get married when you're young because it prevents you from sinning and finding yourself with all of these bodies and these soul ties that ultimately carry with you for the rest of your life.
How if you got a fleet of hoes and you can go to your wife and say, you know what, I feel like busting down a chick tonight. So now you say, okay, so I'm stupid, right? I don't know y'all, but this is me talking to my phone and talking to the computer when I'm watching this stuff. Like, okay, so wait. You said that you got all this fleet and all this women, and if a woman works for you, her vagina's on the table, you got access to do whatever. You could go to your wife and say you feel like doing whatever, busting down women or whatever. And now the assumption is, and you're okay with the narrative running that you have side women, that you are out here tricking and paying, flying out women for a vagina. So all that, we're supposed to conclude all that in our deduction of you, right? At the end of the day, we're supposed to say, yep, all that's true. So this is who you are. And now you say this. You see what I'm saying? How it's like that information is supposed to just disappear because of these words that he's saying out his mouth now. That he's supposed to say, I actually live by what I'm talking about now. Not the fleet of hoes, and that's entertainment. That's the character. But now we see real life interacting with the fleet of hoes and the flying out and the people arguing about who's getting flew out and whatnot. So now at the end of the day, the lifestyle is not matching, the words aren't matching to the message. So, I don't know. I just be yelling at my computer and I just be like, okay, so wait a minute. I'm supposed to forget you said all that and then listen to this message first? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
and then also the fact
people...
that, hold on. And also the fact that you said you get married when you're young. and then you're supposed to make all these mistakes. No shade to the relationship, because I'm not married, right? We're not married, Lance, right? We're not married, Smitty, right? So we don't know because we're not married. But you see people get married when they're young and how much it doesn't work out. And then then you have the mixed message of you need to be older and wiser when you do get married so that you are making better decisions. But those people aren't getting married because we are seeing the staggering number that 51% of us Black folks are not married and never been married. We're dying single, right? So all that's supposed to not be a factor when you say get married when you're young. And then folks aren't working out even because we're not mature enough to be married because we're too young. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. I mean, in addition to what you're saying, what he's saying is true. And it's like the proverbial do as I say and not as I do. What he's saying is the truth. And he's speaking to those who knows what he's saying is the truth. It is the truth what he's saying. Regardless of what he's doing, what he's saying is true.
That's just because he's regurgitating word that's scripture. So whenever you add that to it, so I didn't want to review Taz's version of this because his narrative, his commentary was very interesting because he posed a few good questions on the fact that if you're not backing this up with scripture, because it shows that you are actually regurgitating scripture, but you need to back this up to say, okay, this is because I need, the person that you're trying to persuade to believe you, even though you say what he's saying is true, we know it to be true because we can go to the point in the Bible and read the words and where he got that information from. Otherwise, what he's saying is just his opinion or his narrative or his influence. You know what I mean? Or his anecdotal experience. Otherwise,
Right.
he needs to back up what he's saying. So we say it's true just because you and I know, a lot of us, the average people may know of the scripture that refers to what he's speaking about, right? Where it says, that you're supposed to be with the person so that you won't have temptation to be out here screwing around, so that that's why you're supposed to get married while you're young. Also for fertilization, to be able to reproduce, to have healthier children. All that scripture, all that's written there is for us as a guide to get married when you're young. However, we know that's not what's happening in this world right now. So it's kind of like, what? No one's doing that. You know what I mean? And then you're telling us to wait, and no one's getting married older either. So what are you saying? It doesn't apply, and it makes no sense in today. So, yeah.
People are still getting married older. I don't know why. My brother just got married 2 months ago.
Well, me and you are still single, and
I'm
we're not
planning
married
on getting
older.
married.
So
I'm planning on getting married. If I don't die,
I do too. I thought so too, but I digress.
And then you start to see every single man, and you can't take it out of your memory with the person that you wind up being with. Most women have skipped over the man that they're supposed to be with.
Wait, so when he got here, I was like, hold on, because part of me do believe some point, could you have possibly missed that person? Because then you can't say that there's the one true love and all that fairy tale factor. You can't incorporate none of that stuff, right? You can't be like, one day you'll find someone that we know that it exists, but we know that's on a small, a minute level, right? Everybody's not finding their one true love. You know what I mean? So
you don't feel like you found somebody that you ended up passing over or letting go.
The Passover factor is because what? He's gonna get ready to tell you why the Passover happens, because somebody isn't old enough, they're not ready. He doesn't know I'm his wife. I didn't know he was my husband. Kind of, you know what I mean? We don't live by that code, that faith-based code, especially if your family's not deep rooted into some of that faith-based code. You're not living by that principle. So, you know what I mean? And then you got to add into the fact that some women, some young girls, by the time they meet that guy, she's already been touched, she's already been abused, she's already been mishandled. So there's a lot happening before that person happens, to where she doesn't even know what that looks like. She's never had a father. He's never been there. All that is encompassed in why did you miss that person? Could you have missed that person over? And the same thing for the males. something has happened where you weren't ready yet. You don't know what a wife looks like. All that. So how would you have known if you saw her? You just were hoping, if you subscribe to the fantasy, that you are there.
Nah,
she is.
I done had. Let me say this. I done had a woman who I would say was the one, and I let go. Or I could say I had women who I could have stayed with, and they was just fine like they was, and I let go. And you know, it's about your individual growth and how you perceive things in your walk, because you the one that's walking the life. You feel what I'm saying? People just are subsequently a part of it, but it's about how you perceive. And what I could say that I have had some good women that I could have made work if I understood them better or understood me better.
Who better, you or them?
That's what I just said. If I understood me better.
You better? Okay. Sorry, I thought you said them better.
I did say that first, and then I said, well, rather me better.
Okay. Smitty, so you think that's possible in life, that you just may have passed that person, or you weren't ready to be a husband and that woman was your wife and you didn't choose her, because we can get into the conversation of how we can't marry ourselves. So if I want to know what happens to all the broken and lonely hearted women who don't ever get chosen, and all the men who never choose. We could talk about that another day after we review this Anton, honey. But have you passed on the person who could have been the one for you? We don't know.
I didn't pass that person up. I believe possibly I fumbled my opportunity. But I mean, the thing is, that was a thought. Hold on, I'm going to get my phone plugged in. That was a thought that I had before. That was a thought initially. Of course, not after 15 years later down the line. No, I don't still think that way. But initially, yeah, I was thinking to myself that I had messed up on who I was supposed to be with. Because of my decisions that I made in getting incarcerated. That's basically why me and mother and my child separated. Was because ain't no hard. Again, it's 15 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
I know, but Anton Daniels was finna tell you that you should have stayed with her.
Yeah, I mean,
you should go back to be with her. You should not have separated the family structure. He finna tell y'all that in a minute.
But you know something though? Listen, this is long before I ever came to the internet, ever heard the talking points or anything. Genuinely, I was the one that was begging for us to keep things together. She was the one that didn't walk away. Saying, so we got to remember that. So there are some things that are said. I'm like, okay, I can see the validity because I've gone through that myself. But overall, when it comes to the whole dynamic of missing out on who you were supposed to be with, nah, I can't really say that because I don't know who God has in store for me that I'm supposed to be with for the rest of my life. In a sense, is what I'm saying in general for people. You never know who God has set for you to be with at whatever point in your life. I was even somewhat speaking to you about that, Jay, when I was telling you, don't just all the way give your mind up on, you can't have that happiness, that fairy tale ending, even at your age. Don't let the talking points of the internet deter you and get you to really think that that's what it is. No, it's not. You see, so that's more so where I've been in my headspace with it. But I digress. My mic is muted. That's where I am. Yeah. Thank you.
All right.
Because they didn't have the guidance, because they didn't have the spirituality. They don't know the word of God. And so it's easy to just say, oh yeah, just provide 100%. What happens when life happens and you 22, 23, 24 years old and you get married? The economy messed everybody up. Everybody that thought that they had it, guess what? You got a plan and then God has a plan. What happened to the character? Why you don't talk about character?
Hold on, and Anton,
Why he don't? No, hold on. Why he don't talk about character? Because what I teach my daughter, I'm a reflection of the man that I would want my daughter to marry.
Whoa. Okay, so that was another thing that I was listening. So he just said, "I am the reflection of the man that I want my daughter to marry." That didn't age too well, y'all, did it? Considering today, right now. Y'all. Would you want to be a reflection? You have a daughter, right, Smitty? You want your daughter to be with a man, or at least choose from the selection of men that are like you. How about that?
Which version of me? That's very
wow.
Mm-hmm. Because I've shifted multiple times, so I would say there's been 4 levels. You talking about level 1, level 2, level 3, or level 4?
Wow. So like wherever she is in life, when she's at the point of choosing
My age at my age are the same. That would be level 2. No. Nope.
No, you don't
No.
want your daughter choosing a man like you when you were on the level 2 of your development.
Exactly.
That is a valid question, yo. Sir, that is a valid question. What level were you on? Because I get that, because then you don't understand why your daughter is chasing after the guy that you used to be, because you were there now. And I get that. And that's another thing, y'all forget that y'all went through those phases. I was talking about that the other day, how like sometimes you forget you was that little nigga too. Like, or you know what I'm saying? She wouldn't be attracted to that trait if she hadn't been exposed to it on any level. You know what I mean? And you thinking that she didn't absorb any of it, and that's why she chose that dude as opposed to the guy.
Yeah.
She's gonna choose that guy later, but I see why they get attracted to that. Hey, what's up?
Well, I'm saying, exactly, but I'm saying more so to the point of when you said, would you, would I suggest that she date somebody like me? Like I said, at what stage of my life? Now, if my daughter brought the 3rd version of me and up, the 3rd to 4th, I would be like, nah, yeah, you can work with them. But like that,
That's
like,
more who you are now.
no, yeah, 4 is where I'm at right now. As in, I'm 40 decades, right? So 10, 20, 30, 40. I've shifted, like, generally, like most of us, we do, if you really pay attention, your mentality and everything, we may look somewhat of the same, we may recognize how we still have a youthfulness to us, but mentality wise, I notice right around every 8 to 10 years I shift. And things that didn't used to be of value are of huge value at that point, and so on and so forth. Oh, and things that used to mean so much don't mean shit no more, like street cred. I don't care about that shit no more.
So the question then is really for a man, because the question has always been generic when they always say, would you want, especially when we deal with some of these Pookies and Ray Rays, right? Or, some of these arrogant, narcissistic men, we always, someone poses a question that would you, especially if they have daughters, because if they have sons, a lot of times it's not even a considerable factor, right? They would never even cross their mind. So if they have a daughter, you ask that man who is a Pookie or a Ray Ray or a homosexual or degenerate, would you want your daughter to date a man like you? However, in light of what you just said, I prefer to ask the question more so, what version of you would you want your daughter to marry? Because he said in this statement, I prepare my daughter, I want her to marry. Marry is for life, not just date, but marry a man like me.
Yeah, because the marry aspect, exactly. And the reason why I said diversion is because if you said, like, would you want your daughter to marry a man like how I am now, today, how I think, operate, and move? Absolutely, hands down, bring them in the family. Welcome,
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But if
But
you
y'all
talk,
forget about the old yous.
yeah, but that 20 years ago, me, come on, man, no,
So
man.
then now the question is, what version of you would you want your daughter to date, to end up with, to marry? we'll say to end up in life with? What version of you, Lance? Lance, do you have a daughter? Hold on. I think he has a son, so he might not have nothing to say about this.
Oh, okay. Nah, I
have a daughter.
Okay, so you can hear the question too. So what version, because Smitty has given me a little bit of insight. I like that version better. What version of you, because of course you've changed over the years. So what version of you would you want your daughter to end up with in life? Or forever, married, life partner?
Well, I would want my daughter to, because she is 17, about to be 18 this year.
The old you, the now you.
Well, I want her to marry somebody based off of dynamics of who she understand her father to be. You know what I'm saying? Like, see her working father, see her loving father, see her. Now today, I'm not as sensitive as I was when she was a child. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was structured to be
a different
dad,
version
more
of you
sensitive.
back then than it was
Right.
now.
Exactly. So if she was to
Would you want her to end up with that version of you or the current version of
dynamics,
you?
dynamic, certain portions, certain things about me from different portions of her life since she been here. You know, dynamic version of me, not because back when I was more sensitive version of her, I was less of a go-getter than I am today. But choose from the go-getter version of me today, but choose from the sensitive version of me back when I was her.
Oh, well, Smitty, what do you think about that part of it? Like the portions of you, of a little bit of the first version of Smitty and a little bit of the third version of Smitty and maybe a little bit of the fourth now version of him, a little bit, you know, like a gumbo.
I would say that may work for like his example. I do with some things being subjective. For me, no. I genuinely, whether y'all can hear it in my voice or not, or want to believe it, you talking to somebody who really was in them streets heavy. You talking
you don't want her to know none of that guy.
So I was involved in so many different like drugs, selling and everything, and had so many different warrants. I was the guy who was getting locked up like about a good 3 times a year. You know, I always bond out, but at least a good 3 times out of the year, I'm going to be in for a month or 2 or a couple weeks or a day or so. And no, I don't want her to be with that. No, I would not.
That guy, right? Okay, I see.
Right there. That's why I'm saying, like, so that's why I said, which version of me? Now, mind you, watch this, right?
He was a hustler.
I got you.
My heart has always been in the right place. Like my mentality as far as like my outlook on life, you know, loving, caring, giving, cool and chill. But the distractions that I had going on around me, I would not want my daughter or your daughter to be involved with what it is that I was ducking and running from and going through.
With that guy. We'll call him that guy.
Yeah, man, on average, I was one of those. I don't wake up till around 1 PM. I don't come back in the house until around 3:30, 4 in the morning. I mean, when I say outside, street, I mean just outside, man. So I mean, you know, nah, she don't need to be with somebody like that, because at that time in my life to land it, I was non-productive. And that's what's most important. Like I have that, I don't know, man. Like it would be dope if you can pull up that little short I got on my daggone channel about how other groups put their kids together and how they group them with other kids that's going to be like them. And long story short, in a nutshell, that's how I see things. I was raised to land it. You're supposed to be around those who are excelling and those above you. So that way
you wouldn't want your daughter to be around that version of you because you weren't excelling at the time.
Exactly. And that could set her back. Listen, like say they together, like
her progression.
Man, that could stunt her growth. Absolutely.
Right. And that's what happens though in real life. No shade to what you just said, because y'all know over here I just keep it real as I can keep it real. But that's what happens when that girl meets that guy, right? We see it all the time. That's what happens when me, meet y'all, meet you, that version of you, because that girl, that woman, there's been a few I can absolutely cry right now at the thought of the relationship that pulled me back, and I can feel it pulling me back. You know what I'm saying? Because I wasn't there when I met that dude, and he was not there when I met him. And of course, you know, I can see exactly what that is, what that looks like when you said it. That good girl, that nice girl that's on a, you know, Lance know me from back then, and I wasn't no bad, you know, out there doing a whole lot of everything. You know, I had responsibilities, I had siblings and stuff like that, and I was, you know, we were not bad people anyway, bad kids, but I've never been that. Just a side note. But that's what happens when that girl meets that kind of guy. You know,
She had chores
is a
all
bit
the
of-
way to the 12th grade.
It is a drain. My siblings were born while I was still in high school, so I had, you know, little sisters running around next to me. So, you know, at that point, the role, life changes. However, when you meet that person and they physically are draining, and then because they're not trying to do anything right now with themselves, and, you know, they do kind of like suck that energy from you. And I remember when that happened. I just remember who it happened, which dude that I was talking to when that kind of guy. So that hits home more than anything, Smitty, the fact that, you know, the hard thing about these kind of conversations is the fact that we'll tell you guys something and y'all don't listen, and then y'all tell us something and we don't want to hear it. So I feel you.
If you're
I
not
met
of a
that dude.
benefit, if you're not of a benefit in my life of some form of fashion, I'm dead ass, and I don't mean financially. I mean, like, you could be somebody who's just real knowledgeable about certain information, but you gotta have something to bring to the table to offer. I mean, consider you on my circle. I don't just bring anybody into my circle just because we got the same birthday and our same favorite color is blue. Like, it don't work like. Nah, that shit don't work like that. You gotta actually be of a beneficial factor for me to actually want to get your information, link up with you, and everything else. Because I know I have a lot to offer, and what I've noticed is, to land it, is that when you someone who has something to offer, and you know you got an abundance, and you're around people that don't have what you have and more, at least equal what you have and more, you wound up being drained. That's how you wound up saying F everybody, the world is effed up, everybody's this, everybody that. No, everybody's not. What it is that you haven't been around people that's on your caliber and on your level of life. You're not around your tribe. When you're around those who are on your level and beyond, like, it's draining because they replenish. It's reciprocal. You are, it reciprocates.
It comes back around.
Comes right back around. So even though I done put this out, it comes right back, just like how other cultures know this money is supposed to circulate in our community 7 times before it leaves this community and goes outward.
Well, I know about that. We don't have that.
But I'm
Absolutely
saying, so same thing. Now, mind you, that concept of mentality did not start with the money. That started with how they view what I just spoke about. And then it just transferred into how the money aspect works. That's a byproduct of what I just said. But I digress. My mic is muted. Respect.
Man, I just need my new bae to have great balance and soft souls, dog. I don't fuck all that.
soft souls, like not hard feet.
Yeah, there's great balance and soft souls. Fuck it.
Wow, that's crazy work. That's super crazy work. That's super crazy work.
I don't tell my daughter to go and look for a guy to provide for her. I tell my daughter to go and look for a guy that's believing in God, that has good character.
No, you don't.
That actually worships and looks for and focuses on his purpose, because everything else falls in line. The money is going to come.
And us, thus the bag chaser.
We so busy chasing money. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and everything else will be added unto you. You don't have to chase money.
You got to be careful. I'm always leery of people that can like just spit out scripture like that.
You have to look to women to provide for them, because if you're naturally that, if you're raised up in the admonition of your father, which is what God is
That's only if your father is there, yo. That's crazy.
ordained for you to do, you don't have to worry about that. That's naturally in you. And so, yes, absolutely, she should be purposeful. And her purpose at that time could be raising the children, depending on.
And his view is skewed because he's never got broke up with. He's never had a relationship where he's been through a bunch of people or having to deal with anything. He's been married his whole entire adult life. Anyway, I digress.
If y'all got children, her purpose at that time could be out there and bringing in resources because she's learning a new skill that can then translate into the company that y'all build together. It's a lot of nuance and a lot of context, but I hate it when people pander to women because they leading y'all astray. And it sounds like I'm a harsh father.
It sounds crazy, right? This is crazy, right?
It sounds like it's a difficult situation. It sounds like you're just supposed to be given everything. But if that's the case, then why are we as a society, why are we as a people, as Black people in particular, so far behind, and we further behind than we ever been, even though we the freest and we have the opportunity to choose for ourselves? This isn't God. Ain't none of this what he talking about God right now. And I ain't even studied him. I ain't even getting started. I'm gonna let you cook. Go ahead. Do your thing.
Wait. So, but I want clarity before we move on.
Go ahead.
Because when we talk about should men pay 100% of the bills, I'm assuming that means based on the context that you just gave.
It's based off of your circumstance and situation. Everyone is different, and nobody is a monolith.
My brother.
Nobody is a monolith.
Okay.
I love.
The men pay 100% of the bills, just period in general. If y'all want all this extra respect and all this extra submission, should you be paying 100% of the bills? Their opinion is very, I
love how he put so much passion into his words. But when God created man, God gave man a purpose. And what was the purpose? What was the purpose? He placed that man in a garden. What's this? That's a tree. What's this? Those are clouds. What's that? That's a sky. What's that? That's a bear.
That's not what happened.
Listen to
You
me.
don't even know the
Man,
word of
listen
God.
to me.
You don't even know the word of
Listen
God,
to
but
me,
I'ma let you
brother.
cook.
Listen to me. And when God seen that he was fit to represent himself as a man, he put him to rest. And from that rib, he took Eve. Now, this is a fact.
Is that a fact? That word, is that what he said? That is what it says, right? Is that what it says? I'm just saying.
Not in that.
Not it, right. But I like how they quickly paraphrase it.
Yeah, stringing shit
Yeah.
together and shit.
To make sure that they can get their point across.
Now we have to understand, what does it mean when you create a woman from the rib? What is a rib? A rib protects the internal organs, the heart and the rib. If the rib is mishandled, it fractures, it breaks. And what does that do to the man? It leaves him vulnerable. It leaves him hurt.
That's good.
Well,
That's good bars. Okay.
Yeah, that's bars, but actually the rib is the place where you can get the most concentrated DNA.
What does that have to do with this in that sense? Who was talking about DNA back then? Where's it in the Bible?
That's what the hell he got. That's why he got the. Well, today we know now. We know now.
He's talking about the literal structure and the point, the reason that the ribs are there and what are they protecting? Like, why are they in front as opposed to in the back? Dr. Nugget.
in the front and the back.
What's your name? Dr. Nuggies. These nugs.
All right. So look, where this all comes from, it basically stems from the factor of early form science. How they were able to actually depict if you were a female skeleton, a woman skeleton, or a man, was based upon the number of ribs. And that's really where.
Really?
Yeah, because you all have. Yeah, I believe you all.
We have one extra than you have. You actually have a one less rib in real life.
On one side.
Yeah, it has. It has.
Front door. No, you don't.
Yeah. No. Seriously, you all do. We don't have the same number of ribs.
You don't have a floating rib.
Yeah, because it has everything to do with has everything to do with the birth canal. That's what it has to do with. It has to do with you and your womb and everything else. So you
all ain't gotta open for the baby.
Exactly. Exactly. So yeah, that's just early. That's just early science in a sense, if you want to call it, like early theology. I mean early theories. There we go. Theories. That's like early form theory of what it was, and that's why they say the rib. because that's how they were able to decipher if you were man and woman when they find your bones. Automatically, you know by the number of ribs if it was a woman or a man at this point in day and age. I digress. My mic is muted.
That's crazy. Hey, what's up, you guys who's been watching and hanging out with us? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yo, to the top fans, y'all, I can see who the top fans are: Emperor Kojak, Ivy Wody, Sock Passe, A-Dub, and then Cynical One and Willing to Win, and then it's the rest of us down there. So hey, thank y'all for hanging out with us. Yeah. I don't remember being aware of the rib not being equal. I don't remember if I knew that little fun fact about us, but okay.
But if a man handles this rib, protects this rib, uplifts this rib, guides this rib, loves this rib, this woman is able to become something greater than what she was created, which uplifts the man himself. So God gave a man responsibility before he gave him a woman. He didn't say, here's Adam and here's Eve. He says, here's Adam and here's a responsibility. And then when God was seen that he was fit to be considered a man and a head, which God is the head of man and man is the head of woman, he then gave God Eve.
Look how you sitting though, y'all. Look how everybody's sitting.
And then what happened, brother?
Can I say
And then
something?
what happened?
You tell me.
Pineapple, go ahead.
All right. So when it comes to man being the head, more so than being actually the head, what it is, we're supposed to guide you, the elders, and the children, and those who can't defend themselves into protection and safety. See, we've taken out of context what being the head really means. The reason why we have more muscles, we're more agile, we can jump, run faster, and everything else is because we're supposed to be of more of servitude, not to be of abusive with it. So we've gotten a concept of what masculinity, what manhood, all of these things have to do with. So when he speaks about, the factor of, because man is supposed to be the head, I just wanted to throw that in because I do believe a lot of us really have that entire concept completely mixed up. And it's not what you think it is. It does not mean that you run shit. Because first of all, it says God, then you. God runs shit. You don't run a damn thing. You just are to be of a tool in servitude to protect what it is that God has provided around you, which is a companion, and that companion gives you an offspring. But I digress. Mike is muted. Respect to the family.
All right,
because I'm gonna add the context. I want you.
No, we can go in deep. If you want chapters, whatever, we can do this. But I need every young man listening to me that was raised in a home without a father. Young girls that was raised in homes without fathers. Your mother is divine greatness. Your mother is beautiful.
Why you
I
gotta
don't
laugh
care
at
what
that?
no man says about you, your mother, or where you can go. Strive to elevate. Strive to become the best version you are before you get into a relationship, so you don't have to drag a woman through the same things your fathers did to your mothers. Love.
Wow. Okay. See, I was with him with that when he said that, y'all. So, that's kind of is that good advice? I thought that was a good
I'm not.
advice.
You don't gotta be successful to go on a date, bro.
No, he didn't say go on a date. He said just try to be better at being a better guy so that you can be, so you won't be doing the same
You
thing.
have a
your parents
relationship
did.
unless you're successful.
Well, yeah.
Basically, it's like almost saying like a high value man. Before you push play, I see you real quick. It's like saying a high value man is the man who makes a certain amount of money. No, a high value man is a man of a certain moral boundaries, discipline, integrity, and character. That's what makes you truly high value. Your money is it's like trying to say that the icing is the cake. No, it's not. It's what you dress over the cake. The actual cake is when I said the character, the integrity, the morals, the boundaries, and everything else. And people keep on trying to make the icing the cake, and it's not. It's just what flavors it. But I digress. My mic is muted. Respect to the family.
Let's go here.
Yourself a virgin. Beautiful. I don't care what no man says about you, your mother, or where you can go. Strive to elevate. Strive to become the best version you are before you get into a relationship, so you don't have to drag a woman through the same things your fathers did to your mothers. Love yourself enough to provide for yourself. So when you get into a relationship with a woman, you don't have to abandon her or drag her through your turmoils. All praises is completely due to the Most High. Go ahead, my brother.
You know what's so funny about that story? The part that he left out
What's that?
is that she hearkened to the voice of the serpent. And the man wasn't there to protect her. God was.
Do y'all know what that means to hearken, for a woman to hearken to your voice?
Yeah. What? Okay. So listen. So whatever the guy on the gray is
Yada.
Yada. All right. So because I remember I did a live about this myself. He's supposed to be Muslim, and I say keyword supposed to be. You know, just like me, supposed to be, as in inshallah. He was speaking more so of the Islamic Quranic version of the exact same story. So in the Quran, it does speak about the exact same stories, like the story of Job, Daniel, you name it, like everything, everybody, David, Joseph, Mary, Isa, Jesus himself, all of those stories are in the Quran. But he gave it to him in the Quranic version, but didn't really let him know that's what it was. I picked it up because I read up the text. So I know what he was referring to. And that's why Anton came in and said, you left this out, you left that out. Because, right, so now this is the clash of the text. This is more so of a religious debate, in a sense, on low key. Just so you know.
They were supposed to be talking about manhood, but I don't think they ever, they by the end of the debate, they never really touched on it. But, you know, but I like the direction they were going with that. They, you know, they maybe touched a pinky toe in there, but they were not talking about like manhood, even though they try to bring it back to, you know, manhood, because these are two powerhouse men supposedly that are supposed to be able to articulate that perspective. But, you know, I like this direction though. Let's see.
At everything. They didn't even know that they was naked.
Yeah.
He made her because he said that it wasn't good for man to be alone. And he didn't point to figure it out. He let him name every single thing that was in the garden. And the context matters. And this is what happens when you know your word. And the interesting part about it is the devil know parts of the Bible too.
He does.
The devil know parts of the Bible too. So that the serpent itself was able to beguile Eve because he understood what God told them not to do.
Right.
To not to eat from that tree, not to eat that fruit. And although she had all of the covering that she could ever want and need, there is no greater provider than God himself. And you know what she did? She was disobedient. She still ate. And not only did she eat, she went and she gave it to her husband too, which then got them kicked out. And then they had to put cherubims around the tree of life so that they wouldn't eat it and become gods themselves. That's scripture. And then their children was raised up to then kill one another because one of them was jealous of the other. And then the children then became.
Yo, like that's just, isn't that like crazy how much of the scripture he knows, or even people like him, how they know this interpretation, they understand what all intentions, what God intended word was, and then they have this lifestyle, which is crazy because then you should be, if you know this and you know God see you masturbating too. God see you screwing someone else's wife. God sees you over here cussing, talking about F them kids. God see you, you know what I'm saying, at the soup kitchen. God sees everything. He's omnipotent, right? So then who are you hiding from? But on the other side of that, it's like it's almost eerily that level of intelligence that people like him have that can just like interpret the word. Everybody has a different understanding of the word, and it's supposed to be subjective to you, right? However, they seem to have this master interpretation and then their lives is not nothing close to this master interpretation.
Well, let's think about it like this, right? So you have something called the ego, EGO. And that's when you edge God out of your life. A lot of these people speak based upon an ego, and they speak as if they actually really know. When little do you know that the scribes themselves have studied just one parable for like 10 years at a time. Okay. So no, what he knows how to do is recite. There's a difference between reciting the word and actually deferring and interpreting what the word says. To actually decode the message, there's a difference. Anybody can remember some scripture if you hear it enough. You grew up in the church, you read it yourself, man, of course you're going to start to remember it. Just like how we remember lines in the movie. You know, when this part come up, yeah, Jake, so we was da-da-da. You know exactly what's about to be said at that moment because you've heard it a million times over. But do you actually get the significance in the scene in which you just saw? And sometimes that takes decades before you even get it. God dang it, I ain't even get the message. So I just wanted to throw that part in when you say that as much as he knows of the word no, because when it comes down to it to land it, if he really does know the word and he operates the way he does, that is beyond blasphemy. Beyond sin. Like that is like you get the first spot in that lake of fire with like actions like that if you truly believe how it says.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have nowhere to put him. I'm not saying I'm just saying if you really believe, if you really have all that information and you use it to like steer the people away from God, that is one of the biggest things that you could ever commit. Is being somebody who was gifted with the ability to guide God's people and you miss and you steer them astray. You will be first in line. I promise
First in
you.
line is crazy.
Right next
That's
to
lake of fire.
right next to the hypocrite. So I'm just saying, like, so it's either that or no, this is somebody who is able to recite the word, but does not truly comprehend the full complexity and message and decoding of the word. And with that being said, I digress. My mic is muted. Respect.
What you think, Lance?
Pretty much agree with him.
You don't even know. Did you hear the question?
Which part?
When I was saying, well, or my statement rather, not the question, but my statement, how crazy it is that people like him are able to just like do you hear how he would just repeat, you know, what he was saying, all the scriptures, and he's like how they live their lives don't even match anything close to this in real life, and it's just so strange, and it's just like it's crazy, like it's like this eerie feeling, you know, that they have so much, all this word inside of them, all this and they're able to articulate this so well. So, you know, it's just really strange. Oh my God, it's really just strange to me. And, you know, he was just saying no, because they're not really living the word. They're not really of the word. They're not people who are sacrificing their lives and walking, you know, a good foot. They're people that just can recite this to a degree to where it's convincing, because he just rattled off some stuff. Listen to what he just did.
Generational curses as she still ate, and not only did she eat, she went and she gave it to her husband too, which then got them kicked out, and then they had to put cherubims around the tree of life so that they wouldn't eat it and become gods themselves. That's scripture. And then their children was raised up to then kill one another because one of them was jealous of the other. Dang. And then the children then became generational curses as a result of what the beguilement was from the wife, from Eve.
Brother.
No.
Okay.
That's what happened.
Okay.
That's literally what happened.
So the fact that they're able to, people like him, they know so much of the Bible, and they have a really well versed interpretation, right? Or they understand it for some reason. Like how Smitty was saying, like the fact that they even have that, everybody doesn't have that gift of understanding, right? They don't understand what the Bible said. But there are some people who can read the scripture and say, this is what the story was about, this is what happened. And it almost sounds as if they can speak about the characters as if they're like, a soap opera, like, let me tell you, and Jesus was with Mary Magdalene and she was actually a whore and all da da da.
But that's the part right there.
Like when they're able to interpret it like that, and how they don't know this is what Eve was doing. Eve was over here saying, oh no, now we're naked, like as if they were there, almost as if they, like their interpretation is so eerie, and it's just so like, I don't know. It's I mean it is what the story says, but it's the way that they give us the information. Yeah, that they believe it as if they were, they were there almost.
They believe it. It's almost like somebody telling the story, and then you find out like you wasn't even there, and it's like,
yeah, like how were you able to tell so much detail and have so much? Yeah. I'm with you with that. You weren't even there, but how are you able to tell me the story like this?
They tell the story like they believe it to a degree of childlikeness, like
naivete.
And initially, the scriptures are written for a less educated type of people. That's why they're jotted down in that anticipation of the audience. They weren't originally designed for anybody. The priests were supposed to read them to the people, but when they start getting written down, the interpretation anticipated the readers, which was the audience, which was not normally an educated bunch. That was much later. But the way
we weren't
people
supposed to even understand, we're supposed to have had it interpreted from the beginning.
In the beginning, but as they, it's been translated into English, and the stories are meant to be read from the to the children, so that they be remembered about their patriarchs, right? But they're given an allegory, but they're true histories, but they happen over such an expanse of time. They have been condensed and consolidated and been given in this historical form, but it's over a spans of time. Like they're not even, one group don't even know. It's almost like even longer. Like we only been here 250 years. You know what I'm saying? And you talking about distances of 400 years, 1,000, 1,500 years apart. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like their expanse is great. So the way the stories are written in book form, they used to be only oral form, but the way they're written in book form is so that they don't be forgotten. The names aren't the same even as in the original version. Like David is Dawood, you know what I'm saying? Solomon is Shimon or Solomon or something like that. Like
Suleiman, Job is you. Yep, that is very correct. Very correct. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's very correct.
John is Yahya. John is Yahya.
Yachanan. Yeah, so the way they're given is a condensed version so that they don't be forgotten. But if you read it in the Hebrew, a lot of the names would be actual phrases, like they would be sentences. So we're getting names that will be actual sentences in Hebrew. Like the closest example I can think of is say Michael. Michael name mean who is like El, who is like the Most High. That's what his name means. Who is like El, right?
Michael.
It was originally Mikael before it was Michael. Like that's the more Hebrew, translation. I mean, because that's my first name, so I don't mind. Our people know that. So I'm very hip to that name right there. Very special name.
You would know, right?
And it's
Right. So
saying,
when you would read that in the text, that's what you would be reading. Who
Yes.
is like El? It wouldn't be saying Michael, but we're reading it in so many different phrases that are turned into names. If you read it in the Hebrew, you'd be reading it like a sentence. So, but that's what kind of make the scripture, particularly the Old Testament and the prophets, like magic, because on so many levels they still read the same. It's like somebody more divine, something ingenious had to be involved with it, even when it get down to the coding and the number system of the text in its original form. So, but beyond that, you got people who believe the stories as though that they were real, and contextually they were, but the actual thing, like nobody can, it's all a story. It's all a remembered story. It was all oral, passed down from generation to generation until it was actually written down. When it comes down to these Old Testament scriptures,
it says in the word, the Messiah, the Son of Mary himself said, right? This is who people contingent upon the word being, right? One day I will no longer speak to you in parables, but in a clear tongue. As in everything that what we're speaking about right now, and like the whole misinterpretations, and everybody has this version of what it means and that version of what it means, has a lot to do with how we interpret it based upon it being parable, as an old school term of saying riddle ish. It's almost like a riddle. It's like, can you get it? Can you unlock it? You get it? And it'll be something said to you so simple, like 2 apples from the tree fall low and one ant comes and picks one above or something. And you'd be like, what? You know what I'm saying? And it could mean something so basic and simple. And you'll have 15,000 different versions of what that means when 2 apples fall from the tree.
and it'll all be true, and it's according to the person who's reading. So, but that's what I mean by it's like magic.
Like do
true
unto
on so
others
many
as
different
others
levels.
as you want them to do to you. Take that one. When they say do unto others as you want them to do to you, right?
No. That's like pretty straightforward. Like that's like there's nothing hidden in that one, I don't think.
Yeah, that's
There's
pretty.
nothing hidden in that one. It's literally, if you want to be treated good, then you better not treat people effed up. Like if you don't want to get bit, don't bite. I think that's pretty straightforward. But I get where you were trying to go with that. Like there are a lot of different sayings and quotes all through the word. I'm not going to try to think of none to try to bring up because I'm trying to take it all away. I'm just saying, like, I recognize it for what it is. And to what the brother was saying, as far as it's a story, I personally do believe that those miracles and the things that it says that took place actually did happen. I believe that it had to happen for a specific group of people in order for us to get the process of belief to keep, to go. I believe it had to show up at different periods of time for different groups of people, right? From the Abraham, Moses, David, so on and so forth, blah, 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 going down the line. But my point is that to land it, I do believe that those things had to happen, but I believe that really what the word specifically is a guidance of rules. It's almost like it's like if you go to a certain job or a certain place like the military or whatever, they'll give you a pamphlet, like a handbook. There we go. It's the handbook. There it is. It's the handbook of like what to do, what not to do, the rules and regulations, how you're supposed to move and operate. And really what the story
Even
is,
how to wear, what to wear, and how to eat.
everything that we can think of, what's permissible and what is forbidden, all of that. And I think when we take it too literal, every single thing, that's where I see what the brother right here is saying. That's above me as far as it really is just a story. Like in the sense of what do we say at the end of every story? Moral is, as in the message is. It's always we will tell a story, but there's a message behind it. The boy who cried wolf. We don't just tell the story and that's it. We tell you why it's not good to go ahead and lie 3 times in a row because now people don't believe you. So there's a moral to the story. And I get what you're saying on that sense. So that's all I got for that. I digress. My mic is muted.
Yeah, no, what I was saying is this, is that the actual scripture, absent the New Testament, of course, that's a modern construct. Those stories existed in Mesopotamia before they were compiled, because you got to remember the Torah and the Tanakh are all scrolls, separated. They were never one book. They were scrolls. So with those scrolls, those stories exist in Mesopotamian literature, such as the Sumerians, the Syrians, and the Babylonians, even the Akkadians. Those, even the gods' names are like El and Yahweh and Beelel, and all of those different names that the Hebrew ancient doctrine holds to, evidenced by the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint. They existed in the Mesopotamian paradigm. So you know that Abraham is from that region. He clearly drug with him and chose from the pantheon of gods where Yahweh existed and took with him that God. That's the God that chose him, and he chose that God. But Yahweh is from the Mesopotamian pantheon paradigm. So the stories are consolidated or as of over time, over ages. You know, that's like, you know, Bronze Age period, all well off into, you know, so they're consolidated. And we can't get, like, notice there's no stories about the cousins and the uncles and the aunties. It's just royal lineage. Particularly that of Zara Judah. I mean, that of Perez Judah, the twin of Zara. That's the King David lineage. But Zerah, the twin of Perez, that holds a scarlet thread, holds a lineage in Europe and Northern Africa.
Yeah, a lot of as well what we're listening to and should speak about the books being separated from, all right, so what's being read today? Because first of all, everybody that you just named, my brother, now I'm not saying you're wrong. All I'm saying is that, like, lineage wise, like let's say going down the line, chronicle order, there we go. All right, so the Babylonians and all of these people, the Sumerians, they didn't speak English.
Right.
If we got that book exactly how they had it interpreted, we wouldn't be reading the same thing. Where the book, what we read today, comes from the ancient Greek and Roman days, and it's basically from emperors like, for example, Emperor Constantine of Rome, 315 AD. And he wanted to be viewed as a god. And a lot of them, and I know you all have heard the stories of how certain pharaohs and certain Greek Roman emperors, they wanted to be viewed as a god. And so what Emperor Constantine did was he went on ahead and he picked specifically the books out of, which was like over 100 something or more. And he picked what we have now today to be the 66. And then things were kind of flipped because there are certain things you can't even put in an English term translated from their language to English. You can't even do it. You just would have to say it in that language. So the fact is that there's been a lot that has been interpreted. Now, I'm not saying that to say steer away from the Bible. No, read it, because what we have of the gospel is real. We do still have fragments of what is real. But what it is that you just have to be careful in trying to say this right here is the start and the middle and and the ending of all of God's word. And no, it's not. No, it's not. It's
not.
That's all. That's all. It is. Yeah, it's a whole lot we missing from it. That's all. But it is
find it as well in the Mesopotamian region, like in the Babylonian region. When you study Sumerians, you can see that they have the same pantheon as the Christians and the Israelites. You feel what I'm saying? Like the Yahweh and the El Elyon, which is the Most High, that exists in their paradigm. that whole, like, other than the names, the stories and all, like in the Mesopotamian story about Noah, his name is Utnapishtim, right? And that story existed long before Noah was, as far as it being documented, written in a book. So we know that story in Noah is quite possibly Utnapishtim from a earlier age when the earth actually ended. We're getting it finally put in a book, and it was all oral, but hundreds and hundreds of years later, now it's being put in a book. But prior to that, it was all oral. Nothing was in a book. You feel what I'm saying? It wasn't a scroll. And then as the Israelites started to scatter, they began to put them on scrolls.
Real quick, what period of time are you talking about?
From the from the beginning of the Babylonian period, which is 576 BC, and from 722 BC from the exile. That's when they began to start to put things in books. But the actual stories come from a more ancient period, which is from the Mesopotamian region. You got to remember, Abraham himself migrated from Haran, and prior from Haran, from the land of Ur, which is Iraq, which is right across the water from Ethiopia and Egypt. Same distance Detroit is from Canada that's the same, about the same distance. But they try to bounce the word around like it's authoritative for a common man, and the real word is only for the group of people who was talking about, and everybody else just integrated themselves into it.
Smith, are you there? I know that I tried to turn that noise, that sound off. It was
sometimes I don't know what that is. I cannot explain it. That is something brand new. All of 2026. All of a sudden, my phone randomly just makes really weird noises, and it's there's nothing going on with my voice.
That was really crazy.
Yeah. No, it does that. That's why when I seen you muted me and stuff, that's why I went on ahead. I said, I already know what it is. But now go ahead.
So my point is that context matters. It's not just looking at it on the surface. Definitely. It's deep diving into the understanding. You need to get a concordance. You should get a concordance, because I don't know what book you read. I don't know what version you understand, but you got to get a concordance to understand what words mean. And you need to understand exactly what God instructed Adam to do, because he wasn't disobedient. He was punished for the thing that you tell women to do and you tell men to do. You said, people sent me a video of you saying a man should give 100% of his check to his wife. God punished Adam because he hearkened to the voice of his woman, and he wasn't the leader that you saying with both tongues, because it's speaking from both tongues, that you said that men should do. It's the opposite of what God instructed man to do.
That's what he just said is so beautiful.
Did y'all hear that? It's the women's fault. Okay, but yeah. He said you told the man to give 100% of your check to the woman, and that's not what God tells men to do. That's not what the Bible or what God said men to do. He told you, and you went against God.
This is chapter 3, verse 1 through 6. Adam was right next to Eve when the serpent gave her the fruit to eat. He was right next to her. Genesis, anybody, Genesis.
This guy's crazy.
You see him? See how he do stuff, y'all? All
But
that
he's not telling the
sexy
truth,
women.
though.
No, well, they're going to talk about it in a second, but it's a vocabulary lesson. It's a lesson in sentence structure at this point because they're getting ready to argue the fact that what the word says and how it is explaining where and they were to each other in proximity because it doesn't say anything like that.
Chapter 1.
It says it. Hold on.
Listen to me. Genesis chapter 3,
I think he's
verse
gonna
1
read it.
through 6. Can somebody read that for me?
What version?
I'm gonna pull that up. I'm gonna pull that up. Genesis.
What version?
Let's go King James just to keep it. Let's keep it King James just to keep it standard.
And Lano,
What
can
we
we
going?
pull that up? Can we pull that up, Lano? Is that possible?
Chapter,
We're no
just so I know.
longer allowing men
Go
to
ahead and pull
walk
that
us
up.
around
Genesis 1 through
circles and sound like they know what they're talking about.
Oh no, you know what's up.
Genesis,
You know what's
chapter
up.
3, verse 1 through 6.
Oh, that was shade. He said no longer letting you walk around saying stuff and you don't even know what you're talking about.
Can somebody please read?
Listen, we're gonna pull that up. And listen,
Okay,
shout out
good.
to the chat. We're gonna pull that up. Genesis chapter 1 through 6. We got 3,300 people in the chat. That's between initiates, NDBA, and the bag chasers all going crazy tonight. And I dropped the poll, guys. We already got 1,200 people chimed in on that poll. Who will win tonight's debate is already getting heated. Should men pay 100% of the bills? And it's funny because it's 52% to 48%. So pretty much it's 50-50.
After you read this, I'm gonna
Hurry up
break
and read
down
it.
the generational curse. This brother didn't know what he was talking about. But
Okay,
let's do
okay.
this.
Let's send that link to Lano. Send that link to Lano.
praise
So I want him to
to
pull
the
that up.
Most High.
Let's go ahead.
Yo, my
Generation
mic's so good.
Your mic
the
is good.
woman
Can you-
being
Make sure y'all
ahead.
get y'all hardly initiated cards. Too.
So check this out. I'm gonna
Okay,
go
look.
ahead and start reading this. Lano, go ahead. You gonna get that to Lano to pull
I'm
it
trying
out.
to get it to Lano. Yeah.
Now Genesis chapter 3.
Mhm.
Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, Yea, hath God said, Ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. 2. And the woman said unto the serpent, We may eat of the fruit of the trees of the garden. But of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God hath said, Ye shall not eat of it, neither shall y'all touch it, lest ye die. And the serpent said unto the woman, Ye shall not surely die. For God doth know that in the day ye eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened.
What if working from home didn't have to mean selling products or posting online? And here's the
And ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil.
That's correct.
And when the woman saw that the tree was good for
Yep.
food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat.
With her.
That does not that's not what it means.
Read that
That's
again,
not what it
please.
means.
Read that again, please.
That's not what it means.
Let me read it one more time. Let me read this one more
That's
time.
not what it means, and you know better.
Now you want to change
You
the
know
word.
better. No,
Pull
it's
that up,
not
Lano.
changing
Pull
the
that up.
word.
Hold on,
You
people
know
see
that's
that.
not what it
Guys,
means.
hold on, wait, one second. This is actually chapter 3. I'm reading verse 6 again. And when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree to be desired to make one wise, she took of the fruit thereof and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her.
With her.
But no, but see, here's
She took it.
Right here, Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I was talking, y'all. But no, right here, the argument is where Eve and Adam were in proximity to each other. Because the other part of the argument is that Anton's side is that Eve was chilling with the serpent by herself. Her husband wasn't there to protect and cover her, and by her being disobedient and going and being beguiled by the serpent, right? So it's her fault that she went over there, separated from her husband, because she wasn't supposed to do that, because we're supposed to stay under his coverage. And since you are away from your husband, when you're away from your husband, bad things happen, which means you can be beguiled by the enemy to do something wrong, which in this situation cost the whole, switched, changed, put a big shift in humanity, right? But Yada's side of the argument is more so Adam was right there. Like, they're both accountable for it and then he's also pointing out the fact that God held Adam responsible, and Adam turned around and said, no, it's the woman who tricked me, who was tricked, and that's why we both failed. So they have they have two sides of the argument of saying, no, if this wasn't for her, then the man wouldn't have been tricked. And then, they go down that rabbit hole of saying that, sometimes you guys are such dummies that the women convinces you guys to do things, and then everybody loses, right? So yeah, that's the whole thing.
Here's the key. No. Here's the key.
Now he want to change.
So based on what you guys just heard him say, if someone says that it was me and you, right, Smitty, standing and also I gave you, I took the money off I took the $1 million, the $150 million. And then you also, I gave Smitty some who was with me. Does that say that you were right there? Oh wait, Smitty's not here. Okay, so
No,
Lance?
ma'am.
Oh, go ahead.
Fine. Next time again, I'm not saying it.
So it says in the scripture, right? He has it on the screen. That says the argument is Anton is saying that Eve was by herself with the serpent. She's separated from her man, and now she's not with her man to protect her, to keep her out of trouble. But the other side of the argument is this: the verbiage. The verbiage says that she was with him also, and then she took the fruit and also gave him some who was also with her. So if you put it in today's terminology, if me and you are at the bank and I take the money and I give Smitty some who's also with me, does that say that you were with me when I took the money and gave it to you? You don't know. Okay.
I mean, no, you're not. If it's planned out with the two of us, we both wrong.
What?
If it's planned out between the two of us, I believe we both wrong.
Okay, so in the scripture that's on the screen is what they pulled up is where it says that she took the fruit, ate the fruit, and also turned to her Adam, who was standing right next to her, and also gave him some, and he ate some fruit.
So, like, whose fault is it?
I can't hear you. You're kind of borged out. What?
Are you asking whose fault is it?
No. There's
Okay,
two
so
different interpretations of that. There's one interpretation that says also, meaning that he was also with her, but she was not there when she took when he wasn't there when she made this sin, when she took from the serpent. I mean, when she was talking to the serpent, she was by herself. Okay, so one side of the argument is saying that scripture says that Eve was there by herself and she was getting, beguiled by the serpent. Adam was nowhere to be found. She took the fruit and did whatever, and then she took some to Adam wherever he was and then gave him some. The other side of that argument is that Adam was standing right there with her, and so she took the fruit and turned to Adam and said, here. He was right there getting beguiled by the serpent. He saw everything. He was right there. So one side is saying Adam is also right there, and the other side is saying no, he wasn't right there. He was over there, and she was by herself with the serpent.
Well, the scripture in a much older text called the Testament of Adam and Eve states that he was in the cave and she came to him.
See, that's what Anton is saying, and then Yada's saying no. The scripture says he was right there while this was all happening because he was with her the whole time. Yeah.
Word of God.
Nope. Don't overtalk me.
Oh.
She talked to the serpent
Scroll up,
by
Ronald.
herself. She ate from the tree by herself, and then she took with her and then dined with her husband.
That's not what it said.
Listen. That is what happened in the word.
Man.
He wants to, and here's the beautiful part about this, is that he's so stuck on pandering.
Oh man.
He's so stuck. And here's the beautiful part about this is that regardless of what man that you have, regardless of your covering, he's going to suffer no matter what. He has to pay the price. Men today understand that regardless of whether or not we get you impregnated or not, we still have to be responsible for that. We go to jail regardless of if we want to take care of that kid or not. If we decide that we don't want to pay child support, even if it's not your child, a woman can put your name on the birth certificate and you will be imprisoned as a result of it. That is just a fact.
And see, I don't think that that's fair because I know that I think he said something about that. All states don't have that policy. Michigan has that like automatic daddy policy. So, that's not fair. And I'm glad, I think someone said something about that too. I think on Taz's video, like that's not fair because every state doesn't just automatically you the pappy. They have the luxury of being able to make sure that is actually your child first before they issue child support. So that's not fair to say that.
Facts. It's men every single day that go to jail for things that they didn't do. They get accused of things that they didn't do every single day. Meaning that men by default, even back in the word of God, is held accountable for the things that their wife do. But it doesn't absolve the woman from being responsible for her own decisions. It does not absolve her at all. And that's the part of the context that we're missing. We always want to put it on the men. And justifiably so, because men have to be responsible, and you've never seen how great a society is without men being great themselves. But we don't live in that time.
Oh, praises. Now, I want to finish what I was saying about
but I'm gonna let
Genesis.
him finish.
Thank you so much.
Let's go ahead and get it. Let's go ahead.
Thank you so much.
Yada.
Thank you so much. From Genesis, chapter 3, verse 1 through 6.
He just read it.
Listen to me, please. May I speak? That's
You're right.
feminine.
I'm sorry.
I
You're right.
appreciate you so much. Genesis, chapter 3. You read
1
it.
through 6.
Yes,
1
sir.
through 6,
That
right?
was 1 through
Yep.
6. Yes, sir.
Did it say that Eve walked down the street?
No.
Did it say she ran around the corner? She said she gave it to her husband that was right next to her, meaning
It didn't say right next to her.
brother that was
you
with her.
pervert the word of God.
Can we read it
You
one more time?
brother,
It's on the
brother,
screen.
He didn't say
Can we
it was
place
right
it
next to her.
again?
And
Can we
Gabe-
place?
He said
Hold on.
that she
Antoine,
talked
hold
to the
on for 1
serpent
minute,
by
brother.
herself.
1 minute,
He
brother.
was not there.
Brother, 1 minute, brother,
So check
please.
it out. I got it. It says, and gave also. She took.
Also,
She took
Also,
of the
brother,
fruit.
brother.
She
Thank
took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also
Thank
unto her husband with her.
so you're gonna ignore
and
also?
With her.
he did
You're gonna
eat.
ignore also?
Can you read it again? Because some I don't know.
I didn't
what
see
he learned
anywhere.
English from.
I didn't see anywhere in that
Where'd you
scripture
learn your English?
where it said that
Okay,
Adam was
let me
there
finish,
while
brother.
she was having a
let me finish.
conversation.
I understand
and when she
you don't
picked-
like to be
and when
proven
she
wrong. I
picked the
got
fruit
you.
off
Oh,
of the
we
tree.
gotta have
I
one
didn't
mic.
see that.
We
Yeah.
gotta have one mic, guys, just so because we
I'm
gotta
gonna finish. Thank you so
we
much.
gotta
So
get
let's get it.
context
So
on this.
Genesis 1 through 6.
Right. First, I want to say, Antoine, I love you. And I'm glad that you came here to speak with me today. We don't have to get emotional, over talk, yell. It's not about proving points, bro. We're going to show facts. That's it. You said talking points, right? You said we couldn't go into context. Now, as we see, when a man leaves a woman unprotected, she doesn't
Look at-
just get hurt.
Look at his face. Yo. And there he goes. So he's on that, hey, Prism. What'd you say, Sugar? What's that question? Did Adam not know what the fruit of the tree looked like? Child, listen.
Yeah, he did, and he was told
Adam
not
didn't
to
know no
touch.
better. Go ahead. Go ahead, man.
God told Adam, and Adam told Eve that we can't fuck with that tree.
Mm-hmm. So he already knew everything. He just was also disobedient too.
He
Her
was like,
family
he
beneath
seen Eve
her.
with that fruit.
Now
He
we're
was
gonna
like,
step.
"Oh shit, you ain't dead." She said, and it's good. And he like, "Let me get some." And he ate some, and he
He
didn't
said,
die. He was
he
like,
said, well,
"Man,
you
I
ain't
fucking
dead, but we naked now.
died." It's like, oh shit, what's
I'm-
wrong? You got titties? My
You got
eyes are
titties?
open now.
We see clearly now, the rain is down.
Step into what the brother was talking about, generational curses. The generational curse fell on the sons. You okay, brother? I thought you were having a
listening.
seizure. Your neck was moving a little bit. You
I'm
okay?
listening.
Oh, wow.
Just
He's
making
trying to
sure
be
you're
petty.
okay.
Because you're doing the Kamala
Bro,
Harris.
no, brother,
But go
please,
ahead.
please, bro.
Not the
Thank you so
Kamala
much. I love
Harris.
you, brother, really. When Adam and Eve, Adam is the head over woman. God is the head over man. When Adam ate, God came to him, and I'll give you a check if you want to, because I know I like to go back, and this is what I do. He ate of the fruit. Like the brother said, he was naked. God came to him and said, "Why are you hiding?" He said, "I'm naked." He said, "Who told you you're naked? Yes or no?" You agree with that part? Thank you so much for agreeing. He then asked him, "Who told you you were naked?" He said, "The woman that you gave me the fruit, and I ate." He took no responsibility over that woman. Now this turns into a generational curse, which goes down to Cain and Abel. When a man leaves a woman unprotected, we're going to see death in high numbers, as we do right now. Detroit, Chicago, New York, they're even rapping about it, calling it drill music. But if men, young men, had fathers in their lives that could elevate them, love their mothers, appreciate their mothers, guide their mothers, because when a man loves a woman, the children will be protected. But when a woman has to pick up the slack of a man and become a man, more masculine in her approach with her sons, the boy turns into something other than himself. And now we're seeing murder at high numbers. We're still going through the sins of Adam not being a provider and a teacher, because a provider isn't just financial. Providing is emotionally, mentally, spiritually, intellectually. This is what a provider is.
Oh, I was talking, y'all. So he just laughed at that and said, he laughed at that. That's not true. That's a nuance to that as well.
I just had a thought.
Did you?
Yeah, because
you did.
Adam's eyes was open when he ate of the fruit. And can you imagine him saying, "Eve, dude, your dick fell
Dude.
off"? Because he don't know she's a woman yet.
He don't know he has a penis.
Exactly. He knows he has a penis because he pees with it, but he doesn't know she doesn't have one.
He don't know that. He just know that he's
They're
got
not
an
na-
outside, he's got an inside, and they're not
They
covered.
don't know that they're naked.
They don't know what the naked is,
They had sex.
but that's because that's natural for reproduction. They wasn't having sex to get to get one off.
Oh
A holy
shit,
get one.
dude, your dick fell off. What?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, the thing here that goes here. You don't have one.
Mine's on the inside. Mine went in the other way. They didn't know what no dick was, or no penis was to say you don't have one.
Yeah, the thing that goes here, you don't have one. Must have fell off, and then they go looking for it. Maybe I was standing over here. Maybe it's over here.
Mm-mm. You just had a whole big old imagination. That was crazy. But anyway, y'all, it's almost over.
And when a man's unable to do that, we see what's going on. Young girls not knowing how to choose a man, and men speaking down to women. This is what's going on. This is the sin of Adam. not the sin of Eve, but you men believe that.
You know, Adam was punished.
So wasn't that supposed to be true, right? Because our punishment was a painful childbirth and cramps every month, right? That's what we're told, that the reason why we have that is because that's our punishment for eating from the tree of life.
Well, deceiving. Well, yeah.
So your punishment as a man is what he just said.
Not for eating the fruit, but to hearkening unto the voice of the woman.
Oh yeah, he said this part.
That's what he don't understand. See, he'll move the goalposts and start talking
What?
about drill music and all of this other nonsense. That's not true. Let me tell you something. God punished her. He punished her first. He punished the woman. He didn't punish the man because of the woman. He punished the man for hearkening unto the voice of the woman. And that's the context. How can you sit there and say, because she wasn't provided for and protected, when at that time, before sin was committed, God was the provider and the protector? So did she sin against her husband or did she sin against God?
Are you asking a question?
Yes, that's a question.
She sins in both.
Did she sin against her husband or did she sin against God?
Both.
Well, that would make you a hypocrite. That would make you contradictory because
How?
I'm gonna explain to you how.
Please.
Because you said that she wasn't provided and protected for. God had gave them everything that they could ever need. Their responsibility was to make sure that they listened to God and did what he's supposed to do. They only had one rule.
That's beautiful, bro.
There was only one rule, not to eat from that fruit. That's it.
That wasn't it.
That was the rule.
No, it wasn't.
That was the rule.
No, it wasn't.
And they sinned against God. They were punished as a result of it. So for you to say that she wasn't protected and provided for is a lie, because then that would mean that you convicting God.
Well,
That's true. In that point,
woo, child.
it wasn't Adam's
That means
responsibility.
you're
to
convicting
provide.
God. Okay, you convicting God. I didn't want to do convicted God. Oh my goodness.
Wasn't even no Cain and Abel. Nah, man, leave his mom and daddy and
So
cling to
I don't know
his
if you guys. Oh, can you hear me? Oh, can you hear you? Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello? Oh, I was gonna say I don't know how much of the that debate you got. Everybody was looking at, but those are some of the questions that I was asking myself along while I was listening to it. Even when he gets to his part of the conversation talking about how he doesn't date, like he don't believe in dating. I think I was agreeing with the commentary on the fact that you haven't been with any, well, according to what you say, you've been married since your high school, right? Since you were legally old enough to be married. You got married at 21 or whatever. And it's just really like for them to say like that opinion is probably very, 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 very skewed, right? And we now say, in light of the whole I might I feel like busting down a chick tonight comment, we now know that it looks like the marriage is open on one side, right? So I agree with them when they say, well, he might not have been that guy that's back in high school that got all the action, or he might have been the friend zone friend, and now he's just coming, and in this point in time, now he's just kind of making up for lost time, and now he's the asshole he wished he could have always been. All that can be true. Still, this the way that this is played out, that how the spiritual connection to it, there's somebody listening to this it's not making any sense. There's someone listening to this where it makes perfectly good sense. Still, it's like, how do you live like this? How do you actually even be able to open your mouth and say, because it's scary how much he knows about the Bible and how much the word and exactly what Jesus meant, exactly what Moses meant, exactly what the interpretation was. It's like weird and eerie, and it feels I Hey, sugar. It feels like you know. I don't know. I want to say like it's a trick of the devil, but it feels very, very kind of crazy to me. So I don't know, but that's just my take on it. So when he gets to that part, right? I think this is the part where I was gonna show you guys where, you know, he don't believe in dating, and you know, I'm just gonna date to be married, and like, okay, well, you've been dating to be married since you were 21. You said you married her at 21. That was the only person that she's been only with you, and you've only been with her, according to this story, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. What's up, honey? How are you? Welcome to my little show.
Hey, Miss Genesis, and hey, everybody. You know, I never knew Anton did this. I saw this.
Girl, it's amazing. Have you been hearing how much Bible, Jesus, God, Lord?
You
Thank
know,
you, Jesus.
let me say this from just my upbringing with my family and everything. And my dad, I'm not going to say what he is, but let me say this: I had to sit on the front row every Sunday. I'm going to put that little bit out there. And I'm glad that my dad has gotten a great knowledge and understanding about politics of church. And Anton is talking about not dating, and I heard that part. And the church has failed horribly with the purity culture, the dating culture. I remember some of the first books that I received was I Kissed Dating Goodbye, Choosing God's Best, all of these type of books that were basically essentially, you know, I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater, because I do think that there's some parts of it that could keep you, if you're a teenager and you know you're going through all these hormones and the boys are cute and you know, and the sexes are created to be attracted to each other. That's the way life is. And I think that when we try to put control around humanity, that's where it kind of falls apart at. And I think that one of the first things that I'm glad and I'm grateful for my mom and my dad about was the ability for me to be able to understand who I was in connection to what I am to men and men to me and my relationship of how it should look. So if you want to be pure and safe and those things, date in a group. Go out with like a bunch of friends together, you know, chaperones, whatever you want to call it, if you want to keep things safe. If you start dating somebody and the guy has some sort of intention toward marriage and stuff, you know, you'll be around their friends who are married and his friends or whatever, of groups of men and women where you can kind of court one another, where they won't have to be any type of issues like that. And I think that, you know, in some aspects, I think a lot of that was a good idea for us to kind of get to know each other if we wanted to have that type of lifestyle. But I think where it failed horribly, and which is where a lot of people and let me say this, on a lot of the white side of the church, they're already talking about this. But as usual, we're kind of caught behind the scenes because we're behind everything. And now they're realizing that the increase of the marriages in the Christian church are the highest. The evangelical churches are the highest amount of divorces in the church. And it's because you paint this fairy tale to men and women like, you know, God's going to come. He's going to introduce you to this man and you guys are just going to get along and God's going to bless your marriage and stuff. And then all of a sudden you start living together and the whole world starts falling off out underneath your feet. You don't realize the risk of, you know, the relationship, how to get to know somebody, how do I become one with this person, at the same time, be an individual in the marriage, because a lot of people have this concept that oneness is, and becoming one means that you lose your identity. No, that's the beautiful mystery of being one in a marriage, is that we're still moving as a unit, but I still have my thoughts and you have your thoughts, and bringing those things together is the beautiful thing that testifies to a lot of people that, hey, you know, we don't always think alike, but guess what? We're going to do this for the relationship, for the family, the community, and our loved ones. And a lot of people don't even really think about it like that, Miss Genesis. Am I making sense?
Mm-hmm. Girl, we all rocking with you. The guys and turn their mics have been muted and they're listening.
So I hope I'm not being disrespectful about it, because a lot of times I really don't like talking about religion and stuff, Miss Genesis, because it's always such a, I blame the man and I blame the woman, and the woman did this and the woman did that, and the man, oh, he did this and he did that. And that's been the war. And I think that is the serpent, if you want to call it that, Hasatan. I think that is his whole goal, is to try to keep this separation, this wall, this dividing wall that was already healed if people just step into it, you know, whatever that's stepping into it, whatever that means for you. But I just think that's the biggest issue. So I'm done.
Well, I hope you hang out with us, and thank you so much for your feedback, and thank you for being another woman up here with me. I've been up here with all these fellas. So
Okay,
we're gonna go. I'm gonna hang out for probably a little while before I wrap the show up, because I definitely wanted to get in at least to the second topic that they were debating about, because I also thought, again, their take on it, especially considering where we are right now with Mr. Anton and his opinion about things and his fleet of So just here we go with the second question, guys.
Especially for my brothers. The brothers, they want a woman to cooperate. The brothers, they want a woman who's submissive. A lot of brothers are complaining, saying that things have changed with the level of submissiveness from women. So the question is,
is that the commercial?
I got these patches, and what followed was an absolute shock. I almost made the dumbest mistake of my life, and with
have women become less submissive? Anton, we started with Yada last round. I want to start with you this time. Have women become less submissive, Anton?
Yeah, absolutely. 100% they become less submissive. And I like to answer questions directly, and then I want to add the context, right?
Okay.
Part of the reason why they become less submissive, because they become less reliant on men for provision and protection, right? Some of that is society, and that we've civilized the world so much to where we're no longer hunters and gatherers.
Okay, so I agree with again, I agree with Taz when I heard his review on it, and I thought that's crazy, because why are we being compared to that time and that time period when we're not even doing that anymore? Do we have people are getting together with folks that don't have jobs? Two people that don't have jobs are getting together. So now that hunter and gathering, we're not even in that climate anymore, and to even compare it to that, it's kind of like this again. It's that sounds like holy pandering, you know, spiritual pandering. Like, I don't know what that was, but yeah, it didn't sit too well, because I was like, why do we relate? I hate when they go back to that point. We're not doing that. We don't wear those long skirts and dresses. We're not looking like Little House on the Prairie. We're not, you're not coming and meet my father to get my hand in marriage. None of that's happening. So we're not out. You're not going out here killing a buffalo or a bison, bringing back fur and meat so we can survive. You know what I'm saying? Half you guys can't even go get pads with wings. Remember that little TikTok? You guys don't even get that shit right. So what are you talking about going out and hunt and gather? What are you gathering and hunting? Nothing. You guys sit on the computer and sit on the phone and sit on the damn couch and play the game, or not, or do whatever the hell you're doing, but you're not out here hunting and gathering. So stop that. Okay.
Right? We now have the technology to where people can live on their own and they can survive on their own, because everything is automated, technology, so on and so forth, right? But the other part of it is that people have the ability to choose for themselves, right? Historically, women just became able to vote within the last 50 to 60 years.
Oh, that's another fun fact that's wrong. So we've only had the right to vote in the last 50 to 60 years. So women got the right to vote. So anybody that's 50 right now, they got the right to vote right when that person was born. Is that true? Nobody knows. Nobody knows if that's a true fact, huh? How long have women had the right to vote? Has it been 50 years? Has it been 60 years? All right. No. Okay.
I don't vote as a man myself, let alone.
You don't know yet. We don't know. I don't know. I don't think that's exactly on point, but he might be in a ballpark. But I guess between 50 and 60 years having the right to vote, to base his whole statement on that. But yeah, I just thought this part was interesting, because it was like, we're less submissive. There's a whole lot of reasons to not be submissive. To who? And then to everybody? That's crazy work, right? But yeah, he gets into it real quick.
Right? They just been able to get some of the jobs that they had within the last 50 to 60 years. The problem with that, though, is that historically, and you see it within our culture and our community, is that when people have the option to choose for themselves, often at times they choose wrong, right?
So remember, he's only talking about us because he's trying to say people, but he's not talking about the men. He's just only speaking about the women because we're only speaking about this in reference to women having the right to choose anything. We're not talking about men having the right to choose. We're only speaking about, oh, now women have the right to choose. So, when people get the right to choose, they often choose wrong. So you're also a people too, sir. So, but he's not concluding himself. They, they never do when they have this kind of conversation. But yeah.
So I'll give you an example. Men used to give their daughters over to husbands as virgins. You don't see that anymore. Often at times, most times, women had never known another man. But now they have the ability to do what they want with their body.
So when they say statements like this is where I feel like this is disingenuous. Is that the right buzzword, disingenuous? Because you're not including all the young girls who've already been touched by a man before they were ever given away to a man. It might be morbid for you to think that, but you're forgetting Brenda had a baby and put him in a garbage can, right? And went back to school with her backpack. So before she ever got a husband, she had a baby that she got from a cousin who was touching her. So I'm sorry to say that, but we forget to include that when they make that kind of statement. They're not that woman, you're not meeting that woman anyway that hasn't already been touched by someone. And it's not because she out here catching bodies. It's because, we know the kind of shit that happens. That's why she was touched at 12. But yeah, I digress on my mic. It's muted on that.
Body. Now, the other side of that, though, is there are some men that have absolutely ruined some women. And then you've seen women have to fend for themselves and have to pick up the pieces for themselves and have to find themselves in that because they didn't have the fathers or they didn't have the protection or they had an uncle that touched on them when they was younger. And those are some of the subjects that we don't broach as far as the core reasons as to why people are broken before they even reach adulthood. So before you even have the ability to choose for yourself.
Okay, Anton, I forgot you was in my head. Okay. All right, y'all.
So you already broken. You see what I'm saying? Or you have the child support system, or you have society that has leveraged the child support system in order to endear you to a specific party. And so they've incentivized you to depend on the federal government instead of leaning on your parents. Or we've promoted in the culture for you to leave the house at 18, right? That's not conducive for your lifestyle. That's never going to work for you. It's never going to be ideal for you to be out there as a woman at 18 and 19 years old by yourself. So is there some...
So all that happens, and now you have people out here fending for themselves, and then you wonder why she's not going to be submissive. Did I miss something, y'all? All that stuff he just said. The system, it could be abuse. Look, he said abuse, somebody touched on her. All that stuff that he said. And then she's supposed to still be out here to be somebody's wife, supposedly, right? But she already broke it before she can even be chosen. That's crazy work.
Yeah, this Miss Genesis, this thing is so layered. There's even biblical stories about brothers touching sisters and cousins and all kind of stuff, and what you're supposed to do to those men if they do those type of things. That's a very layered conversation. I'm gonna be honest with you. It really is. And it's layered because I don't think people really want to hear the truth.
Mm-hmm. Because while we talk about this, I'm gonna get 3 views. But if we were talking about some other stuff about over here calling each other bitches, we have 25 views. So they don't want to hear talk about it.
Virginity is only a trophy to men.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's not a trope, and I'm gonna be honest with you. It's not. It's only a trope to men in America. I'm gonna leave that alone.
Because he even likes to remind us that his wife was a virgin when he married her.
Are we sure?
Well, now I wouldn't say. And then
That's-
he never says he wasn't a virgin. He just says she was.
I don't. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I don't believe anything Anton says. I don't care what he says. Anytime I know Anton's mouth is moving, he's lying. I'm sorry. I don't believe anything that guy says. And it doesn't even really have anything to do with the latest updates, Miss Genesis. I just don't believe anything he says. I don't believe a lot of what people say online. I'm gonna be honest with you. I just don't. Not even the people who call themselves believers or whatever. They have their little Bible studies every week and every day they do a little stuff. I don't believe anything about any of them. And I don't. And I don't have to because I don't know you. And they can and vice versa. So this is not, but Anton is the least of the people who should be talking about somebody trying to live a godly life and being submissive. But you can go ahead.
Some responsibility on the fathers and the parents and the culture itself for influencing and then ultimately pushing the women out there and men out there. Men are supposed to kind of be pushed out there, but they're supposed to fail in controlled environments. Is there some responsibility? Absolutely. But to answer your question again, to bring it back, are women less submissive? Absolutely. But that's the context behind it.
There you have
So it's not their fault entirely. It's not.
So it's not our fault, fellas, that we are more submissive. I mean, not as submissive nowadays because of society and what y'all make us go through when, you leave our mamas and our mamas got to raise us by themselves and we got to get pushed out into society early and fend for ourselves when we just shouldn't have had to had you had just stayed. Because Anton also believes that if you have a child, because I know, Smitty, you have a young person, in his mind, you crazy for trying to work it out with anyone else. You're supposed to go back to that person, because he tells the women real quick, you shouldn't have a baby daddy. You should be trying to work and make a family out of the man you had children with. But yeah, he can get to that, honey.
Entirely their fault. You can never hang something, especially on a person that was raised to be a certain way. You can never 100% put something on somebody like that. That's not entirely their fault.
And Yada, what do you think about what Anton is saying?
I mean, he articulated very beautiful. Like he articulated very, very beautiful. But what I would say to me, and from what I say is, when a man is able to properly lead, properly provide, help this woman reach her best version, heal from past trauma and pain, she becomes submissive. I don't care what her background is. I don't care if her mommy was there.
You notice the imbalance in their vocabulary if women have been paying attention to this, because my videos have rewatch value, so y'all gonna be watching this back over again since it's gonna be so many views by tomorrow. I might have 10 views right now, but I'll have 45 tomorrow. So you notice how his vocabulary changes. The vocabulary is different between the two of them in regards to he's not really ever saying anything to build the women up, but Yada includes that in his vocabulary, like as far as their communication, right? He hits those buzzwords about giving the woman a little empowerment, and where Anton doesn't really touch on that. So I just thought that was different too, because we meet both these guys. We run into them. One guy holds the door for us, and then the other guy is the guy we meet at the bar who was a little arrogant and he's got an attractive quality about him, or he might have a lot of money and, he just bought you a drink. And then you meet a Yada because that's the guy that, he's that guy. So it's not like, that's the other misconception too. Like every time you guys speak, you guys miss you guys miss the fact that we run into a version of you. We might not run into you, but we will run into a guy just like you out in the world all the time. And the more attractive we are, and the more fit and feminine or friendly or whatever it is y'all consider to be attractive, whatever that is going to make you run into more and more people. You can have a wonderful personality and just meet people as well. We're going to run into that nigga like you. So every time you guys say some crazy crap or give us some crazy logic, give us a JP version or give us a manosphere us or red pill us, Like y'all forget that we're gonna see that guy. He probably works at the gas station every time I go and get gas and grab an orange juice or something. That's that dude, So y'all forget that. We see that shit all the time.
Her daddy wasn't there. I don't care what's going on.
Yeah,
When a woman
and then
step-
Prism, and they kind of equate that too, like being her best is actually taking care of the kids, making sure the home is. But you can hear that in their conversation. So one person saying let her be her best to go and be whatever that is, so that when she comes back, she wants to take care of the home, she wants to take care of the children, and now she wants to be a part of be that in their family. Whereas the other guy is just saying she needs to be her best so that she can be my wife. Like, the fuck out of here.
steps into the presence of a man that walks with God's attributes, leading, guiding, protecting, this woman is going to naturally become submissive because in her nature to be submissive. But she's been put through this man, father not being there, mother not showing her how to be a woman. So when a
Right, Reese. Hey, Reese Poo Poo. Yep. That's it too. They don't forget. Y'all. Yep. There you go. You're right, Reese. They just chose that woman too.
a woman is guided and loved and protected, and I need these words to be heard, when she feels stable, safe, and secure, she's going to dwell in her femininity, and this is where the submissiveness comes from. If a man has to demand a woman to be submissive, he must look in the mirror at himself. Are you able to lead her properly? Are you able to guide her properly? Are you verbally, mentally, physically abusive? Are you able to make love to her mind? Or are you just able to make love to her body? When a man stands on truth and his foundation, a woman to and secure, she's going to dwell in her femininity, and this is where the submissiveness comes from.
Oh shit, I thought I was talking to y'all. So yeah, I had to rewind that real quick so I could hear what he was saying again. Because is that true though? I think it's true a little bit. I think it's true a lot of bit sometimes. The more secure you feel, because you were feminine as a little girl because you knew your daddy got this, right? Whoever was taking care of you, you knew that person had your back, especially if you had a father. So that's your first version of what that looks like anyway. So, I hate that we cap on that fact as well. We forget that that's what that looks like. So if you ain't shit dad, that's what your little baby girl is getting a version of, and that's what she's going to reference. Her point of reference is going to be. But if you didn't have a dad, you had, if you had somebody giving you some sort of influence, that's what that would look like. That's your first version of that, and that's why you can feel so feminine, and you can just be this cute little running around with your little nails polished and be this little carefree little girl, because you knew whoever was providing and taking care of you, if it was your dad, that you were good. So now you grow up, zoop, 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 fast forward to you being a grown up now, and the man is supposed to fulfill that spot, not being your dad, but being the security that you can stay in your little pink dresses with your little nails polished and be feminine. But how y'all don't know that? How y'all don't understand that? I don't know. Maybe something wrong with me. I don't know. Smitty, what you think? Smitty don't know? Okay. What you got, Smitty? Nothing?
Can you hear me?
I didn't hear anything you said. What did you say?
Said it's decision making.
Decision, but when she makes a decision of the guy that she chooses, if her dad ain't shit, and then she goes and looks for that guy, that she's gonna choose the ain't shit guy, because that's the first version of what she learns it's supposed to look like. You know what I mean?
Right. But I usually don't give leeway and excuse to that because, you know, along the way, if it's not just your father, it's supposed to be plenty. It's supposed to start at home. But the more we blossom and go out into the world, you're supposed to go ahead and seek out and see the difference between the two. And we all, if you live long enough, we all have examples of clear as day what is of a good example and what's not of a good example. So again, you know, it's about the choices. It's about what it is you choose to go ahead and gravitate to. Out of these things I see that people put themselves through, it's very much so, let's say, preventable. It is. A lot of it's preventable. A lot of it's like any had to go through that.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So that's where I'm at with it. That's just me. But I digress on Mike.
So I was late on the draw with this whole debate, but I just thought this was crazy interesting. And I was late on the draw. I didn't look at my phone. I didn't realize my phone goes to sleep at night at a certain time, and I don't know who turned my ringer off, but I'm so sorry. So I'm just gonna say thank you for. I'm not gonna even say who it's from, but thank you for that. So
My little show. Thank you for the money. Thank you for the guap. Thank you for the cheddar, cash, coin, and dough. Every penny goes so far. I can never say enough kind words. Thank you from my heart to yours. Thank you for the coin, cash, guap, Fetty, cheddar, dough, cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. Like, comment, share, subscribe.
thank you. Okay, thank you so much.
Hey,
I
Miss
like my
Johnson.
little song. Hey,
But I have a question for you.
go
And
ahead.
this is for Smitty too, because I didn't know that was who it was. Hey, it's Mr. Smitty.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think the Black culture is healed enough to be in marriages.
I don't know.
I don't. And I'm gonna tell you why. If the Black culture is any representation about what's been going online with us,
Mhm.
it's not good because everybody's fighting to get their own way, and that's not how healthy relationships work. Everybody wants everybody to bend, especially the women, to bend for men that honestly we really don't even have a lot in common with sometimes. You know, they want to rush and have babies and get numbers up and all this other stuff. Well, that's what they did to us in the slave trade. That's all we were. And you know,
Like reproducers.
right, that's it. And this is essentially what these men are trying to do right now. And what they and the sad part about it is a lot of these guys are thinking that Donald Trump is going to do the same thing. Donald Trump has daughters, granddaughters, great granddaughters. He's not going to allow that to happen under his watch. I don't
I'm
know
trying
how
to
to
hear
break,
all that.
I don't know how to break their hearts with this. He's not concerned about us. I don't know how to break their little hearts with this. I don't. But you know, it's all this rushing. You know, you know. Well, you know. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not ever going to bring a kid into this world where there's a whole bunch of conflict and stuff like this going on. I'm just not. I'll move to another country that doesn't have this type of stuff going on. That's where I am right now, because I don't have to deal with this stuff. I don't have to deal with "are you submissive" crap. I don't. What's your body count? I don't want to. I don't talk to guys like that. To me, that's boring, and none of your business. It could be zero.
I got asked body count, and then I got told that, and it's just crazy because how that it's like a cycle, a crazy like a dynamics of a cycle, right? Whatever this dynamic is, it keeps going round and around and around and around, right? And it's just like you're so you're hurt that you need to heal, but then the healing isn't sufficient for they're not now they're not healed enough to deal with your healing. And it's just like, so then if it's not that, then it's going to be the hierarchy conversation, you know. But then I also interject with the fact that if we're supposed to be chosen to be married, right? And then based on that's why I played the Anton Daniels on what they were talking about, even with the whole marriage and dating. If we're supposed to be going according to these rules and this foundation that was laid out on how to do this, and folks, and what they still say, 51% of us of the African American community is never going to be married. It's going to die unmarried, right? They're going to expire unmarried. Then if all that's supposed to be true, then at the end of the day, and we have to wait on you to choose us. We can't, y'all don't like us to get down on one knee and propose to you. So we have to wait for that man to choose. What's happening? Because we're all these unchosen women and men who aren't choosing going. Where are they?
51%.
You know, that's a huge population. Go ahead.
But 51% of Black men have never been married either. So
yeah, that's crazy dynamic though.
Who said we had to wait for them?
Well, it unfortunately, according to the men, it's unorthodox for you to ask him to marry you.
No. That's not what I'm saying. Who said we had to marry the American Black man? Who said that? Why do y'all keep putting yourselves in this box?
Oh yeah, well.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Okay, so brown and Black men are all over the continent, all over the world. They're everywhere. And they're not listening to this conversation. They're not being influenced by American men or their conversations. What makes y'all think that? Why? Because you feel like you have to build the Black community in America?
Well, we are what? We're race loyal by default. Is that what they say?
Who said that?
That is the exact narrative that I've known and I've also heard.
If that's the truth, if we're talking about race loyalty, we know African American men by nature are not race loyal to Black women. We know this. I'm not saying all of them, but a high percentage of them date out more and marry out more than white Black women have ever done. And the very small percentage of Black women who do marry out, they have some of the most horrendous names. They look for stories of tragedies to make you fear-based that you have to accept this, or you're going to be left alone, or Brad's going to unalive you. And not that some of us even looking for Brad. But the problem is
right. I can't do Brad.
Who said that you had to marry a Black man from America? Black men are in Russia. Black men are in Argentina. Black men are in Brazil. Black men are in Africa. Black men are in Greece. Black men are in England. Black men are all Paris, France. Black men are everywhere. Who said they had to be
I need to do me a mail order groom. How can
Leave
I do that?
America.
I need to get me a mail order me a groom.
Telling y'all, why
a
do
Black
y'all
man
not
from Russia.
travel? Are you so limited that you don't want to travel to meet men?
He said, "What? No, you know."
Are y'all so limited in your thinking that you feel like you have to marry the American Black man? Because we know, Miss Genesis, that if this conversation continues online and is spreading to a lot of the young men offline, why is it that you don't pick up your passport and go meet a Black man in another country? Why do you have to marry an American Black man? What's the difference? What's really the difference?
I don't know.
If you just want to be race loyal and he's Black and he's in another country, come on.
You can have him too. Hey.
Like, what's the difference? People act like they're not Black women. What's the lady's name? Security boss? She went to Africa and has a Black husband. Like, what's going on here?
She found her a real African.
She found her a real African man. And she's a beautiful woman.
Okay.
So why is this limitation? I'm not saying all Black men in America are trash. But if they come out with this mentality of submission, before even getting to know you as a person. If they're wanting to talk about submission, I don't even know your name. I don't even know your mom, your dad, where you came from, your history. Have you been to jail? Blah, 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 blah. We even sat down and had a cup of coffee. And this is all they're talking about for 10 years 15 years now on the internet. And look what's happened. Birth rates have dropped. Marriages have done. And it's like, get out of here. You don't know whether I am married or not. So I'm going to leave that alone.
What happened?
You don't know. There's somebody in the chat talking about she's on the stream saying all this and she's no married herself yet. So what's the point, man? See, anytime somebody tells Black women that if you want a Black man, go find, if you don't like the product that's in America, go to another country and find a better product. See, they don't have a problem with the passport bros saying that. But if a Black woman starts seeking outside and bringing Black men and going somewhere else and having happy lives, then it's a problem. So what's the problem, Miss Genesis? What's really the problem here? If you got people like Anton who keeps on talking about I'm a Christian and I married the woman this, and we're seeing this whole implosion around him. Who cares? Nobody's looking at Anton. Nobody is looking at him.
Not as an example of
No, I'm not looking
to
at
be an
him.
example of the married Black man to represent our community.
Right. So let me move this way so I can't see the chat. So because I don't have time to be dealing with these guys. This is the point what I'm talking about. I'm not interested in none of these guys' thoughts online. There's some guys I can tolerate and I appreciate them. And they have really good conversation and everything. Single and married. But then there's some of these guys, they've been in this sector of this vomit so long that they just don't know how to get themselves out of it. There's nothing wrong with what I'm saying. If they were in a passport bro space and they were like, get your money up, bro, you can go overseas and travel and be with these women. These women are beautiful, fit, feminine, submissive. All of them would be like this. But if a Black woman says the same thing, oh, see what I'm talking about? They this, they're that, and that, and then, no, how dare you, Genesis, as a Black woman, go and be free? How dare you be free and have your own mind and your own autonomy? How dare you? How dare you live your own life and be happy somewhere else with someone else?
Okay, but Lost Souls, that's not cool, man.
I'm not even reading the chat anymore. I blocked
Don't
it
go
off.
do that. Okay, Lost Souls. I'm
So
gonna
they
hide
can say
you
whatever
for
they
a
want to say. I'm
second,
not going
okay?
to change my
I'm just
opinion.
gonna put you
They
in a
can
little
argue.
timeout.
Who cares?
Okay.
They can cry all they want
Right.
to. I'm not going to change my
I had
opinion.
to put you in a timeout from headquarters. Okay, that's a little HR issue. That's not nice. Okay, I'm not about that life over here. If you have something to say, people these people frequent these panels all around. If you have something to say to someone, that's not fair to use someone's chat to go after anyone. So you can just disagree with the subject. You can disagree with the comments, but don't go after a person personally.
Right, but I'm tired of seeing beautiful Black women who are well spoken, who have the nerve. These guys have the nerve to think that they can determine what is masculinity and femininity all at the same time. What we need to do with our hair, what our figure needs to look like. This, and these are all the requirements we have for you as women, and none of them are worth it. I ain't saying nothing that would be worth me sitting there trying to compare myself to I'm not fighting for these guys. What are you kidding? There's billions of men in the world. Who cares? And I hate to be like that. But at 30 some years old, you're not an option anyway. So who makes you think you would be an option? And see, they will get mad at me, but they will be over there applauding the passport bros. They'll be applauding the manosphere. They'll be applauding Obsidian and Tommy and all these people who don't have anything to show for it either. And they want to sit there and talk about, she this and that. I don't care. Cry me a river. Sometimes you just got it. It's not being mean. You know what it's called? It's called knowing yourself. I'm not putting up with that stuff. I don't have to. Not when there are other men all over the world who know how to talk appropriately to a woman, who know how to open doors, who are respectful. No. So
Renee said, we have young black men right now in this country that, oh y'all, I'm eating a Twizzlers, hold on, that are not trying to follow behind old black men. That's why they don't listen to them. But see, what I was talking about the other day too, Renee, was that not that it mattered, but we don't know if it's mattering because some of these people, there's no physical distinction between the elders and their parents, because and they're trying to say, I'm not trying to say it's because we look young, but this generation, that line is very blurred for them, to where they can look at you and you're the auntie, but you don't look like, you're not Medea, you're not the aunties that we grew up knowing, the big mamas that we grew up seeing, that we can definitely tell that big mama look different from my mama. Right now, your grandmama can be, looking like Nia Long at 56, and your mama can be 32, and you could be a whole teenager out here, and you got to look at your mama and your grandmother, and they look the same. So for them to say, oh, this is to listen to your elder, where is the elder? Because there's no old men with beards, gray beards, sitting in the barbershop talking about, let me tell you something, young buck. No, them men aren't doing that. Those young men in the barbershop look just as young as these kids' daddies. So who are they supposed to be looking for? Where's the elder at? So I had a young kid tell me that. Like, respect your elders. Like, where the elder at then? And I'm looking like I know how old I am. But, to them, I mean, bless his heart, but he was like, you look as old as my mom. And I'm like, I understand. Because I guess if you saw Medea or that figure, that kind of woman, you would automatically kind of respect her because she looks like a nana. She looks like your grandma. She looks like you're supposed to respect her. Not saying that they shouldn't be respecting, that we look like we shouldn't be respected. He was just expressing that, we, the grandmothers of today, that those elders are awfully young, youthful looking, and it's very hard for them to look at us and just assume this is an old person. Yeah,
that's part of modernity. Modern times, better water, better food, better skin care, better hair care. That's just part of life. But we're not going back to traditional. I don't know what's going on with people. That time that was past, that's never coming back again. And I think people need to learn how to grow up and move on with their lives. Period. There's nothing going back. So people can have a disagreement, but my choice, there's no men like my daddy. I'm sorry. I'm not going to marry my dad anyway. My dad is a wonderful, amazing, and just the best father in the world. But one of the things that he told me is I have my own choice. I can live my life the way I want to. When I'm ready to bring that person and say, Baba, it'll be that. But until then, I go and travel and do what I want to do. I don't have to. I have my own money. I don't work for any corporation. I built my own businesses. Thank God for my grandparents. I don't have to submit to anything other than me taking care of my bills. So, and I'm not going to marry anybody who has that type of mentality. That's just not something I'm going to do. So, so when people hear that, because something, men hear that kind of stuff because they have a problem with people having their own autonomy. Miss Genesis, it's just weird. It's weird. Like, who's listening to Anton Daniels? What kind of image is he? I think I've met 2 or 3 men online that are husbands, fathers, that really emulate. And those are the guys that I've been around in this space the longest with. And those are the guys I have the strongest relationship as far as friendship goes with. And it's not, but I'm going to travel and do whatever I want to do. I am.
See? So who's listening to Anton Daniels?
I'm sure this guy has something to say.
Hustler must have just popped back up here. He dropped down a while back. Hustler, what's going on, H&M?
Nothing. I'm about to go to sleep in a little bit, but I want to say something real quick.
Oh,
Yeah, the young lady mentioned the passport bros, how they don't get as much backlash as the passport sis. I kind of disagree because based on what I'm noticing, anytime men, whether they date outside their own race or go overseas, they get way more pushback compared to the women who do the same thing. That's just what I'm noticing. So I don't agree with that 100%. Now, do I think men go over there for good reasons? Well, some do, some don't, but I guess each their own. But I'm noticing too many women go up there just to engage in bullshit from what I'm noticing. I'm hearing stories about women going to Dubai just to get pissed and shitted on. Now, what the hell? Don't we call that out enough?
oh, the porta potties, yeah. Those were the
Yeah, I
girls
just
that
heard
called them
about.
porta
That's
potties.
what that's what everybody's doing overseas.
No, that's just what
not
those particular
everybody, but
ladies
he's
are doing.
saying, yeah, the
That's
women that are
who's
going
doing?
over there.
Those particular women are doing, right?
Yep.
Okay, so what does that have to do with me?
Now I'm just saying we condone that, but men going overseas for other reasons, we don't want that.
I don't listen to that kind of content. So whatever those women are doing, that's their business. It ain't got nothing to do with me. I know. Let me tell you something about the passport sector. I came out of that sector.
Really?
I know those guys. Yeah, I know those guys. I know a whole bunch of them. Yeah, I came over there because that's where the war was at first. I didn't have nothing to do with this red pill mess. When I came into this sector, there was a conversation going on TikTok with these old dudes talking about the passport bros. That's where I tapped in with all this mess. So when I started listening to all these passport bros, there was a guy named Peso Man back in the day. All these guys were talking about the passport bros, and I would be in the clouds listening. And then as time went on, I started finding out who was who, had conversation. I know about Razor, all these guys. I know about every one of them. Mostly everybody in the travel space. If you Austin, everybody. I find if it's there, I know it. That ain't no secret. I know about the whole thing. Floyd, everybody. I know anything that I need to know. I know it already. I'm not giving no secrets out, but I know. But this little internet stuff about, oh, these women are going to Dubai. Well, if that's what those women want to do, that's on them. But they don't have anything to do with the way I move. The reason why I travel is the reason why I travel. I don't have nothing to do with the way those women do things.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm just saying.
That's not my responsibility to lord over what other women do with their bodies. I don't care what they do. I just know why I am doing what I do. And it's really nobody's business. Why I travel, when I travel, I'll tell my parents, hey, this is where I'm going to be from blah, blah, blah to blah, blah, blah. This is where I'll be staying. I'll have change over my SIM card. I'll let you know. I'll call you on blah, 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 blah days. That's what I do with my family. My dad raised me. I'm a grown woman.
Right. I'm a grown woman.
I went to college. Okay, they paid for my apartment. They bought me my car. I had certain things that were already allotted to me anyway. There were things that were given to me from my grandparents, certain businesses, certain monies, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I can do basically whatever I want to. I mean, and I just think that this whole thing is an issue. It's an American issue because I don't see any of that stuff going on anywhere else.
Oh, yeah,
Nobody's
it's not.
bothering me.
There's no generational wealth here among us.
Nobody's bothering me, Genesis. When I go
Not
to
a lot anyway.
What's that?
I said not a lot.
Yeah, when I can go out at 3 o'clock. If I want to go at 3 a.m. at my location right now and walk to the store, nobody's going to bother me. I have no problems anybody worrying about what's going on. I have no problems. I know nobody's going to pull out a piece and jack me.
Well, that depends on the kind of neighborhood you live in. You live in the suburbs, maybe, but the city, I recommend you don't do that. Just saying. I grew up in the city, so I know.
When I'm traveling abroad, I don't have to worry about that. But even when I'm in America where I live, I don't have to worry about it.
Okay, so I guess you're prepared for it. Hoping for the best, getting ready for the worst, right?
What do you mean, traveling abroad?
Traveling anywhere, honestly.
Yeah, that country doesn't have that type of image. So no, I don't have to worry about it.
I'm just saying you got to be careful everywhere you go. I don't care if it's here in America, overseas, wherever. Be careful everywhere you go. It's a lot of stuff happening out here. Just saying.
Wow, that was deep, y'all. That was really good on both y'all ends. Say, just be careful out here. But if you got the means and you could do it and live your life, then you need to go ahead and do that, because no point of you sitting around wasting time. Y'all, I have some newcomers over here. Well, newcomers, but they just got here. So shout out to, I think that I say what's up way back in the beginning when I said what's up to Renee. Y'all back in the day. I think I just said that way back then. Who else I just got? Oh, Poppy Blanco just came in. Poppy Blanco says, "Hey yo, how's everyone tonight? How's everyone doing tonight?" We're doing good. I have my little crowd chilling over here. We were reviewing the Anton Daniels debate because I just thought there was some interesting points throughout the whole thing, especially in light of what's going on right now and all the stuff he was saying that completely contradicts the life that he is showing us right today, which I
don't know why people thought he was anything different. Why did anybody think that Anton was any different? Why? Because he said it out of his mouth?
Oh yeah, because he said a lot of things out of his mouth.
I don't believe anything. I'm sorry, I don't care what people believe, but this is the internet. That's why I'm saying, like, I believe half what people tell me. I hate to be like that. I don't really care. All this stuff about, this, and I hate to quote Big J, but the shame, blame, and explain, this stuff is getting late. It's old. And none of y'all are getting married. And all this stuff is going on. And, these women need to do this. Like, you know what I do? Half the time when this stuff going on, you know what I do? I turn the volume down just to give somebody their views and stuff, and put some headphones on, or I start walking around somewhere listening to music in the streets, taking a walk, taking a run, whatever I want to do. I told someone, I'd rather live in a country where everybody doesn't look like me than to have to worry about living in a country where I have to listen to a bunch of negativity and toxicity all the time. That's not healthy. Because I'm not changing.
Yeah, I know. It's too scary out here on a lot of levels. So I agree with that. I rather, if I have to live somewhere that I know is not going to be toxic and crazy, then I would definitely not want to be here if I didn't have to be here.
What is she talking about? Passport? Hold on, Ms. Jensen. Passport Bros originally started with military men and women. Stop
with the expats. Okay, there
really
was a big divide between the expats and the Passport Bros. So
what difference does it make?
I mean, yeah, soldiers going overseas fighting wars. I guess that's kind of how that whole thing kicked off.
They were legit
expatriates.
They were legit expatriates. That's all that was. And that's all that was. They were deciding that they realized they wanted to live somewhere else and, having better opportunities in those countries. And those were considered expatriates. But those gave up their idea in the name of expatriates. You no longer want to be an American citizen at the time. What these niggas have done is niggified it and took it to where they want to keep their American citizenship and run around the country slinging dick. No, that's not what that was. So
niggified.
Isn't that what's going on in America anyway?
Y'all, did y'all hear about, speaking of safety, did y'all hear about, y'all know tonight is my reaction segment of my show. So we've been reacting to things all night long. So since we're on the topic of safety and the, what's going on in the country, y'all. So this story right here took a whole different turn. But if y'all heard this story before about the little boys, oh shit, where'd it go? My bad. Where'd it go? Where's my story? Hold on. About the little boys who put the rocks in the little girl's mouth and essayed her, right? Okay. It's a 12-year-old girl that this happened to, right? And anyway, so a horrifying group of boys. I'll read the headlines for you. Boys ages 12, 13, and 15 charged as adults in a rape of a 12-year-old girl who stuffed stuffed her mouth with rocks to keep her from screaming. Okay, so this happened.
In Miami's Overtown neighborhood.
Hear
This
you.
community garden on a June evening became the scene of a horrific crime at the hands of.
So you're 12 years old? You're 13 years old?
Two middle school aged boys.
You have a grand jury indictment charging.
Now facing serious charges to include kidnapping as adults accused of a violent act of sexual battery. The 12-year-old victim telling police as she was leaving her friend's house, 13-year-old Nelson Nunez grabbed her, forcing her onto a couch in a community garden. Another boy restrained her, she said, and as 12-year-old Josiah Jones put rocks in her mouth to stop her from screaming, Nunez, she said, raped her. The co-defendants only stopping about 30 minutes later when they heard her father calling out her name. And just minutes ago, we learned from the Miami State Attorney's Office that there is a third co-defendant, a 15-year-old by the name of Xavier Tyson, who is also facing the charges in connection that he has to this incident as an adult. And those include felonies of lewd and lascivious, as well as false imprisonment. This is a developing story, and we have much more for you coming up on Police Safe.
Okay, so that happened, right? And so now what is also happening is this right here, because the father, let me go to it. The father of the little boy was also saying that what happened, the charges are bogus on him since he was just visiting his friends and got pulled into the wrong crowd. Here we go.
That's the mother of 12-year-old Josiah Jones screaming at anyone who would listen after today's court hearing as her son faces charges as an adult in a case involving the rape of a 12-year-old girl.
I don't care if they get 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, 100 years. Guess what? I'm going to always feel like as a mother, as a woman, I'm going to always feel like it's not enough.
The girl's mother speaking to Local 10 recently saying she just wants justice for her daughter. According to police, the girl was leaving a friend's home when she encountered the boys near a community garden in Overtown. Investigators allege 13-year-old Nelson Nunez raped her, while 12-year-old Josiah Jones and Xavier Tyson, who was 14 at the time, restrained her. Police say Jones put rocks in her mouth to stop her from screaming. All three boys are being charged as adults. The victim says it went on for about 30 minutes, and the boys stopped when they heard her father calling her name. In court today, attorneys...
That's just sad.
Miss Genesis, if you're talking, you're muted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was told talking. I was like, hold on. I was like, yo, that's crazy, right? Y'all didn't get me. Okay.
I thought it was lagging on my end, but go ahead.
No, I was reading this though. I'm glad my little cursor was moving around. So y'all was like, hold on. But yeah, I was just reading, okay, because this is the update that the father of one of the three boys charged with the rape of the 12-year-old girl calls the allegations bogus, said his son, a young black man who was just visiting Miami and was with the wrong two kids. So that is happening right there, right? So you got the whole, that wasn't my kid, you know, he's not part of this. He just was visiting here. And then you have the other two where they're obviously, you know, they obviously did this. So I just wanted to pull that out because to me, certain things are interesting. And then when we get into these conversations about, you know, we just had a whole show yesterday or the other day about, you know, the youth and what's going to happen because who's supposed to be teaching them the right thing to do? You know, this is scary because little 13-year-old, 15-year-old boys are my size. You know? So I don't know, y'all.
But I'll still put an ass whooping if need be. Shit.
Right, but we don't have enough men to balance out the degenerate little boy count, you know? There's not enough good guys. And then who are they going to listen to? They're not going to listen to you guys. I mean, who are they listening to? You can't tell them to pull their pants up. How you going to stop them from sexually assaulting someone. Yeah, I don't know. Thought it was just a crazy, crazy, crazy story. Especially now that folks are like, I don't know. Mm. Who else is here? Smitty's still up here? Smitty's still here. I think he done fell asleep, y'all.
Smitty chills. I don't,
Yeah, he does.
Smitty don't never hardly. Let me tell you something. That's one dude you can have a conversation with. Smitty is not. He just chills all the time. He's just not a messy person.
Yep.
Not
Yep.
no disrespect. He really
He
is
ain't.
not like that. So
We go way back. So I already know she ain't lying about that. Just saying.
It's just a chill person. That's just who he is. Honestly.
He is. And
Did
speaking
y'all
of going
hear-
to sleep, and speaking
About
of
to go
going,
to sleep?
speaking of going to sleep, I'm finna get some shut eye myself. Well, it's nice talking to you. Shout out to you, Genesis.
Okay. Thank you for
All
coming
your
by.
innocence, Genesis. All your innocence messing with you. Things get menacing. Yeah,
Hilarious. Thank you for coming by, hanging out.
of course. Anything for you, my lady. I might do a show this Saturday, but I'll send y'all the details. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Good night, y'all.
All right. Good night.
Night. Morning.
Good morning. Well, we don't mourn around here, right? Hey. We
Yeah,
don't
but
mourn around here. We say good day.
that is really. I don't have any comment about that piece.
You know you love Sharon. It's okay.
Who's me?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Sharon is one of my favorite people. Absolutely.
Aw.
she is. Absolutely.
Aw.
Sharon is one of my favorite people of Brownsville. Like I said, there's certain men in this space that I can jive with them. And then there's some, let me tell you something. There's some people in here. I've had debates with Obsidian before, and Obsidian has never disrespected me. Not one time. So I just know the next time there is a conversation I have with Obsidian, I'm gonna get me one of them voice boxes. I'm gonna get loud on him. So
I get loud on them.
I'm gonna do that little thing that he does. Other than that, like let me say, a lot of these people are characters. Some of these people I take seriously because I've seen some of the stuff, and I heard something today that was really from a black guy on a certain channel, and it's been there for a while, and I'm wondering how he got off on some of the stuff he's been saying about African American women online. I've been thinking about that for a while today, because I was like, how does this guy have the audacity to get online and say some of the stuff that they say? So all this stuff about, what I see online, what black women doing, these are all stories online. I don't know if none of this stuff is true, and I don't know if it's not true. So, but I'm just going to continue enjoying my life and not worry about it. I feel utterly safe where I am, and I don't worry about it at all. And there's other Americans all around as well, and they don't feel unsafe as either, Miss Genesis. So I literally think people just need to get off their high horse and travel, because I'm not going to let America keep me captive. I'm
Well,
not.
that's what we got to choose from right here.
How you doing? This is Savon, 27 years old, originally from Cleveland, Ohio. Man, I'm just looking for a live-in girlfriend I can move in with. I've been struggling for a minute. I have blood clots. I have heart failure stage 1. It's only stage 1, so it can.
So let me get this straight. You looking to come into a bitch house and possibly succumb to your medical issues, and you don't have anything to offer. They not even coming with, girl, they ain't even trying to finesse. They just laying it all out there.
How y'all doing? This is Savon, 27 years old, originally from Cleveland, Ohio. Man, I'm just looking for a live-in girlfriend I can move in with. I've been struggling for a minute. I have blood clots. I have heart failure stage 1. It's only stage 1.
Yo, he sound like, who do we know? He sound like JP. I'm sorry, yo. They
Is this a
believe they just lay it on the line like that. We're just gonna be feeling so. They looking for that nurturer that needs that woman who. See, I hate that factor because they're looking for the one who don't have any children, or her children is grown up and gone, and she still want to be. Girl, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Is that a joke?
No, look, Renee said. She said, I seen this story. Mm-hmm. And there's a couple guys. There's another guy. He fine though. This guy looked dusty, crusty. But another dude, he's handsome. And then oh my God, there was another dude. I think he was like, he got light eyes. He had these long dreads. He posted his video and they showed him and he said, yep, within like the next 30 days, he had women coming at him, but he was handsome. So I guess the whole point of them, posting these videos and making these little reels like this, these guys are dead ass serious. They're telling them like, look, I'm homeless. I ain't got nowhere to go. Because they believe, remember how JP says that his real life is content. So they believe this is, put this out here, let people know how I'm doing. And the people whose heartstrings it pulls on, they're going to, come help me out. However, there are some of these guys doing this. Remember the light-skinned guy that was in what was that he with the green eyes? He's an actor now. He's like all in entertainment now. But remember, here was his mugshot, and everybody was like, "Oh my God, he's so gorgeous. He's light-skinned. He's got the bald head with the stark green eyes." These guys, some of these dudes are not bad looking. This guy right here he's ashy. We're not gonna deny that. But I want to find the one where the guy, he is handsome, and then like he broke news on the fact that he had so many DMs because they were like, "Yo, fine ass should not be out here homeless," and somebody scooped his ass up real quick, and he took a picture of himself indoors. He was no longer homeless, girl. So yeah, they believe it. And remember, we got a point of reference, right? We have the illustrious Jay Prince and people like him saying, all you gotta do is just be real and just let the people know. So now you guys, if somebody wasn't choosing that guy, this guy wouldn't even have the courage to say something. But that guy got chosen, so now he think he got chosen. He can get chosen. And here we go. Because he's not no shade to appearances, but we already know that all of these guys ain't on the up and up trying to get their life together. They living like this. They going from couch to couch, from vagina to vagina, and all they do is sit here and ask for somebody to help them. And they never get it together. That's not in the plan to get it together. The plan is to keep asking and for help. So, yeah, girl, this was real. This was like a real, like, yeah, there was other dudes doing it too. Mm-hmm. Putting their little stuff out there like this. See, Renee said, mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't. That's.
Yeah. Because you got to think about all the people that see this happen, and they're like, well, dang, I could have just kept it at 100 and said, hey, this is what I got going on with me. And then also you have this whole idea that they should be believing that they're entitled to that part too. I'm entitled to be able to let you, to a woman. First of all, I'm supposed to have a woman. And then also they're thinking that, well, if that guy could be real and get a woman to love him, then why can't I just keep it real? So yeah. Mm-hmm. Took the one.
Yeah, that's I don't know what to say. I just don't.
It just took
That's
one.
terrible. Well, that's what we're known for. So, that's what Black women are known for.
All it took was one.
No, that's what we're known for. We're known for building up stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why there's such a pushback on our submission, because we're known for building men.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, we are. We're known. That's our culture of building men. That's the culture of Black women. And I'm not trying to be mean or anything. And that's who we are. That's why there's such a thing about us not doing what we used to do, not being like our mothers at the same time. In the same breath, those women are the same women that supposedly put their daddies out the home. At the same time, they were the best women in the world. At the same time, they dress more feminine than we do, but at the same time, they were the worst women in the world. They had the most abortions. I can't tell from which way is up with these dudes. Like, I don't know which story y'all want to go with on what day. Who y'all trying to complain? Are we feminine? Not because we're not like our mothers and grandmothers. At the same time, those women had the most abortions. At the same time, they had multiple children by all the Pookies and Ray Rays. Like, what's going on here? That's what I'm saying, Miss Genesis. For somebody who in their early 30s, like, this stuff is stupid. I can't tell which way is up with these people. I can't. So, if they feel like, oh, I know, there's no way. I don't care, green eyes, blue eyes, red eyes, straight hair, dreadlocks, whatever. I'm not building no dude that came up out of prison. What's wrong with y'all ladies? Y'all don't
Yep,
see
he got.
y'all.
It was another dude too. It was another dude, I think, after him that also got scooped up out of prison, like showing, I mean, of course, obviously now there was a whole show built on, life after lockup, where these girls, hey, the best man I could the best man I could get is a man who really absolutely is gonna need me. But yeah, I like this little
Yeah, that's our comment. A piece of man is better than no man, because white women don't say stuff
Yep.
like that.
Remember
That's
that?
us.
That was Betty Wright. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the conversations. That's the conversations around the space, because we are the builders. We're the builders.
I'm not trying to keep doing that. I've already been
No,
there.
if you don't have it as good as I have it, you're not even going to even have a conversation with me.
Well,
I'm
we
not
used to have benchmarks though, right? Like if you had I remember at one point the benchmark was solid to where I remember women not budging and saying, "Hey, if I have a car," I remember one of my mom and her friends saying, "Hey, now that I make this amount of money, I'm not going to be able to date a man who makes less because I've already adapted to this lifestyle," right? So then when we got cars, then it was like, well, if you're walking and if I'm driving, then that means every time we go out, I have to come pick you up. It was just instant like, well, if I can't be with someone who doesn't have a car, and it seems kind of materialistic or superficial, but at the end of the day, you're like, I'm literally able to move and drive anywhere I want to go, and you have to literally wait on someone to take you. So, but nowadays we can't even really assess that properly because some people rather not have a car. You might have a man that has driving anxiety, like somebody we know, who they won't drive, and to them, people take them, drive them around. That might be a very few cases. However, most men, he's supposed to be able to get himself where he needs to go. But it's really awkward to be, it feels like you are like settling down for something that's not on your level. Even something as simple of, I have a job and you don't, or I have a car and you don't. You know what I mean? Someone's gonna have to take the bigger role in this in our relationship right now. If I have something and you don't have it, and you can't contribute. That might be a big thing, but we don't think so because we don't want to talk about that because that's too much like, too much like right. Too much like right, yo.
No woman should be having a debate about a man about his ability to be able to provide for himself before he even thinks about taking a wife or even the potential of having children with that woman. No man, you should have guys like that. Like I said, maybe my dad, I don't know. Maybe. I'm glad I have my daddy. I'm sorry. I'm so glad that I have that man. There's no way that some of the stuff that's going on, none of this stuff, I'll go to my dad and tell him, that's the stupidest stuff I've heard in my life. And this is the man who lived through the civil rights movement. So I don't know what's going on here. Nobody's walking around calling these guys boy. You get me? So.
Right. Mm-hmm.
We need to get back to having our children in the house when the street lights are on, period.
Hold on, let me see. I had
We live in a different world.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the generations are different. Our generations are different. But I don't think my parents are so different that they're not relatable to who I am or who my two brothers are. I don't. I don't think that they raised us to think that we were growing up in the 50s, 60s, 70s, or 80s.